Welcome to the podcast series The New Student Pharmacist, where we discuss chemistry and pharmacy, as well as leaders in pharmacy careers, community, and chemistry and pharmacy research. We encourage you to support the work we are doing and follow us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts by subscribing for free. Note, the views on the podcast represent those of my guest and I.
Okay, welcome to the New Student Pharmacist Podcast Experience. It's so glad to have you listening in today. Our guest today is Aaron Lavardi, a colleague and good friend of mine for the past 16 years. Aaron is currently a professional basketball player playing in France. It is so great to have you with me today. So just before we begin, I'll give a brief overview of your career thus far. So Aaron did his bachelor's degree in anesthesiology, and also he started playing professional basketball in Denmark, and now he's in France. So it's so good to have him on as a guest today. Aaron, it's good to have you, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure being here. First and foremost, I want to thank you for having me on here. Like you said, we've been good friends since high school, and you've helped me a lot through high school and through life. And so I just appreciate being on here and diving into what we have to get into today. So
yeah, dude, this is exciting. So what inspired you to pursue a career in professional basketball, especially in France?
Well, from a young age, I've always been into sports. It didn't matter what sport I played. I always loved playing sports. And I remember in high school, like going from 10th to 11th grade, I grew extremely tall. And I decided to start playing basketball. And I always wanted to be a professional athlete in any sport that I was good at. And I wanted it to be basketball. So I pursued that from high school, and now I'm here. So, yeah, I think it was just a dream of mine. Always.
So would you say you're living your dream?
Yeah, I think I am. So
yeah, man, that's powerful. It's powerful. Yeah. So amidst the rigorous world of professional sports, how do you maintain a balanced perspective on your career, professional, athletic life, and your personal life?
Well, I feel like it's just always being consistent, having the same people around, having the same routine every day, and then just being able to make time for certain things like hanging out with friends or talking to my family and just talking to my girlfriend and all that type of stuff. So it's just about making time for others and prioritizing your time correctly. So I think that's what helps me, especially I like I said earlier, how I stick to a routine. So every day pretty much I'm working on my craft, whether it's doing drill work like with a basketball, or I'm in the weight room and I'm doing specific exercises that help me on the basketball court, not necessarily just going in there to like be big and bulk up, but just help me with basketball movements and basketball motion. And I'm just able to be consistent with it, doing it every day, time in and time out. That's the part of being a professional, is being consistent and doing everything every day. No matter if you're not in the mood to do it that day, you have to keep doing it. So
yeah, you're right. So how do you motivate yourself to keep doing it?
You motivate it's not necessarily having motivation, it's more discipline. You're not going to be motivated every day, but you can strive to be disciplined. So those days when you're not motivated, you're like, yeah, I have to do this. And then once you get it out of the way, you're like, oh, okay, well, I did it now, and that I've just gotten better from that day. So it's just being disciplined, not necessarily motivation all the time.
Well, that's good, dude. That's very good. That's very good. Because you make the point that it's not just about being motivated to do something, but being disciplined enough to consistently do it.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that's a very powerful concept.
Yeah,
We'll get more into that as we progress in the conversation.
yeah.
So finding the right team and environment is crucial. How did you identify and thrive in the ideal setting for your athletic development and success?
Well, I've been blessed. I've been blessed to be in good situations in Europe. It's not you. I don't know if you hear, but I know from me being in the basketball world, I hear a lot of situations in Europe where guys aren't in good situations, like
Mm.
they don't get paid on time, and the coaching staffs aren't like good, and they don't really look out for the players. So I've always been in good situations, and I got to give a shout out to my agent too, James Blackburn. He always puts me in good situations so where I can thrive and I can feel comfortable enough to be able to perform my best. So I feel like that helps as well. So,
So would you say it's your staff? Would you say it's your team? What do you say is
yeah,
contributing to you being able to find the right environments?
it's both. It's both my team, my staff. I've had great teammates as well. I've had great staffs as well. Help me through my career and stuff like that, and giving me the right advice going forward and moving forward. So it's been both.
Okay. Okay, so could you highlight some of your most memorable and influential contributions to the sport of basketball?
Well, recently I just played with the Bahamas national team. I
Okay.
feel as though that's a big contribution for me, representing my country.
Yes.
I know every athlete from their country always wants to represent their country in some way or some form, and wear the colors of their flag proudly. So
Mhm.
I think that's one of my biggest contributions is being able to play for the national team and give us some success because we won a game this
Mhm.
past window against Puerto Rico. So I feel as though
Oh,
that's
so you're
one of my
currently
biggest
playing with the national
accomplishments.
team.
Yeah, we just played in February. We just played in February against Puerto Rico, and we won a game and lost a game. So yeah,
Oh wow, dude, this is good, man. Congratulations.
yeah.
So
Thank you.
you playing along with some big names like DeAndre
Yeah,
Ayton.
he wasn't there, but Kai Jones.
Yeah, I know Kai Jones. Of course, I
Kai
know
Jones.
Buddy.
Yeah, Kai Jones was there. Buddy wasn't there, and Aiden wasn't there, but Kai Jones was
Oh,
there as
good.
well. Yeah, yeah.
I'm very
So
proud, man. Keep it up.
thank you,
So
thank you.
juggling various commitments and accomplishments can be daunting. How do you manage to lead a well-rounded life while pursuing your basketball career? So I want you to be practical for me, so people could take away some snippets or ideas or either feedback, whatever works, so they can apply to their own personal life. How are you able to manage what you're doing and stay stable and also stay successful? What practical
Uh,
things do you like use calendars? Do you have like an assistant, a personal assistant? How are you able to do this?
no, I do it by myself. I always have a schedule for me. Like I plan my day out from the
Okay.
beginning of the day. I'm like once I wake up in the morning, and it's all about being consistent as well. For those who want to pursue a career, you always have to be consistent, no
Mm,
matter what it is.
mm,
So for me, it's always being consistent with what I do on a daily basis. So in the morning, I get up, eat breakfast at the same time. I go to the gym at the same time. Then we have practice. Then I do my workouts at the same time. Try to keep it the same. And then after that, I eat. And then we got another practice later on that day. So then I'm in practice again. And then I make sure to get all my recovery and stuff after the second practice, whether that's stretching, whether that's icing, whether that's a massage. But that's just for me. That's just in the athletic world. And so I try to just implement that. For those who listen and for those who want to be consistent, I just try to implement that in whatever you do and try to take that and just be consistent with your life. And I promise you it'll help for sure.
I agree. I agree. Being
Yeah,
consistent helps you make significant progress. In fact, I think it helps you make accelerated progress sometimes.
right,
Yeah,
right,
you progress like beyond beyond the norm for your age bracket.
right,
Progress in that norm. I think you're
right.
doing.
And once you stay consistent, is like after a certain time, it's not like a chore anymore. Like it's habit after that. So it's easier. It's much easier once you keep going and going. It's much easier as you go along. So
Yeah, you're right. It becomes a matter of
yeah,
execution, where
right,
your success or your achievement becomes a matter of execution, not really a hill to climb. Just a matter
Right.
of following through. Just like how you play tennis, you follow through with
Yeah.
your plan to hit
Yeah.
the net. You follow through with your
Yeah.
routine. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, man. So
Right.
do you feel like BME has prepared you well for where you are right now in terms of managing
Of course.
stress or okay.
Of course. I think everything what I've been through has prepared me for this. Coming
Okay.
from where we come, it ain't easy
Trust me.
to get out of there. Yeah.
All
So,
right. Coming from Freeport,
uh,
it's not easy. I'm
yeah.
in DC,
Right.
we're in France. Yeah, it's not easy to come from
Right.
a small island nation and come to
Right.
these places and to thrive in these places.
Right. You as yourself would know. You've been all over as well. You've been all over in the States and stuff too. So like it ain't easy, but
Not
all
easy.
that prepared. Yeah, all of that
That's
prepared
you.
me for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
God's good. Yeah, man. So,
Yeah.
what, my question to you is, can you share some of your pivotal moments or decisions that have significantly shaped your trajectory as a basketball player?
That's a good question. Some of the most pivotal decisions I think is for me going to Milligan
Again,
College in
okay.
Tennessee.
So
Yeah,
elaborate on that.
that was a pivotal decision for me. So, I started playing basketball late, and
I remember you used to swim a
I
lot.
yeah, I used to swim, right.
But
And
you were
I told
one
you when,
fast, you were one
yeah,
fast swimmer.
yeah. And then when I grew taller, that's when I started playing basketball, like that year. So I started taking it serious when I was like 16, 17, and so that's late. That's
Yeah,
late for if you
I
want to
remember.
do that. Yeah. So like around when I was 18, I was at what is known as UB, but University of the Bahamas. But now back then it was
You'll
like
be.
College of the Bahamas.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
So I was at College of the Bahamas because I didn't get a scholarship straight out of high school to play basketball,
Yeah.
and I was just going to school at that moment, and every day, like after school, coming from COB, I'd just go to the YMCA and work out, shoot in the gym, go to the gym, go to the weight room and stuff, and like I got the opportunity to go to Milligan College because of this coach. He coached high school in Tennessee, but he always came down to the Bahamas for a camp, and he always used to like look at the kids at the camp, and if they were like showed any type of like they could play basketball further on in college, he would like tell schools in the States about them, and they would bring those kids over and they would try out for the school. And
Mm.
so he saw me, rest in peace. His name is Coach Dale Burns. He died a couple years back from cancer, rest in peace. He'll always be in my heart. But he saw me and he was like, yeah, he's talented, like he could play at the next level. And he told Milligan College, the coach there, about me. I came up, I tried out, they loved me, and they gave me a scholarship, and I just worked from there. I kept working, I never stopped working. My first year, I didn't play at all, and every day I'd just be in the gym working because I wanted to play,
So
and I
that's
wanted to be
good,
the
man.
best.
Good. You
And
remind
so
me of
yeah,
good. This is good. Keep going. I'm listening. Keep going.
yeah. And so my first year I didn't play, and then my second and third year, because I spent 3 years there, I
Mm.
played and I won the Player of the Year in the conference, and that propelled my career to play overseas, to where my agent saw me and he said, "Yeah, now you could play overseas. Like you have the ability to be able to produce professionally." And so
Hmm.
I feel like Milligan was a pivotal point in my career, being
Wow.
able to
Dude,
propel
that's
my career.
powerful story because you said
Yeah,
first you talked about how, and this is a common thing, and I'm glad you brought this up. This is a common thing for people from the Bahamas. Sometimes you start off wanting to pursue school and you don't get a scholarship the first year.
right, exactly,
The high school, you don't get the scholarship. Sometimes
right.
that happens. So as we start to wrap up, how did you manage that? How did you manage that, and how did you manage that playing in your first year? What did you what strategies did you have to employ? Was it a faith perspective? How
Yeah,
did that?
yeah. It was just just staying faith, like believing in God and believing He had me in my best interest, and just
Yeah,
staying faithful and trusting the process. Just trusting going to the gym, and then one day, it'll work out for me. And
yeah.
that's the message. That's the message I have for a lot of kids, especially from back home, is that it's hard to get seen back home, but that doesn't mean that you should stop working, and that doesn't mean that you should give up, because you never know. You never know. I didn't know that was gonna happen that day. But I was ready. I was ready for it because I stayed prepared.
Yes, you stayed prepared for the opportunity. Same thing with me. I think about some of the mentors I've been able to interface with or have as a mentor for me. Like, I just like to think about, there's not really a well planned out process to really meet up with these people, but you just stay prepared. So when you encounter them being prepared.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. That's good, man, Aaron. So as we wrap up, what's some advice you would like to share with people from the Bahamas, or also people who are considering professional athletic careers? What advice would you share with them, or what has been some advice that you have received that you would like to share?
Well, for kids from the Bahamas, what I'd like to share for them is put yourselves out there. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to be confident in yourself, and to let people hear your voice. Because like we said, it's a small island. It's not a lot of publicity around there, so it could be hard to get your name out. So just keep working, and then when the time comes, be confident in yourself and be ready to show them that, hey, I can do this, and I can do this just as much as people from the States, like bigger countries like that. Yeah, so I feel as though that's my advice to a lot of Bahamians out there, no matter what, not necessarily just sports, in anything you want to
confident. Pursue. Yes, I agree. Right. Be confident.
Anything you want to pursue. Right.
You have to be confident, and it's not hubris, but confidence in your practice, in your hard work, in your skill.
Right.
It's the thing, the point you made. I can function as well, just as any person from a developed first world country. Case in point, with the podcast is globally ranked in so many different places. As the podcast, you are making strides on the global scale. So this is mine. But thanks again, Aaron, for joining me today. This is really, really a treat.
Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Spotify and Google Podcasts. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest this morning is Dr. Gary May. Thanks for joining me this morning. It is good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Dr. Gary S. May became University of California Davis's 7th Chancellor on August 1st, 2017. He leads the most comprehensive campus in the University of California system, with 4 colleges and 6 professional schools. An accomplished scholar and engineer, Dr. May came to UC Davis after a 3-decade career at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. He was the Dean of the Institute's College of Engineering, the largest and most diverse school of its kind in the nation. Prior to his appointment as Dean, Dr. May was the Steve W. Chaddick Chair of Georgia Tech's School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He also served as the executive assistant to the then Georgia Tech president, Chi Wayne Clark. As Chancellor of one of the world's greatest public research universities, Gary S. May leads UC Davis as it advances its mission in several key areas. In 2015, President Barack Obama honored Dr. May with the Presidential Award for Excellence in STEM Mentoring. In September 2018, Dr. May was inducted into the National Academy of Engineering, one of the highest honors in the field, for his innovations in educational programs for underrepresented groups in engineering and his contributions to semiconductor manufacturing research. In April 2020, Dr. May was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences under the classification of Educational and Academic Leadership. Dr. May has won numerous honors for his research and was named Outstanding Engineer Alumnus of UC Berkeley, where he earned his master's and PhD degrees in electrical engineering and computer science. A prominent voice in higher education, Dr. May is married to Miss Michelle R. May, a software engineer with CNN. They have 2 grown daughters, Simone and Jordan. Please welcome Dr. May. Good afternoon, Dr. May. Thank you again for joining us on The New Chemist. Let's get started. Do you have any advice for those wanting to pursue the field you are currently working in?
First, David, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be the inaugural guest on your podcast. That's an honor for me.
Yes.
The advice I give for people who are interested in engineering is you have to find the part of the field, the discipline that you're passionate about. You have to really enjoy the mathematics and the science, but you have to really also find that discipline of engineering that makes you want to get out of bed every day and go to work and do something fulfilling. So that could be, in my case, it was electrical engineering, but it could be biomedical, mechanical, aerospace, whatever it is, something that tugs at your fascination and makes you curious and makes you want to solve problems.
Okay, yeah, that's very good. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received to date?
Well, I've gotten much advice over my life and my career. I think, starting with my parents who, the old advice was, go do that homework, boy. And then we kind of progressed from there to, my dad used to tell me how important it was to have your own things, to be independent, to have your own opinions, to make up your own mind, and to be consistent with your views. Over the course of my career, I've gotten good advice about what jobs were good jobs, what jobs were not as attractive, how to stay successful, what networks were important to be a part of. In my current career, I've had mentors that have guided me in how to be, statesmanlike, how to be a better public speaker. Again, what associations are important for you to continue and others that are not as important because there are many demands on your time in this role. So I had some good advice about what organizations would be useful to be a part of and what other associations it's better to delegate. So I've gotten lots of good advice on many different topics.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Also, how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment?
Well, I just think teamwork is so important. No one is talented enough to accomplish all that they want to accomplish on their own.
That's very true.
And once you're humble enough to realize that, it lets you know that you need to put a good team around you. And I've been fortunate and blessed in most of my career to have been able to work with really talented people. And the other important part of that is to let those people do their jobs and let them be self-actualized and successful on their own, and don't feel like you have to micromanage them or be involved in every single decision or every aspect of every decision. You have to hire competent people and believe in their competence, right? And because whatever they do that's positive is going to reflect on you in a positive way anyway. So let them go do that. You need to stay aware of what's going on, but you don't have to be involved in every intricacy of every decision.
Yeah, I agree. So, Dr. May, it's quite plain and clear that you have been successful as a pioneer in the field. So how have you been so successful? What has complemented the most to your success?
You know, David, I always say there's three aspects of anyone's success.
Okay.
One is, you know, obviously some talent. You have to have some innate ability. The other is you have to work hard. You have to have a work ethic. You have to try to use that ability to accomplish something. And then the third aspect is the one that's the least in your control. Is you could call it luck. You could call it, you know, serendipity. You could call it being blessed, but being in the right place at the right time is also a big part. And that's the part that a lot of really successful people don't want to admit, because no one likes to say I got here because I'm lucky, right? But the truth is, you know, you could get hit by a bus, right, the next day. So there is some aspect of your success that really you had no responsibility for, and you have to be humble enough to admit that.
That's true. Humility is very important. So amidst all of your responsibilities and accomplishments, how do you maintain a balanced life?
Well, I think it kind of goes back to my upbringing and trying to be grounded. But I'd have to say, you know, a big part of my balance and well-roundedness is my family. You know, my wife is a strong support system for me and my kids and my extended family, my mom and my sister and others. And family is a really important part of my life. And I try to make sure that I keep those folks that are supporting me happy and supported as well. And I always say that, you know, in a career, you're juggling a lot of balls. And some of those balls are rubber, and if you drop it, it'll bounce back up. Some of those balls are glass, and if you drop it, it'll break. So you have to make sure that you're taking care of the important balls, if you will, that are helping to support you and help you be well-rounded.
Okay, so make sure you have your priorities straight. So in terms of your ideas and policies, what have been some of your most effective and impactful ideas to date?
Well, you know, I'd have to let others judge how effective or impactful my ideas are.
That's true.
Some things I'm proud of I can talk about. I mean, in my research career, early on, we made some really fundamental contributions to how integrated circuits are manufactured and the use of AI in those processes, which garnered a lot of positive attention for me early in my career. And sort of in parallel with my research, I've also always been interested in broadening participation in STEM fields for underrepresented students. And I think I've made some real good contributions in that area as well, which led to, you know, eventually a presidential award a few years ago. And I think as an academic leader, you know, I've had some contributions that I'm proud of in terms of having programs ranked very highly, producing many successful and talented graduates, raising lots of funds, whether it be philanthropy or research awards. So a lot of ideas contributed to those successful outcomes in those areas of my life.
I agree, and even the SURE program at Georgia Tech, which was very, very, very effective and instrumental, and I even benefited from that program as well. Yeah, so I'm grateful for it. How have you sought or found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? How did you find it? Or how are you seeking it?
Well, I think I always look for an environment that allows me to be my complete self. So I certainly have some intellectual challenges that I like to pursue. So you want to find a place where you can do your work and do your scholarship, but you also want to find an environment that allows you to be to relax and be yourself socially, to fulfill whatever kind of social justice imperatives you have. So allows you to work on things you think are the right thing to do, and allows you to be your own sort of authentic self, right? And so I thrive in environments where I don't feel like I have to pretend to be other than what I am. And sometimes you have to force the environment to accept that. As I've grown older, I've become much more comfortable in my skin, and I don't sort of look for an environment. I just sort of bend the environment to my will. But but it's harder to do that when you're younger and still kind of figuring things out.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good advice. Be your authentic self. Don't put on a mask.
It's much healthier to be your authentic. It's easy for one. I always tell people, the only person I'm good at being is me, so I shouldn't try to be anybody else. It's mentally much healthier, and it allows you to be much more effective, I think.
Yeah, it's true, because at the end of the day, you are responsible for you, and the best person you can be is yourself. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So, how have you been adaptive and creative? What specific ways can you come to mind immediately? What specific ways have you been adaptive or creative in the field of science?
Well, I think what I like to do is look for analogies. And what I mean by that is if I see something in the natural world, I try to adapt that to something that I'm working on scientifically. So I mentioned the AI, the semiconductor manufacturing work that we did. I was kind of fascinated early in my career with neural networks and how the brain works and all those sorts of things. And I tried to see if there are ways that you could use some of those approaches in how manufacturing could be done more efficiently, and had some success with that. So I think the overall broader answer to the question is my creativity, I think, is stimulated by sort of observing my environment and drawing connections between what I observe in the environment and what I'm working on at the moment. So, and then also listening to smart people, reading smart people's work, and trying to figure out if I could use what other people have already figured out.
That's very good. Very good. Also, Dean May, also Chancellor May. Another question I have is, how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? When you've encountered challenges or obstacles, or how do you maintain view of the bigger picture?
Well, part of it is going back to the humility that I mentioned earlier. Just, I'm a spiritual person. I do pray and go to church and those sorts of things. And what it does is gives me some sense of things that are greater than myself. And so when I am faced with adversity, I think that, this is not something too big. I'm put here for a reason. This can't be too big for me to handle it. And two, adversity builds your character. Everyone's going to face it. You got to learn from it. It's like in business, they talk about fast failure. You fail fast, but you learn from it. You don't repeat it. So you don't, although adversity doesn't always feel good, often doesn't feel good when you're going through it. When you reflect on it, going back, you try to figure out what you can learn from that experience and how you can apply it going forward.
Yeah, that's very true. One of the things I've heard about is, reflecting on your actions and not just going about doing. As well, you've made a lot of impact in the field of education, a lot of impact. So specifically to those who want to make a similar impact in that specific field, what advice would you give to those, like especially those who are pursuing careers in academia, or as professors or deans or administrators? What advice would you give them specifically?
Well, I think in academic leadership, we're going to start there. The important thing is to be able to find fulfillment in other people's success, right? So, early in my career, it's much more about being an individual contributor and, establishing a track record and getting recognition and award, et cetera. But in leadership, that stuff is not as important anymore. It's a nice thing if I get an award, but really it's much nicer if I provide an environment here at UC Davis where our students or our faculty or our community, people in our community can be successful. So you have to kind of switch gears on your sense of what makes you, what charges you up. And so I couldn't be happier than I am when I see someone here get a big award or do something that's notable because we provided an environment that allowed them to be successful, whether that be laboratory space or funding or some sort of enrichment program or encouragement in that way. And that's where I get fulfillment now.
Okay. Wow, that's good. Yeah, I agree. It's the idea in which you move beyond focusing on yourself and trying to help other people as well, develop themselves. So what have been your long-standing interests, the overarching theme, if you had to sum it up in short, what would be your long-standing interests in the field of science, if you had to sum it up in short?
Oh, wow, that's hard to do it in short. I think, I was a kid, I had a chemistry set, I had erector sets and Legos and all those sorts of things that kind of sparked my interest in science and engineering. I've always wanted to figure out how do things work and how can I make them work better, if you have to sum it up in a short, pithy sentence.
Okay.
And that includes, people. I try to figure out what motivates people, what helps them in their own pursuits, and how can I assist them in achieving those pursuits.
Now, as well, you mentioned how you chose electrical engineering as a field to major in.
Yeah.
To be more specific, why did you choose that field? What led you to choose that? What did it click with you, or what made you choose that?
Well,
or encourage you to choose it?
It was a path, I guess, that I was on because I had been in programs. First of all, you take these various aptitude tests as a kid, and they tell you you're good in this, you're good in that. So I was good in math and science. They said engineering would be a possible career for me. I did a program in high school called Develop Engineering Students. It was a summer program that was sponsored by McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis, my hometown, which is now Boeing. But anyway, I did that program and got a chance to see what engineers did in their day-to-day operations, and got some mentoring for the engineers there, which led me to select that career. And now the specific discipline of electrical versus some other engineering discipline was much more serendipitous than you might think. I mentioned I had a chemistry set. I thought about chemical engineering, thought about mechanical. I had done these Heathkit radios as a kid, where you actually put together the coils and antennas and various pieces and power sources to make a real radio. So that was the interest in electronics. But I feel like I could have done any discipline in engineering and had some fulfillment or success. I just decided to just pick electrical kind of more on a whim than anything else, but it worked out okay for me.
Yeah, I would say so too. Also, I remember reading about you doing research in semiconductors.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you choose semiconductors to do your research in?
So this is going to sound funny, but when I was taking on my EE classes as an undergrad, the ones that were most challenging for me were the integrated circuit and semiconductor physics classes. And so I gravitated toward not the ones that were easier for me, but the ones that were challenging. And that's where I wanted to meet that challenge. That's where I ended up in semiconductors.
Okay. Wow. That's very good. It's very interesting. Also, Chancellor May, I would ask this last question. Amidst all of the things that are transpiring in the world today, what keeps you going? What keeps you encouraged? What keeps you optimistic?
Well, I mentioned being a spiritual person, so I have a firm commitment in trying to make things better. That helps me keep going. I want to build a better world for my family and for my broader community. I always say I have 3 things I want to do every day: learn something, help somebody, and make the world a better place. So I try to keep that going every day. And I am an optimist, so I do think we can make things better. Days, times like this, it's hard to see that because there's so much negative going on. But I am encouraged by, some of the small things I see. People starting to, really focus on social justice more than I've seen in my lifetime. I find that encouraging. I don't think, obviously we have a long way to go, but so you look for little things that make you feel more optimistic, and that keeps me going.
Great. That's very good. Thank you, Dr. May, for your time. I really appreciate having you on this podcast.
My pleasure, David. Thanks for having me. Good luck with the podcast.
Yes, sir. Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is the Dean of the College of Engineering at Georgia Tech, Dr. Raheem Beyah. Thanks for joining me today. It is good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Dr. Beyah is a Georgia Tech alumnus. He earned his master's and PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Georgia Tech in 1999 and 2003, respectively. He received his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University in 1998. A native Atlantan, he is a graduate of the Atlanta Public Schools system. Dr. Beyah also leads the Communications, Assurance, and Performance Group and is affiliated with the Institute for Information Security and Privacy. He is a co-founder and board chair of Fortified Logic, Incorporated, an industrial cybersecurity company. He serves as Institute Data Security Lead. He is a co-founder and steering committee member of the Academic and Research Leadership Network. He has held several additional leadership roles at Tech, including serving as interim Steve W. Chaddick Electrical and Computer Engineering School Chair during the 2017 to 2018 academic year, the Electrical and Computer Engineering Associate Chair for Strategic Initiatives and Innovation from 2016 to 2018, and Chair of the Electrical and Computer Engineering Computer Systems and Software Technical Interest Group from 2015 to 2017. He received the National Science Foundation Career Award in 2009 and was selected for the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency Computer Science Study Panel in 2010. He's a member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Society for Engineering Education, a lifetime member of the National Society of Black Engineers, a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and an Association for Computing Machinery Distinguished Sciences. Prior to becoming a faculty member at Georgia Tech, Dr. Beyah was an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Georgia State University, a research engineer with electrical and computer engineering at Tech, and a consultant with Anderson Consulting, now Accenture. He has served as guest editor for a number of journals and magazines, including IEEE Network Magazine and IEEE Communications Magazine, and an associate editor of several journals in the field. Please welcome Dr. Beyah. Thanks, Dr. Beyah, for joining me. It's good to have you on. You are a very accomplished engineer. You're now Dean of the College of Engineering at Georgia Tech, which is a very good engineering school. So my question to you is, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
Yeah, well, first, David, thank you for inviting me and taking the time to chat with me. That's a good question. I originally was drawn into the STEM field through video games and many years ago. So I was a young kid, and my grandmother bought me an Atari 2600, and I tell folks that thing changed my life. I had lots of fun on that, and I had all the systems after that, and I would always see various points in the game, and let's say you see like a broken down vehicle, and I would like, man, it'd be really cool if we can drive this tank or fly this helicopter, and that got me thinking, well, what if I could change the game, and which ultimately is obviously computer programming. And so that kind of led me in the direction of computing in high school, and ultimately decided to switch to electrical engineering. And by the time I finished my undergraduate degree, I was really fascinated by the whole concept of networking, computer networking. And so that has been what I've been focused on for the last couple of decades now.
Oh, wow.
As I finished my PhD, I really wanted to focus in on a specific area of networking, which was network security or cybersecurity.
Okay.
And so I ended up focusing on that. But you'll see that almost all my papers, even the standard cybersecurity papers, have this sort of networking flair to them.
Okay, so this is just a sidebar as we continue the conversation. Typically, I know for chemistry and biology, science and nature is like the pinnacle of journal publishing. What's the pinnacle like journal for publishing in cybersecurity? What would you say is the top journal?
Yeah, so there are actually 4 #1 conferences in cybersecurity, and it's not journals, it's conferences.
Okay.
But they're 15-page, 16-page conferences, right? So it's like dual columns, so just like a long journal, and that's ACM, CCS, NDSS is the second one, IEEE Security and Privacy, known as Oakland, and then USNIC Security. So those 4 are the number. They're essentially tied for #1 in cybersecurity, and ideally you want to get something in those conferences as a graduate student and a faculty member.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, so that's good information. So, given all of the issues that COVID-19 has brought a lot of people, and also the challenges in academia, how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general?
Yeah, that's important to do. I've always been very interested in making a significant societal impact.
Okay.
And the way I look at the various roles that I've been in, they've been sort of the mechanism for me to do that.
Okay.
And the more I build my voice, as I went from a interim chair to a research vice president to now dean of engineering, the more I build my voice, the more likely it is I can have societal impact. And specifically, I'm very interested in expanding access. I want to make sure that the folks that come behind me and come behind you, if they're absolutely qualified, we got to make sure that they can get in the door at Georgia Tech and many other places. So that has kind of been innate for me. I've just seen the difference between those with resources and those that don't have them. And I know folks that are really, really bright and didn't have resources and just never had any good opportunities, and that bothers me. So that's always been sort of my true north, something that I've been focused on. And it's a lot easier for me to deal with and view the big picture. It's the sort of blocking and tackling things that like operational type things are not things that I really enjoy doing. So it's usually easy for me in terms of big picture. It's focusing on the true north and what's really important. And for me, that's family and physical and mental health and all those things first. And then it's, okay, well, I have a job that I got to make sure I do this job well.
Okay, so what you said raises a lot of questions in terms of, you said you see the big picture. So what's your take on how do you pragmatically break it down? What's your first step? You don't have to go through the whole process, but how do you go from, okay, I want to expand access, to what do I need to do today, or what do I need to do this year?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So what I mentioned also was that I needed to build my voice, right? So it's like the more significant of a voice you have, the more change that you can ultimately affect. And so part of that is actually being successful in my career, right? So if we ignore actually sort of mechanically trying to expand access and just look at building the voice, that essentially has been exceptional in my current career and continue to progress, right? Yeah. So that's one thing. So such that I can get to a point where I can, have a conversation, I can call somebody that's, extremely senior, like a Gary May, for example, or many other college presidents who are mentors and friends, and say, hey, I got this idea on about expanding access. So the first part is really building the voice, so being exceptional at your current roles and progressing. But then there are other things that you can do that are kind of practical, right? So at Georgia Tech, we just, and this is done by our president, we just announced an APS pathway, so Atlanta Public Schools pathway. And what that means is if you apply to Georgia Tech and you don't get accepted in the first round, and by the way, we don't accept many amazing students because we just don't have room. So it doesn't mean that they're not quality, it just means that we just don't have room. But what that means is if you went to APS and went through APS and applied, didn't get accepted, you have up to 2 years if you meet certain requirements. Then you can essentially have an automatic acceptance coming back in as a transfer student a year or two later. So being involved in those programs, trying to amplify those programs. I'm actually an APS grad. So trying to be central in those programs is one way to do it. Another way to do it is looking at, we have these online programs. So we have an online master's in computer science, online master's in analytics, and online master's in cybersecurity. And I was the executive director that actually stood up the online master's in cybersecurity program. And that screams access because now there's no physical boundary. You can be all over the world. We literally have students all over the world. And also it's from a cost perspective, it's not unreasonable. And so it's $10,000 tuition for the whole master's degree, right? Not per class, not per semester, but per degree. And the third piece about that is expanding access is that you don't have to have a computer science or engineering undergraduate degree to get accepted into the master's program, right? So you can do these interesting programs that are much more accessible to people.
Okay, wow, that's good. Yeah, man, we leave our footsteps behind. And also, wow, you said a lot of important things. Building your voice. So, how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of science?
Yeah, so it's funny. That's almost kind of natural for, as you'll appreciate as you get out, and your advisor now also sort of like PhD level researchers, you will kind of naturally adapt in order to survive, right? Because what happens is problems shift, right? We're making progress with all sorts of things, and so for example, there's a whole in the sort of business / sociology type space, actually probably more like our HR type space. There's now this really important area called future work, which, people never really, they weren't focused on it pre-COVID, but now post-COVID, or, in the middle of COVID, hopefully in a few months or a little bit longer will be post-COVID.
Yeah, I hope I'm great.
But now this is a big deal because people have found out, well, guess what? I don't have to be physically co-located with folks to work together, right? So even at Georgia Tech, we're conducting research, instruction, and our staff support. None of these things are co-located with each other, right? So you could almost have people all the way across the world, right? I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. And so the question is, well, how should the university of the future look? How should the workplace of the future look? Do we go back to do the exact same thing? So my whole point is that because of this event, it's almost ushered in a new or amplified a previous research area. So people adapt and shift. And the same thing happens for technology. So over my career, I went from interested in networking to quality of service in networking to wireless networking to wireless network security, and then ultimately to cybersecurity. And finally, now my focus is on cyber physical system security. So this sort of the integration of engineering and computing. And a lot of that just depended on my interests. It changed over time. Problems change over time, and also funding changes over time. So funding agencies, they decide, every year, what are the priorities, and you need to be aligned with those if you want to be funded.
I agree. So, just to drop a little plug for, you talked about expanding access. I think just throw this idea out there. I think it would be good if like students of Caribbean heritage could also eventually, because I think the evidence is there that in terms of discipline and work ethic, students from the Caribbean do have a good representation in that area. So it'd be good if like schools such as Tech and others could eventually, hopefully in the next decade or two, start expanding access to those students as well. I think that would be I think that'd be good, especially students of color from those areas. So
I love to go and visit those places to do some boots on the ground discovery, right? Who doesn't want to go to the Caribbean? So yeah.
So even helping strengthen the research capacity would be good too.
Yeah.
So how have you sought or found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually?
Yeah, I kind of stumbled upon that. I think when I came out of undergrad, I only applied to one graduate program, which was Georgia Tech, and that was a mistake. I mean, fortunately, it worked out. But I always
it worked out well, I would say.
Yeah, but you never know, right? So I always encourage folks to listen. We want Georgia Tech to be your number one choice. We think we are the best out there, and we're the best for you. So certainly apply to us. But who knows what may happen, and apply to other places as well. And so I always wanted to come back to Atlanta, and I knew Georgia Tech was a very good school, and that was kind of how I made my decision. I never thought that I would be working at Georgia Tech. And when I got to Tech, certainly it was not perfect, but I had overall a very good experience. I had a PhD advisor who is, he just turned 80-year-old white male now, and he was like a father to me, and just more supportive than I could have ever imagined. And so I kind of stumbled upon just really good people, good mentors, and good advisors that created an environment for me to thrive. And then once I saw that, hey, well, this is possible, and then I was much more intentional about, well, is this the place that I want to stay? Do they, are our values aligned? And that's really important for me. I'm not, I won't be at any organization where I don't feel that my values are aligned with that organization. It's just, life is too short for that. And honestly, I feel that it does. I mean, we have really good leadership, very interested in essentially all the things that I'm interested in. So to me, it's a treat to be where I am. But again, I stumbled on it, and then I realized this is a really good place to be.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so I'm sure there are very sundry PhD students who would eventually like to work at a place like Georgia Tech. So I'll leave that one right there. What have been your most effective and impactful ideas to date? What would you say have been the most impactful ideas you have implemented, whether it be in network security, whether it be in your various roles in administration? What would you say has been your most impactful idea?
Yeah, I would go with let's go with one technical one and one sort of mentoring type. Yeah, we'll do that. So the technical one is I'm pretty much probably most known for work I've done in rogue access point detection, and so this is really early work, a couple of decades ago, literally, but it's
it's a couple of decades.
Yeah, exactly. It's you got these wireless access points, and believe it or not, they were not as pervasive as they are now, right? And so you got to be basically rich to get one of these. Like companies would have to be really wealthy to have two of them, and you might have Wi-Fi in 10% of the building, right? And that's kind of what it was when I was in graduate school early on. And so there was this risk that kind of popped up, this threat of, well, what if, an individual bought their own wireless access point, and plugged into the network? What happens? And now you basically are expanding the company's private network into, let's say, the parking lot, where you can have an attacker just sitting in their car, just monitoring traffic, trying to reach these malicious, reach various machines that are via malicious ways. So all that stuff was folks were worried about, and there had been some attacks, and so we ended up coming up with a really cool technique that before it was like, well, let's look, it's going to emit these wireless signals these rogue devices. So let's kind of drive around, walk around, and see if we can detect these wireless devices. But that's crazy for like a campus, like a Georgia Tech type campus, or even companies that have these large campuses. So the method that I and colleagues developed, it focused on, well, if we look at the backbone traffic, because that's ultimately what they're trying to do. If you connect a wireless access point to a network, they're ultimately trying to traverse that network. So what we can do is monitor the traffic at the backbone. And we had some clever algorithms to determine that traffic originated from a wireless device and not a wired device. And then once we were able to do that, we can determine that world's device was a rogue or not, because we had a list of all the ones that were legit and able to determine that this was a rogue device. And so what's neat about it is now if you have a company that's massive, let's say like a Sandia, which is massive out of New Mexico, and this is again decades ago, we don't have to literally walk the halls. People would walk the halls with RF scanners looking for signals over, half a mile, kind of square foot or whatever, half a mile radius, I guess you could argue, for these massive campuses. You can just look at the network traffic and determine that. So that's what I became when I became a distinguished scientist, the ACM distinguished scientist. Citation is for the work in rogue access point detection. We had one of the earliest papers in that world. And then the other thing I would say that I'm most proud of is me and two of my colleagues, Sam Graham and Bar Cola. Sam is the mechanical engineering chair and Bar is a professor of mechanical. We came up with the ARL network, so the Academic Research and Leadership Network. And the whole goal of this network was to develop a community for STEM PhDs and near PhDs, basically like you, because we noticed that just didn't really exist. And we wanted to make sure we had various type of mentoring programs and all that in place. Well, we started about 7-8 years ago. Fast forward, we have about 400 members now, and it's a very active network. We've had about 5 or 6. We have these workshops that they are co-located with NSBE, and we would pay to fly people up, maybe 30, 35 folks up to do like a 2-day intensive training on how to be successful in academia, how to do your dossier, how to interview, how to do all those other things. And so we've been doing that for about 5 or 6 years. So this is a community that didn't exist, and we actually were able to build it from scratch. So I'm pretty proud of that.
Oh, that's good. So I'm gonna be very upfront. One of my goals is actually working academic. So
cool.
Professor, so is this available for outside students, or is this only a tech center?
No, it's certainly all students. So it's PhDs, so it's a research community. So it's PhDs or near PhDs. So it's just arlnetwork.org.
Okay.
You can sign up there.
Okay, cool. That's good. That's very good. Yeah. So yeah, I thought that's interesting. You said monitoring network traffic to determine, if I'm understanding what you said correctly, monitoring network traffic to determine the origins of where the interference is coming from. Is that what you're saying?
Well, to determine the origins of the traffic itself. And so can I look at the traffic and determine that it started on a wired network or a wireless network? It turns out you can, just because wireless networks are just a lot more stochastic, if you will, and they also have various protocols that actually leak over into the wired network. And if you can detect those protocols in the traffic, you can say, well, this had to have come from a wireless network.
Okay, so I have a question where that is concerned. You said wireless networks are somewhat stochastic. To what extent? Because I thought, is it because of what, artificial intelligence, or is it the capacity of it to self-generate or come up with new ways to formulate its structure?
No, I'm just talking about really its susceptibility to interference. You turn on a microwave and your SNR is gonna, drop significantly, right? So you basically have this shared medium versus a wired network where it's not shared. And so if there's when you plug into the wall, there's no contention. It's just your device that can communicate on the network, and you're using a network switch. But if you're on a wireless network, there is going to be contention. You're going to be fighting with the other wireless devices that are there that are in your proximity. You're going to be fighting with microwaves and other RF interference. You're going to be fighting with lightning strikes and all that sort of stuff. So my point is, all that can affect the wireless network versus the wired network, and that plus the type of medium access protocol that wireless networks use allows you to distinguish between the two.
That's good. So how do you maintain, you have a lot of responsibilities and you have accomplished a lot of stuff. So how do you maintain balance, Dr. Beyah? How are you maintaining balance?
Yeah, balance is hard. You know, people talk about work-life balance, and you know, I've heard other phrases of work-life integration. And you know, what I try to do is make sure that I prioritize what are important, and that's family. And you know, you have to be very intentional about it. You know, oftentimes, you know, I will have to work late. I had to work late tonight. I had to work late last night, and so I won't be able to spend as much time with my kids and family. But I just make sure that I prioritize things and know that it's gonna be give and take. And if I really, you know, can't spend time, you know, these 2 days during the week, then I got to make sure I get it in with family and kids on the weekend, and just know that that balance is kind of hard. But you just got to make sure you prioritize. And even if you start out doing it, then it will just continue throughout your career. And so even if it's things that are important, you have to be willing to miss those things for your mental health and for your family's health.
Exactly.
I try to be very intentional about my meetings. Even now, do I go into work or do I work from home? And I'm intentional about those things to minimize the time that I'm away from my family. Or if I go in, oh, you know, this will be a good day for me to drop my son off so we can spend that time in the car. When I travel, I'm very intentional about the timing of things, right? So can I time it? If it's a DC trip, you know, can I actually time it such that I can drop my kid off at the airport? I mean, not at the airport, drop him off at school. I go to the airport and actually be home in time for dinner, right? And so it just requires you thinking about it and being much more intentional and strategic. And then you can do it, but it's not easy. I have a good partner. My wife is very supportive, but she's equally busy. But the word really is being intentional, and you can pull it off.
Okay, that's good. That's something I'll note as well. Eventually I'll get there. I have, as we conclude, because I know you have a lot of things to do. So as we conclude, how have you been so successful as a pioneer in your field? What do you think has contributed to your success? And what 2 pieces of advice would you give to those wanting to pursue the field that you're currently working in?
Yeah, so I've been fortunate. I think I have always been very, very hungry and just, you know, and resilient, I think is a way to describe me. So I, you know, have many setbacks sort of in life in general, and I've used that experience to apply it to my professional career. So I don't get as worked up as some folks do about certain challenges. I just find a way around it, and because I've been doing that my entire life. So being resilient, you know, working very hard, and also finding mentors, being very intentional about finding mentors, and mentors that look like you, mentors that don't look like you. As I mentioned earlier, my advisor is more of a sponsor and a champion than even a mentor. He's a really good friend. And so you got to make sure you do that, and don't be afraid to ask questions. I ask questions all the time, including to the people that report to me. You know, that's fine. I tell them, I don't care about being right. I just want to make the right decision. So, you know, tell me if I'm wrong, that's fine, but I want to make sure that we get it right. It doesn't have to come from me. So
preaching.
Yeah. So, hey, so the advice I have is really essentially that is work hard and get mentors. Don't be afraid to ask for help, ask for advice. It does not show any sort of weakness. We all struggle, even the most arrogant folks that don't want to show it. They all do. And it's much more important, I think, to get it right than to actually be right.
Yeah, that's true. That's good. That's something to know. So what 2 pieces? So what has been the most beneficial advice you have received?
Oh man, you
That'll
know,
be the last question, right?
Yeah, you know, it's actually what I talked about earlier. I mean, I get lots of advice, and oftentimes I internalize it. And it's funny. My wife and I were debating this, right? So a lot of times I get, and as engineers and scientists, we're taught to not memorize. right? We're taught to understand like how it works.
Yeah,
And it's funny, so she's a lawyer by training, and a lot of what they do is lots of complicated things, but also memorizing cases and exactly where things were found in the case. And we're taught to do the exact opposite, right? So she would be able to pull up, oh, here are the three most important pieces of advice for me, and they came from A, B, C, and D. For me, I usually take that advice and I internalize and I incorporate it. And then I'll forget, like, man, did I get this advice from someone? Because I've just started to do those things.
Mm-hmm.
But one that I often pull out, which obviously means that it was important and stuck with me, is the whole build your voice piece. And this was from one of my wife's law partners many years ago, and we were talking about, I think, diversity and just how to change the various fields of engineering or law. And he basically said, well, if you can't do anything, it's very difficult to make these changes kind of at the bottom. And what you got to do is build your voice and be exceptional. And then once you do that, then the changes that you attempt to make, they'll be so much more impactful. Mm-hmm. And so I love to sort of leave that with you and your audience, and it certainly has worked for me.
Yes, thank you again, Dr. Beyah. It was good to have you on.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. Welcome to the New Chemist podcast. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on the New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Dr. Emery Brown. Thanks for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Dr. Emery Brown is the Edward Hood Professor of Medical Engineering and Computational Neuroscience at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the Warren M. Zappel Professor of Anesthesia at Harvard Medical School, and a practicing anesthesiologist at Massachusetts General Hospital. Dr. Brown received his BA, magna cum laude, in applied mathematics from Harvard College, his MA and his PhD in statistics from Harvard University, and his MD magna cum laude from Harvard Medical School. Dr. Brown is an anesthesiologist-statistician whose experimental research has made important contributions towards understanding the neuroscience of how anesthetics act in the brain to create the states of general anesthesia. In his statistics research, he has developed signal processing algorithms to solve important data analysis challenges in neuroscience. His research has been featured on National Public Radio, in Scientific American, Technology Review, The New York Times, and in TED Mid 2014. He serves as the director of the Harvard-MIT Health Sciences and Technology Program, the associate director of the Institute for Medical Engineering and Science at MIT, an investigator at the Picora Center for Learning and Memory, Department of Brain and Cognitive Sciences at MIT. He's a fellow of the Institute of Mathematical Statistics, a fellow of the National Academy of Inventors, a member of the National Academy of Engineering, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, and a member of the National Academy of Medicine. In 2007, he was given the NIH Director's Pioneer Award. He's also a member of the Association of University Anesthesiologists. These are just a few of his accomplishments. A very distinguished scientist. Please welcome Dr. Emery.
Thanks, Dr. Brown, for joining me today. It's so good to have a distinguished scientist such as you on this podcast. So, Dr. Brown, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science? Can you just discuss some of those?
Well, I think they varied over time. I think that probably my strongest interest in science began in college when I got interested in statistics. So being a statistician, developing statistical methods and algorithms that people could really use to analyze data became an early interest of mine. And that's something which I pursued, throughout my career. First working on studying outcomes from surgery as an undergraduate, then later studying circadian rhythms during my PhD work.
Okay.
After that, looking at developing algorithms in general for neuroscience data analysis, for looking at neural spike trains, for looking at EEG, LF, local field potentials, and these sorts of things.
Okay.
And then from there, my interest developed into trying to understand anesthesia. So I'd say those are probably the principal focus areas, so statistics, and then statistics applied to neuroscience, and then anesthesiology, the mechanism of general anesthesia.
So I think by any standard of measurement, or most standards of measurement, most people would say you have been a successful academician. You have achieved your PhD from Harvard, your MD from Harvard, MA from Harvard, BA from Harvard. You've won numerous prizes. You're part of many societies: the National Academy of Inventors, National Academy of Science, National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Medicine. So how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How are you doing that?
And so when you say the bigger picture, you're referring to?
Academically and also personally. How do you maintain view of the bigger picture in terms of like the overarching goals that you have set, your mission statement, your vision for your life?
Well, I think that one of the things that I've tried to do is try to work on an important question.
Okay.
And what you find out with important questions is you can't solve them in 5 minutes. So that necessarily creates like a long trajectory. So for example, the problem of thinking on how does anesthesia work, and that's something which has been a question for now coming near 175 years. And so picking part of that and going after it, it's something which is going to be, it's a challenging question. And if you're able to solve it, it's going to have broad implications, not only for taking care of patients, but also for neuroscience in general and science in general. So that's the sort of things I've tried to work on, like picking important questions. So as another illustration, in thinking about circadian rhythms are everywhere. They control our daily function. So the more we're able to accurately quantify how their properties, again, it has broad implications. So I guess the 2-sentence summary would be picking important questions and pursuing those important questions.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. So in what specific ways, for the layman, have you been adaptive and creative in the field of science? What specific ways? I know you work with anesthesia. I know you've been a statistician. What specific ways have you added your flair to those fields?
Well, I think that if we start with like the circadian rhythms, I think right there was the main thing that I did was in looking at the data that were being recorded at those times, like looking at core temperature rhythms to track the circadian system in patients or in study subjects. I worked to give an accurate description of those oscillations. Okay. So trying to make the model capture the structure in the data as accurately as possible, and using what we call harmonic regression techniques to do that. But then not just stopping there, but developing a full inference framework. So you could measure the aspects of the rhythm, say the period, the amplitude, and then from there be able to make statements of uncertainty about, how confident we were about the characterizations that we came up with.
Wow.
So that allows you to have an inference framework. And then going on to some of the other work, like looking at neuroscience data, the same idea in principle, but there's a key concept there that I was able to take advantage of and use, and I've continued to use throughout my career, and that is neuroscience data, because you're recording from the brain and central nervous system, is dynamic. It changes over time. And you need statistical methods that also capture those changes over time for it to be accurate. And so those were things that I was practiced in, that I learned as part of my PhD training. So whereas most of the methods that were being used are static, and so then it becomes like a kludge to really use them. So by starting from a framework where I already had methods that were dynamic, that capture phenomena that change over time, I was able to develop more accurate descriptions of those sorts of data as well. So in other words, really understanding the properties of the data, really what the essential elements of the problem are. I think that's something which I tried to focus on, and that's, yielded me some measure of success to date.
Yeah, I would say so too. It did. So, how have you sort of found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? I think a lot of people aim or aspire to be at institutions such as Harvard and other institutions as well. So how did you know that was the right environment for you to thrive in scientifically and intellectually?
Well, I can't say that I knew it. I mean, I think I was just like any other student starting off at, like Harvard, really in many respects impressed by what the institution had to offer. Mm-hmm. But then once I was there, then saying, well, I really have to take advantage of this. And I remember specifically that when I was a junior and I was thinking about what I wanted to do for my research for senior thesis, Ken Wachter, who was a professor in the statistics department at the time, said, well, since you're thinking about going to medical school, you should probably write a thesis, an undergraduate thesis on a medical topic. And he suggested I go and talk with Professor Fred Mosteller about that particular issue, and work developing a research project with him because he was a statistician who was working on studying outcomes from surgery, and that this would be a good idea for me to join a project like that. So that's what I did. Mm-hmm. So I guess the key thing was realizing that what sort of opportunities were there at Harvard, and then take advantage of them, because you could certainly be there and not take advantage of opportunities that were there.
That's true.
I think one of the real things that I think it was the case at the time, I think it still continues to be the case, the opportunity to write a senior thesis with, a leading scholar in an area is something which, was amazingly beneficial for me for the long term. Mm-hmm. They got to watch up close and personal how, one of the top statisticians in the world did research. I got to see how he thought, how he interacted with, other scientists, other physicians, with physicians, and it was very helpful for me to think about the sort of scientist, and in my case also physician, that I wanted to be, and the way I'd like to be able to do research. And being very specific, one thing about Professor Mosteller was that he could work with anybody. He could work with the best statisticians, the top physicians, graduate students, postdocs, but he could also work with undergraduates like me. And so having, just basically seeing that, and I can honestly say that's something I've tried to emulate.
Oh, wow. That's good. That's definitely good. So, you speak about your desire to attend medical school in your junior year. So how did you delineate or decide between MD, PhD, or MD? Because I think that's a challenge that a lot of people encounter. How did you differentiate whether you want to choose MD, PhD, or MD?
Well, I think what happened was I knew when I came to college that I wanted to go to medical school. That was for sure. Okay. And I can't remember exactly whether it was in my sophomore year or earlier that I decided I wanted to do a PhD also. Okay. And once I really fell in love with statistics, which was between sophomore and junior year, I decided I wanted to do my PhD in statistics because I just I really liked statistics. It was just very powerful paradigm, very powerful framework, was and still is. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to master that. And I thought that, but I also wanted to be a physician. Mm-hmm. And I thought, as opposed to just compromising and doing one or the other, why not do both? And that was how I just made the decision, which was a fairly avant-garde idea at the time, because when I entered the Harvard MD PhD program, nobody had done a PhD in statistics before. That was a rather new idea. There's a new idea there, but also in other programs in the country, because it was people looked at me with a lot of surprise when I said that's what I wanted to do my PhD in. But it was very clear to me that medicine was a field that had a lot of uncertainty, a lot of data, and even more now. And having people who are formally trained in how to quantify that uncertainty and make decisions on uncertainty just seemed like a natural path, and that's what I just decided to do.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So given all your responsibilities and accomplishments, Dr. Brown, how do you maintain a balanced life? Or how do you strive to maintain balance?
Well, it's I think, family is first. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And, the accomplishments are basically, fun, and they have no luster, if your family isn't well taken care of and your family isn't happy.
Mm-hmm.
So, we spend a lot of time, on, downtime on the weekends, vacationing, during the summer, spring, when the kids were younger, sort of making sure we took, vacations during the 4 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And, my wife, like me, likes to travel. So and very often if I have trips to various places to give lectures, we turn them into sort of family outings also.
Okay.
So by doing that, it's made it possible to, pursue activities that are relevant to my career,
Mm-hmm.
but also to make sure that, I'm not losing sight of my family.
Yeah, that's good. Priorities, having priorities. I've heard that in several interviews that having priorities that they do complement to maintaining balance. So what would you attribute to your success as a pioneer in the field, Dr. Brown? What would you attribute, what characteristic, what was it your upbringing as a child? Was it your time at Harvard, or was it your belief system, your perspective on life? What would you say has complements your success as a pioneer in the field? Would it be mentorship?
I think that my parents and my family deserve tremendous credit for, sort of setting me on the right track. And so, for example, both of my parents were teachers. They felt that education was very important.
Okay.
Anytime I wanted to do something or pursue something, they were always behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, my brothers were always very, very good in school also.
Okay.
And so people would always say, well, you're going to be as good as your brother, sort of thing. So that also created a certain amount of incentive. But not only my brothers, but my cousins too. They were also really very good in school. And so in other words, there were a number of sort of role models around, which
Wow.
I don't think we use that term then. We didn't think of them that way, but there were people you wanted to be like. So now we would call them role models, right?
Okay.
But one of my cousins, Robert Brown, who went to, Carnegie Mellon, was a star basketball player, honor student, and he was always sitting around reading books, during the summer. That's the image that I had of him. Or one of my cousins, who was, when we were kids, was teaching us lines from HMS Pinafore, that sort of thing.
Wow.
And so the idea, so being smart was cool, essentially. I think I really remember that idea. Like the smarter you were in this environment around our family, kind of like, the cooler you were.
Wow.
So, and so I think that kind of instilled this in me. Or for example, like my oldest brother is a very good writer,
Mm-hmm.
and my middle brother was a physicist.
Wow.
Or just a retired physicist now.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it didn't seem like that at the time, but they were implicitly setting bars,
Mm-hmm.
for me to try to jump over.
Wow.
Just by what they were doing, by example.
Mm-hmm.
So I think those are the origins, and then realizing once you had opportunities,
Mm-hmm.
you took advantage of them.
Yeah.
And then you have some serendipity. You have some people who realize that you have, potential, and they try to help you realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Like my language teacher at Exeter, Mr. Beyah,
Mm-hmm.
who spoke like 5 languages, and so I wanted to be like Mr. Beyah, try to be as proficient in as many languages as he was.
Yeah.
Or for example, when I was an undergraduate at Harvard, one of the anesthesiologists there, Dr. Jack McPeak, took an interest in me. He was one of my thesis advisors,
Mm-hmm.
and he's the first person who took me to the operating room. And then, several years later, when I decided to go into anesthesiology, I was able to turn to him and get advice, and he helped me, arrange to take, a rotation in anesthesiology, and decided that that's what I wanted to go into. So in addition to, so it's a number of things. It's not just basically like any one thing.
That's fair.
But, I'd say early on, some folks that I really looked up to. Later on, some folks who realizing and acknowledging my potential, who helped me out. And I was very grateful for that.
Wow, that's powerful. Yeah, so you spoke, and from my understanding, it seems like you grew up in a culture of excellence. Of course, I'm sure there were things that could have been improved on, but you said you grew up in an environment where it seems like everyone was pursuing excellence. What would you say? Would you say it was your parents or their brothers and sisters that contributed to that?
Oh yeah. For example, so my mother's family grew up in Pittsburgh, and my mother and her older sister. So my mother was one of 7 children,
okay,
and so she was the second oldest, and her sister was extremely smart.
okay.
Her older sister. My mother's extremely smart. She graduated from high school when she was 16.
Wow.
I remember my uncle, who was the next one in line, the third one, was saying to me, he says, your mother and your aunt Anita made it hard for me because they had done so well in school. I had to do well too. That sort of thing.
Okay.
And, on the other hand, my father was very industrious. I mean, he was someone who was orphaned. He was 14. He and his brother had lost both his parents. They were raised by their grandfather.
Wow.
But they had someone who, his grandfather, my great-grandfather, was this amazing guy. He was a minister, but he was also a gentleman farmer.
Okay.
And he owned this very large parcel of land, there in Florida, where I grew up, which we still own today.
Okay.
And that he was an amazingly industrious person. And I know that rubbed off on my father because my father was always doing stuff, both for the family, but also for the community. He was very committed to his community. So I think that, in fact, I know that, I inherited that perspective, those goals, those sorts of, the sort of can-do attitude that my father, always had. And I'll just give you one example.
Okay, I'm here to listen.
At the time, my father's grandfather wanted him to move back to Florida because after he got married, they lived in New York and in Pittsburgh. And he wanted him to move back because he wanted somebody living on their property. So my father decided to build a house. So this was in about 1957, 1958. And as you can imagine, my father couldn't get a loan from the bank to build a house. And as we know, one of the most important things entering into the American dream is to be able to build a house and lay down roots, right?
Yes, I agree.
So I didn't know this until many years later. He actually borrowed money from an auto body shop to build a house. He couldn't get a loan from the bank.
Wow.
And I remember when we paid off the note, I don't know, I must have been about 10 or 11 at the time, and I didn't quite understand everything, that was going on, but I subsequently figured out what had happened. But the thing is that because the conventional means that most, Americans would have used to build a house, getting a loan from the bank and doing that, wasn't available to him, he had to come up with another strategy that would work. And he did it. And so I think about that now. I mean, think about if he'd not been able to do that. Where would I be now if he hadn't done that? And so, but then taking from that, realizing that if people put obstacles in your way, you have to outthink them.
Yeah.
I mean, and I've seen myself do that, like on a number of occasions. But that was probably one of the most, concrete exampple because the people at the bank couldn't believe that an African American would want to build like a real house, like a solid, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, living room, Florida room, outside porch, house. They figured it would just have some idea of like a little shanty or something like that in mind. But that was far from what my father had imagined because he had studied industrial arts in college, so he knew how to build things. And with the help of his brother and his uncles, they actually built the house.
Wow, that's good. Yeah. Wow. I'm learning a lot, Dr. Brown. So, how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment, in your lab, in your workspace in Mass General? How do you maintain vision and teamwork? How do you make sure that everyone's collaborating and seeing the big picture and trying to answer those important questions that you mentioned?
I think there are two things. I think one, you look for cool problems,
Okay.
and you get people excited about cool problems. I think that's the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you let people loose and let them use their creativity to start working on it. You guide them.
Mm-hmm.
But at least this is what I like to do. I like to guide people to help them solve problems, and then pitch in, when they, need my help, because it helps them to develop their creative capacities and bring them to bear on a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably the most important thing, and also making it fun. I mean, I feel like in many regards now I'm more a cheerleader than anything else. I'm not so much the person like doing the work. I'm just there, rah,
Yeah.
keeping them going and offering suggestions and making sure people aren't getting stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably the main thing that I do. And I can honestly say it's fun. It's fun working with. It's watching people who are many years my junior master concepts that I didn't master until I was like maybe 20 years older than they were. Like, wow, they know this stuff already. You can only imagine what they can do, what they'll be able to do, going on into the future. Mm-hmm. And so just sitting there marveling at that and trying to facilitate that is a real pleasure. And I try to keep that going on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, wow. So as we start to wrap up, you mentioned how being smart was cool. I can be wrong with this. However, I'm not sure if that's the prevailing message in many instances or in many circles. So what would you say could complement a change in that dynamic, where it's not just the athletic environments that have a lot of attraction to them for young people, but academic environments as well? How can we make that a more prevailing message, that intellectual curiosity and intellectual development is worth the time and effort?
Yeah, I mean, I think we really have to. I mean, I'm clearly biased because I'm an academic. I'm in science, and I feel strongly that people should know about academics and science and those sorts of things. But I think that I'm indebted to you for taking time to talk to somebody like me to allow me to tell my story.
Oh,
because it's more exciting to hear about Jason Tatum having scored 50 points and won the game for the Celtics than about what I'm doing. So and that's just the realities of it.
That's true.
However, being able to, like, for example, I have three, after my father, I have like three additional heroes in mathematics. One is Benjamin Banneker, the black mathematician who laid out DC. He's the first person to really characterize the cycles of the circadia, the insects which come out every 17 years. So he was really, and he did this over something like 4 or 5 cycles. So he started when he was 17.
Okay.
And so he was probably the country's first data scientist when you think about it. Or another person is Katherine Johnson. When I learned about her, I was just like blown away. Basically the woman mathematician, African-American woman mathematician, who worked out the flight trajectories for the early Mercury and I think also Gemini space missions. I mean, just think about it. She did the calculations by hand.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's just like unreal. And the third person who actually had the good fortune to meet is David Blackwell. He was African-American professor at Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, professor of statistics. I mean, just like an amazing mind, soft-spoken, just totally respected because he was just so brilliant. First African-American elected to the National Academy of Sciences in 1964. So more than 100 years after the Academy was actually set up, the first African-American was elected, it was he. So, I think about, people like that, and I'm saying, gosh, if I can be anything like those guys, so, I clearly the accomplishments of LeBron James or Magic Johnson and the things that, are often talked about, but like in my realm, you know, I see somebody like these people, and they're my heroes, and those are the people I aspire to be like.
Yeah, that's good. So, as we conclude, do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue the field you are currently working in? So, budding scientists, what advice would you give to those wanting to pursue the field you are currently working in? Whether it be statistics or medicine or just a PhD in general?
I think that try to get involved and gain experience early.
Okay.
I can tell you, I get letters almost every day from students asking to come and work in my group.
Okay.
Literally, and of different ages, all the way from junior high school, you know, up through, you know, high school, college, postdocs. And I'm amazed at what some of these students have told me they already know. Some of them are from the United States, some are not. They're from outside, from basically, effectively the four corners of the earth. And so, but realizing that that's what people do and not being bashful about doing that. And if the first time you write somebody, you don't hear from them, no big deal. Keep going if you want to, right? Because it's you're trying to create, because all you need is one opportunity to sort of get your foot in the door. Once you have that and you realize, and the other opportunities will open up. And you can see that this is something that students from a number of different backgrounds are actually doing now. I think that students in general, particularly perhaps, you know, underrepresented minority students, are a little free to take the same approach.
I agree, completely agree. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received, Dr. Brown, as we conclude? What is the most beneficial advice or piece of the beneficial advice that you received either from your parents? As you mentioned, they were very industrious and intelligent, even from your colleagues or professors. What has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received? Never works.
The most, I think a number of things. I think, you know, just in watching like my parents, you know, just like working hard and also, but then encouraging intellectual pursuits, you know. And I think I certainly have picked up on that and tried to amplify that. I just remember my mother saying at one point, like I told you, she was extremely smart. And, you know, it was very clear she lived vicariously through us, you know, the things that we were able to accomplish, you know, not only me, but my brothers as well. And one point in sort of a more candid moment, she said, you know, if I had had opportunities, I'm sure I could have been, you know, a lot more than I am now.
Yeah, I've heard that same sentiment from
and that, I mean, that kind of stuck with me and just sort of said, well, you know, I have an obligation to try to be as successful as I possibly can because my mother made it possible for me to get to where I am now. And she sacrificed a lot to be where she was. And I should basically do the same thing. And then a complimentary idea. I just remember my uncle saying once that, you know, it never hurts to be nice. And so if you can help somebody, why not? You know, just,
I know, right?
Just that simple, not deep, but just,
yeah.
And it can take on many forms. It can just be meeting someone on the street to helping someone with their career. So I think somewhere in there is some of the best advice I've received. There are probably other things, but they don't come to mind right now.
That's fair. Well, Dr. Brown, thank you so much for joining me today. It was good to have you on.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, Dave. I really appreciate it.
Chemistry field highlights. Femtochemistry. So surveying the literature and looking at the work of Yoshitaka Tanamura, Koichi Yamashita, and Philip A. Anfinrod, we embark on a new discussion, femtochemistry. In short, a key feature of chemistry is the analysis or breaking or the formation of bonds, which some consider to be theoretical constructs in some instances. A key feature of the elementary steps of bond making and breaking are molecular vibrations, which occur approximately at the 10 femtosecond scale. So with this view in mind, ultra-fast processes is a phrase that can definitely describe chemical reactions and has been umbrellaed or covered or falls under the term femtochemistry.
Chemistry conceptual developments. So today we're going to be introducing or talking about regiochemistry principles. So key things you want to keep in mind are you want to understand the fundamentals of regiochemistry, understand Markovnikov's rule and the anti-Markovnikov's rule, and we want to try and understand Zaitsev's and Hoffman's rule. So regiochemistry principles and other ideas. Regiochemistry comes from the Latin word regionum, meaning direction. Regiochemistry describes the principles involved in the directionality or position and placement of reactants to form products. Regiochemistry is very important. We normally hear in advanced or high-level discussions of things being regioselective or regiodivergent or it's used a lot. So the reagent used can cause a specific regiochemical result or result in the opposite of what would normally occur. Markovnikov's rule. Markovnikov's rule, put simply, is he who has more gets more. Markovnikov's rule in the addition of a halide to an unsymmetrical alkene, typically in the addition of a halide to an unsymmetrical alkene, the hydrogen goes to the carbon with the greatest number of hydrogens and the halide ion goes to the other carbon. In another way, this rule states that the halide adds so as to form the more stable carbocation intermediate. Anti-Markovnikov. Anti-Markovnikov is the reverse. He who has more gets less, in which the carbon with the greatest number of hydrogens does not receive the hydrogen, but the most electrophilic portion of the molecule. For example, in hydroboration oxidation in the presence of peroxides, the borohydrate adds to the less substituted carbon of the hydrogen, and the hydrogen adds to the more substituted carbon. In short, now mechanistically, it may occur slightly. It's a little bit more involved and more detailed, but in short, that's what we're going to say occurs. However, stability comes about because the electron density shifts from the electrophilic borohydride, resulting in it possessing a partially negative charge and the more substituted carbon possessing a partially positive charge. This is indeed stable due to the electron density donating capacity of the alkyl group, S character, and orbital overlap of the alkynyl carbon. The alkynyl group with the alkyl or electron donating substituent provides stability. Zaitsev's rule. Zaitsev's rule is a directionality principle in which the more substituted alkene is favored to the use of a small base, such as ethoxide. Zaitsev's rule is very significant and aids in predicting products and elimination reactions. Hoffman's rule. Hoffman's rule is another directionality principle in which the less substituted alkene is favored to the use of a huge or large base, such as straight butoxide. Hoffman's rule is also very significant and aids in predicting elimination reactions. Hammond-Leffler postulate. The Hammond-Leffler postulate essentially states that the product resembles the molecular arrangement of the transition state. In simpler terms, the view on the potential energy hill continues in some ways as you follow through the potential energy journey. So progressing in that direction, we're going to talk about some new stuff today. Again, surveying the literature and looking at the work of Shantanu Roy, Stefan Godeka, and Vladimir Hellman, we embark on the journey of the Bell-Evans-Polanyi principle. So typically, or in short, the Bell-Evans-Polanyi principle is valid for a chemical reaction that proceeds along the reaction coordinate over the transition state. And that concept is extended to molecular dynamics trajectories that in general do not cross the dividing surface between the initial and final local minima at the exact transition state. It's very important and it has a lot of implications. It's a conceptual tool in physical chemistry, and we have come to understand that this principle can be used to improve the efficiency of existing molecular dynamics based methods by tuning the energy of these molecular dynamic trajectories. Along with that, we'll be discussing the Dimroth principle or Dimroth rearrangements. These are frequently encountered in heteroaromatic chemistry and was first recognized in the triazole series. This term was coined in 1963 as a convenient way of referring to the isomerization proceeding by ring fission and subsequent recyclization, whereby a ring nitrogen and its attached substituent exchange place with an amino group in a position alpha to it. Moving right along, we discuss a mechanistic highlight. Today we'll be talking about the Suzuki cross-coupling reaction. The Suzuki cross-coupling, or the Suzuki-Miura cross-coupling, is a type of palladium-catalyzed cross-coupling reaction. CC bond formation using aryl halides and organoboronic acids. It is one of the most important reactions in synthetic organic and medicinal chemistry. There are two suggested pathways. The oxo-palladium pathway is a preferred mechanism, as some may say, and the boronic pathway is another description of what occurs. Of course, these occur through catalytic cycles, and this reaction was likely first described around 1979. In 2010, Akira Suzuki, jointly with Richard F. Heck and Ichi Negishi, received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the development of palladium-catalyzed cross-coupling reactions. Wrapping up the highlight section, we'll talk about Nobel highlights. So Savant Arrhenius. Savant Arrhenius was born on February 19, 1859, near Uppsala, Sweden. He received the Nobel Prize on December 10, 1903, in recognition of his theory of electrolytic dissociation. His father, Savant Gustaf Arrhenius, held a position at the University of Uppsala. His uncle, Johan Arrhenius, was a botanist, writer, and a longtime secretary of the Swedish Agricultural Academy in Stockholm. Savant Arrhenius was an outstanding student in school. He learned reading and arithmetic at a very early age, and in his secondary school excelled particularly in mathematics and physics. His physics teacher was M. Flederis, author of the most popular contemporary Swedish secondary school physics textbook. His university degrees were all from the University of Uppsala. Definitely a chemist that worked hard. This ends the session of highlights for this podcast episode. Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. Oh man, thank you, Chase, for joining me today. Welcome to the new Student Pharmacist Podcast Experience. It is so good to have you listening in today. On this podcast, we discuss chemistry, pharmacy, as well as leaders in pharmacy. We discuss successful athletes and people who are just exceeding and making an impact in society. We're so glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on wherever you listen, Pandora, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and the like. We are so glad to have you here. My guest today is Chase Griffin. Wow, this is amazing. So I'll just read his bio and then we'll get started. Chase Griffin, the quarterback at UCLA, is a nationally recognized leader in the college name, image, likeness, athlete empowerment movement. He is a two-time winner of the National NIL Athlete and of the Year award, up by Bloomberg as the undisputed king of college endorsement deals. The Los Angeles Times as UCLA's magnetic marketer and name, image, likeness superstar by ESPN. Chase is a brand ambassador for JPMorgan Chase, American Eagle Outfitters, Degree, Unilever, Postmates, Uber, Shell, LegalZoom, Foot Locker Times, and the list continues. In addition to being 1-0 as a star in the iconic Rose Bowl Stadium, he is inspired by the rich tradition and legacy of the pioneering UCLA athletes who have come before him and is using his NIL for good. Professionally, Chase is the athlete creator in residence at Range Sports, Range Media Partners. He has his own newsletter, The Athletes Bureau. He's a student executive in residence at UWG, and he's a Toigo Foundation Fellow. Chase is a prolific content creator, including branded entertainment, music production, and social content. In terms of his academic accomplishments, he's earned a BA in Public Affairs, a Master's in Education and Transformative Coaching and Leadership, and will soon complete a Master's in Legal Studies at UCLA Law. He's definitely doing a lot. He's a recipient of the National Arthur Ashe Jr. Football Scholar of the Year Award. He has won numerous awards, very accomplished, very articulated. He's doing well. It's so glad to have him on the podcast today. So, Chase, let's get started. I have a question to you. Before I even get into all my questions, how do you manage all of this? How are you? What drives you? That's the first thing I want to know. What is driving you? So I could get a little piece of that and see apply it to my own career. What's driving you?
Well, first off, David, thank you for that amazing introduction, and thank you for having me on your show. It's a pleasure to be here today, speaking to whoever's tuning in, whether they be in the medical field or not. As far as how I'm able to stay focused and how I'm able to stay engaged while doing the various activities that I focus on, it comes down to habits. And I grew up in a household where I've always loved sports, I've always loved music, but school was always first. And so by having habits of doing homework immediately when I got home from school, practicing violin, and then going to training, these are all things that I've been doing since I was 4 and 5 years old. And when you get to college, it's really less about being able to continue to do those. It's about not letting your newfound freedoms or not letting distractions take you off path. And so for me, I think I've done a pretty good job of keeping away from distractions. And
very good.
I've done a good job of finding the joy in everything. That way, even when I'm tired, even in times where I may have a lapse in focus, I'm able to lock back in and treat everything I'm doing, whether it be on the field, off the field, in the classroom, as the best thing that I'm doing that day. And I try to have fun with everything, count it all joy.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, count it all joy, like the Book of James. That's very good. Yeah, so what have been your long-standing interests in the fields of athletics and academics? So I see your career, but I want to hear what's your interest? What keeps you interested in this academic work?
So my undergrad was in public affairs, governance, and policy. I think when I look at my overall life goals, I want to build generational wealth early, and then I want to go into public service and philanthropy, wherever, I feel like I can make the bigger difference, and do all of that while maintaining my faith. Sports, that goes back a long time. My first sport was actually soccer. I grew up, really enjoying watching Ronaldinho. Eto play back when they were at Barcelona together. And that was the sport for around 5 or 6 years, and that's really where I learned how to train and how to dominate. But on Sundays, I always loved watching LaDainian Tomlinson score touchdowns. And so I always wanted to play football, but my parents told me that I couldn't until 5th grade. And so once 5th grade hit, that was my first season of quarterback. It was my first season of tackle football. And, it was the match for me. I really fell in love with the position and the sport. And that's how I've also always been interested in basketball. I think outside of watching UCLA film, I probably basketball than I do football, especially in season, because when you're in season, football sort of becomes your job. So you don't want to spend 10, 12 hours a day on something and then go home and watch other people do it. I'd rather watch a Lakers game. That way, when I come back to the facility in the morning, I feel refreshed and ready to lock in and ready to go.
I agree with that. Yeah, so it's interesting you said you learned how to train and dominate. What did that entail? Did that entail like your upbringing, or like, of course you spoke about your habits, but you said train and dominate. What did that entail in terms of developing that skill?
Well, my father's always expected a lot out of myself and my siblings.
I agree. Same here with me.
Right. So you understand. And then my mother's a teacher. So when it came to school, there was really no way out of it. It wasn't like I could go to one parent and be like, they're being tough on me. It was like, no, the expectation is if you're not doing your homework, you're doing something wrong. And then even over the summers, I love video games. So before I could play video games, I had to read 50 pages and do my workbook. And that went all the way, through probably early middle school, early high school. And so I just, doing well in school, to me, is just synonymous to what I do. And so it's something that I take pride in. And I think when you have a priority set like that, it takes care of everything else. My number one priority is always my faith, and then family, and then the business I gotta handle, whether it's football, whether it's school, or whether it's NIL, really in that order now.
Yeah, that's good. Same with me, dude. Like for me, I had an upbringing in which my father's a physician, my mom's a professor. So of course, academics is important. It's very important. But the thing I like about my upbringing is you had the liberty to choose what in that area you would do. The expectation was set. You must do well. So yeah, that's good. So how do you maintain the view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? So when you face challenges or face a struggle, I know you have so much articulations and accomplishments, but I don't know, you may have not, but you may have encountered some challenges or some struggles. How do you maintain view of your overarching goals when you face those types of things? What do you do?
For me, perspective is everything. And I think by nature, I'm an even keel person where, I never get too high, never get too low. And I think a lot of that stems from just how I view life in general. Okay. In the grand scheme of things, life is very short. And a lot of the things that we attribute, large amounts of value to don't really matter. Just frankly don't. And a lot of the accomplishments we have are by the grace of God. So I never feel like me accomplishing something or me being good at something is something I'm doing alone, let alone doing it by myself at all. And so, this is something I've had to work at more and more throughout college. I was Gatorade Player of the Year my senior year in Texas, so I'm coming off being, in my opinion, the best player in the best state in the country as far as high school football goes. And then I'm not playing that year. I'm redshirting. And so that's a big shock to any 18-year-old who feels like they just made their best choice to get to the NFL. And if you can't see your dream in that moment, it's easy to get discouraged, and I did. And it's something that a lot of freshmen go through. But for me, it was about taking a step back, realizing what really mattered to me, realizing that there's things that I can control and there's things that I can't control. And as long as I lean into my faith, that it'll all work out, not just exactly how it should be, but even better than I could have planned it. I always tell people I'm not a big planner. I definitely have goals, and I have visions in mind that I think keep me on track as far as realizing the things that I do now will have consequences later, good and bad. But at the same time, I could never tell someone what I'll be doing in 10 years, because I think that's hubris to think, a man can have plans, but the Lord actually guides the steps. So as long as I remain trusting in that, I know that I'll have peace however it ends up, and I'll continue giving myself the best shot to reach my goals.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And even for me, articulations, pedigree, accomplishments, they all, like you said, they're by God's grace. And like the end game, the target, like if your life was like a dart, like the bullseye is to make sure that you give God glory, or you live a life that reflects Him, that you honor the people that you encounter. All of that plays out in your vacation, in your personal life, or whatever the case may be. So, how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of public service? What do you do? Like I even saw, like I did a little bit of Google searching. You basically fill up Google. I typed in your name. Yeah, you're doing so well. So I even saw you had like cards and stuff like that. Like, what do you do that's adaptive and creative in the field of public service?
So I grew up serving at the Ramrod Serving Center, which is probably around 15, 20 minutes away from the house I grew up in. And then when I got to college, I wanted to find a way to continue doing that, especially with NIL, with my newfound platform, and just frankly, by earning money, I had an actual opportunity to give. And
that's very important.
I'm a Christian and I believe in tithing, so I've given a portion of all of my proceeds, and now I've personally donated over 40,000 to the LA Regional Food Bank, and through my platform, I'm honestly proud of the work that we've done to help others and bring more eyeballs to the program. And there's been folks from Bruin community, there's been folks from my community back home in Texas, there's been family members who have joined along with me to donate to the cause that I truly believe in.
Oh, this is good, man. I think I need to come to California. I know so many people there. I think I need to come and take a visit. So how have you sort of found the right environment for you to thrive athletically and intellectually? What do you do when you're determining which environment you're going to go to? How do you sieve through or sort through? Because I know for people like yourself, whom I can see, I can speak from my own personal experiences. Sometimes it's not a matter of having opportunities, it's not an issue of having opportunities, but choosing the one that's the best fit for you. So what does that process look like for you, Jace?
It depends on the situation. So when it comes to NIL, I choose my opportunities based off a value system. I try to work with brands that align with me personally, and where the brand deal that they're offering me is economically correct and according to my market price, and something that I build community value and empower others with. When it comes to choosing UCLA, it came down to really two main things: great school with amazing history, and particularly amongst the Black athletes who have come here and changed the world from this campus. And then, I believe that it gives me the opportunity to play big time enough football to go to the NFL. And I still have one more year of eligibility, and until that dream is gone, I'm going to continue working like that's the goal.
Okay, well, I wish you all the best in that.
Thank you.
Yeah, by God's grace. So, how do you maintain balance or good integration with all your responsibilities and accomplishments? What story or person has impacted you so that you can maintain these things? What story can you share that really speaks to you having a good integration, balance in your work life, in your fun life? I don't know how that looks like. What that looks like for you? Maybe more football. I don't know. Or the accomplishments. What story can you share to tell the audience that really speaks to the pop in that area? Progress in that area.
I've had a number of amazing mentors that I'll continue to foster relationships with. But honestly, as far as folks that I really revere in that way or idolize, maybe that's too strong a word. It really just comes down to my parents. Just how committed they are to me, how committed they are to my sister and my little brother. I think this showcases, one day I want to be a parent. And
same here.
Not anytime soon.
Yeah, me too. Same here. I think I'm moving slow on that one.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I know that all of this will be for something better than, what I feel like it wouldn't just be worth it if I was doing it all for me. So by having that in the back of my mind at all times, I know that the decisions I'm making are going to have consequences in my life, and all I can do is continue to control what I can control to put myself in the best situation. And I really have always revered my parents. There's never really, been a day, like everyone makes mistakes, but there's never been a day where I felt like, dang, like daddy or mama, they don't care about me, or they're not committed to my upbringing or my success. And I think in that same way, when you're raised by people who believe in you that way, then you end up believing in yourself that way and making that commitment to yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with you completely. You know, to have people who will support you and go with you to the nth degree, academic pursuits and your personal pursuits. Yeah, that's good. So, in terms of advice, what has been that you've received that's really impacted you, that's really made an impact in the way you operate? You can name a person or what they said, or keep them anonymous. What has been some advice that has impacted you personally that you find echoing in your mind in those good days when you do so well and kind of helps you come back down to earth, or those hard days in which you have to pick yourself back up?
Right. For me, it's really been doing at least a verse a day every single morning. So a Bible verse. And so I wake up every single day, say my prayer, get to the facility, and then review a Bible verse every day. And what that does is it puts me in the right frame of mind and helps remind me what really matters. Like, when I have meetings and I have football and I have an event to go to or an event to speak at, those are all amazing, but sometimes it's hard to find the red thread in all of it. And you said it best earlier, like sometimes, at all times, it's really just about glorifying God and spreading love to others. What we do on a daily basis is just the medium for us to practice that. So and you said that earlier, and I really resonated with that. I think by reviewing a verse every single morning puts me in the right wavelength, and it helps remind me that, every single thing I'm doing today is worth it if I'm practicing this advice right here.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. One of the things that comes from my faith perspective is that, if you believe that God is leading you, you're being led in triumph. No matter how it looks in the moment, the end result is going to be victory, progress. What has been some of the most, what advice would you give to those listening? So, like, say if someone sees you and they see all of the things you've done, all the things that you are doing, what advice would you give to someone who either wants to play football in college, pursue an academic career? I know I admire student athletes highly because, to be honest with you, it seems like you all do a lot in terms of managing school well and also managing athletics well. Because, even me, I've not really served as a student athlete in college, but you exercise. And after you finish exercising, you're tired and fatigued, so you normally put that at the end of your day. So what advice would you give to someone who wants to follow in your footsteps or follow in a like manner? What advice would you give them?
Well, I'd say look at the things that you really want to do and be the best in the world at them.
Okay.
And if it's something that you really want to do, you'll be naturally inclined to want to compete and want to do well in that. And then treat every single event like it's the Super Bowl. If it's a conversation with somebody, that's the most important conversation you're having that day. If you're walking past the janitor in the hallway and you gotta give them the head nod and acknowledge them and say what's up, like acknowledge them like that's the only person you're gonna see all day. And what you'll see is there's a lot of moments that happen throughout your day that become excellent. And as soon as you start practicing that type of level of performance throughout your life, good things are bound to happen. I think, I can't plan how my future is going to go, but I think the Lord does give us the opportunity to have some agency as far as putting ourselves in the best position to receive those blessings.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's good. That's very good, Chase. I'm so grateful I got the opportunity to chat with you today. Given all the work that you're doing, I'll be happy to do a publication with you, write something with you because we can really support science and sports together. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Thank you again, Chase, for joining me today. Once again, this is a new Student Pharmacist podcast experience. It is so good to have you listening today. Take care and all the best. Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change.
as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Nigella Nkuna. Thanks for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Nigella Nkuna is a joint degree student at the Harvard Kennedy School and the MIT Sloan School of Management, after completing an industrial degree at Georgia Tech. It was during her time in undergrad that she rekindled her passion for serving her community through leadership. During her senior year, she served as the student body president, working on a range of issues, from sexual assault on campus to higher education access for different communities. After working at Google post-undergrad, Nigella wanted to recommit to her passion of serving others, using leadership and innovation to drive social change. In practice, Nigella is passionate about removing structural barriers and opening opportunities up for marginalized but highly talented youth. She now is focused on developing scalable solutions for social policies and designing more equitable systems in our world today. Please welcome Nigella Nkuna. Thanks for coming on today, Nigella. It is good to have you here.
Good to see you too. Looking sharp too.
Thank you. So how do you maintain a view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general?
So like a bigger picture of like what I care about, or a bigger picture in terms of sort of like how the world is now?
I would say of what you care about and what you're passionate, what you're motivated on about.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. So I, have always been very community oriented and socially minded in anything I do. And I think that even throughout any of my experiences before college, in college, post-college, that theme just continued to reoccur in side projects that I continue to do. And I think that it's what I'm currently doing in grad school is something I'm really passionate about. That's not to say that science, technology, math, STEM fields are not, because I am passionate about that as well. But what I'm driven by in my life is to be of service to other people. And I think that has just been a reoccurring theme that I always came back to. So how do I keep it grounded? I don't even think I do it. I think it's almost instinctive or natural.
Okay, that's good. So along the line of service, how have you sought or found the right environment for you to thrive in terms of your service to others?
Yeah, so for me, it's less about the environment and about, the existing environment and being able to create that environment.
Okay.
So I'm someone who really thinks that, right now I'm studying policy and politics along with business, something that's a total deviation of my previous field. Mm-hmm. But I think that the commonality or the common theme that has run across every single industry, every single scenario I've been in is being able to take whatever culture exists there and molding it into something that is better or is more socially minded or thinking about the community in different ways. And I think that I don't like to, brag about myself all the time, but I think that that's a skill, and that's something I really have tried to bring into all of my management experiences and all of the experiences I hope to gain.
Okay. Wow, that's good. That's really good. So how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? How do you maintain a balanced life?
So I don't. So I heard this from someone else, so I can't take credit. But it was actually another podcast. I don't think it's balance. I actually think it's what do you prioritize. Okay. So that's going to look different in different stages of your life. Right now I'm single. I don't have any responsibilities or dependence. And so balance to me is more introspective, and I can sort of set my own schedule without having to defer to other people, keep other things in mind. But I think balance to me looks like being able to exercise regularly. Balance looks like, being spiritual on the, all of your life, but especially on the weekends, and kind of decompressing then and spending more time with family. And then during the week, I just sort of grind like everyone, maybe even on the weekends, but that's what balance to me right now is. When I was in California, that didn't look the same because I was, managing a home that I just purchased and had different responsibilities that were top of mind then. I think maybe when you're older and have a family, you have to consider their needs as well. So it's not really balance, it's prioritization to me. And right now, it's a priority for me to learn and be as informed as possible.
Yes, I agree. It's important because education allows you, and it provides a skill set for you to help other people, and that service that you were talking about.
I know. So, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What does that look like in your life right now during COVID?
Well, I kind of echo the same sentiment in that balance for me is based off of my priorities. And balance for me is respective to the stage of life that I am in as well. Given that I'm just starting graduate school, so balance for me is developing. Like, it's not set in stone. I would say there are certain things that have weight in my life, and I just make sure I just make sure those things are kept in check. For example, my spiritual life, my exercising, my mental health, my academics, all those things, I just make sure those things are kept in check.
Sure.
You don't have to be, for me, balance is not perfection. Balance is just doing your best given the day and given the circumstances.
That's such a good point. Balance is not perfection.
It's not. Because if you think about balance, and this is something that my parents would talk to me about as well. Balance for you is respective to your situation and to the person. Because what may look like balance for me is not the same thing as balance for someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so balance
Your parents are wise.
Yeah, I agree. So along the same lines of your environment, how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment?
Ooh, teamwork is so important. So especially during this time, I'm sure you've heard, but a lot of the social movements we have going on.
Yes.
Something that has really resonated with me is if you are getting to the top on your own, you're not doing it correctly. Because none of us are where we are because we haven't, all of us are where we are, I should say, because we've had support and help from community members, from mentors, from teachers, parents, family. And so to me, teamwork is essential because it's almost like Georgia Tech's motto, creating the next, building the next, right? You need to be able to work in a team to accomplish anything because no one exists in a silo. And, to expound upon that further, our nation doesn't exist in a silo. We're all interconnected just as human beings, and it's so important. So teamwork to me is an everyday practice. You have to know how to work with other people, and that starts from childhood. I have a twin sister. We're completely different, but that taught me how to, share, be caring, be empathetic. Those are the core values that reside within teamwork, and I think that's more of what we need now.
Yeah, I agree, because, given the circumstances, given the uncertainty that's currently occurring in the environment due to the pandemic, and given the economic fallout and all of the social challenges, I think simple virtues and simple values like compassion, empathy, just care for your neighbor, whether they look like you or they believe the same thing as you, all those things really do go a long way.
Yeah. especially when you can't meet in person, you know, when we're connected like this, we need to extend even more of that.
Yeah, I agree. So along the lines of your academics now, why did you choose industrial engineering as a field to major in?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because you were, what major were you in undergrad?
I started off as biomedical engineering, but I changed to biochemistry.
Ooh, okay. I'd be interested to know about that change because I also switched majors as well. From computer engineering to industrial engineering. I've always been sort of a math geek. And computer engineering was great because it's very tactical and you still have some of that math embedded within the major, but it's very technology focused. And I am a late adopter to lots of technology, so it didn't pick up as much as I thought I would. But what I loved about industrial engineering was it was this cross between engineering and business, and it just, I don't know how to describe it, just made sense. Like optimization just made sense because it was very math oriented and really organized. And so that type of thinking in algorithms and thinking in an almost very structured manner just made it was easier for me to learn, and it resonated with me a lot. And I think what people think of when they think of industrial engineering is working in a factory or thinking through a navigation system and what the back end of that looks like. They're thinking of, you know, what's the quickest way to get from point A to point B, because you're optimizing a process. But what I learned is that it reaches so much further than that. Like when I was at Google, you're thinking through, well, how can I optimize this new product, this new work stream that we're doing or implementing that is embedded within this product to then make that run more efficiently. And that, seeing it in a software lens was so interesting because I'd only ever seen it in a factory lens, working at Boeing or seeing it in their supply chain. So I think that's what excited me.
Okay, that's good. You know, along the same lines, for me, the switch came about because, you know, I recognized that the biochemistry was really my passion. After taking introductory biochemistry at Georgia Tech, I recognized that biochemistry was my passion. The approach to science, the way we look at macromolecular structures and how they have biological applications. You know, it was like a candle was lit, a flame. It just like things came alive for me in terms of my intellectual engagement. So yeah, definitely biochemistry was the jam, I would say.
And that's why you're studying, you know, chemistry in grad school.
Yes. So in terms of advice, do you have any advice for those wanting to pursue the field you're currently studying in at Harvard and MIT?
That's a really good question because I almost think it's a calling.
Okay.
But I think it's something that anyone can aspire to be. So the motto at the Kennedy School is, it follows after JFK's motto of, you know, being accountable for change and you wanting to change the world and not accepting it as you see it. That's why it's named the Kennedy School. But I think that everyone, I guess what I am hoping for the world, but especially the US, is that people feel compelled to do something about their current community or life, or feel empowered to be able to make change where they see it's needed. And so I say it's a calling because I think I was called to that work. I think that's sort of why I'm put on, I don't want to get too philosophical, sort of put on earth, but I really believe it because that's just something I'm so passionate about. But I almost want everyone to be passionate about being intentional about how they interact within their community. It doesn't have to be just civically engaged, although I would hope that too. But you know, you're really passionate about biochemistry, and you were talking about macromolecular structures, which, you know, but that's something you are passionate about because I'm assuming you can use that information to help inspire other people or help people in their lives. And that I think anyone can be service-oriented in any field of their choosing. And I don't know if that answered your question, but the advice I would give to folks who are interested in this work is that you really want to make sure that it's coming from a place of authenticity.
Yes.
And do it however is authentic to you. That might not look like politics for everyone. It might look like cybersecurity work if you want to be more tech oriented. It might look like being a doctor or being a chemist. Just do what feels authentic to you. Don't force it.
Yeah, I agree. It's important to be your authentic self and to go after what you're good at and what you're passionate about. Because, I was listening to, this is just a reference, I was listening to a motivational speaker, and he said, in essence, he said, your gift or your calling might be in agriculture, and they're trying to make you, or you're forcing yourself to be an IT specialist. So like two different subcategories, two different disciplines, but you have to know what you're good at.
That's so good.
Yeah. So I think it's a matter of self-discovery, introspection, and, just taking time to be patient with yourself,
Yeah, take time. You don't have to know it in college.
Yeah.
You don't even have to know it after college. It took me after college to figure out that I wanted to do this. So
yeah, it takes time. So, along the lines of service-oriented, and I saw, one of the things you're passionate about is improving access, improving education access. So how are you active in that area, or how do you see yourself playing a role in that area in the future?
Yeah, so I always am interested in access, because access is a systemic issue. And I know that we're talking a lot about systemic issues right now with conversations about racial tensions and wealth divides and equity. Mm-hmm. But I truly believe that education is one of the best ways to have upward mobility in society.
I agree.
I've always thought that way. Coming from an immigrant family, I've always believed that. And I like you, I think education is so important. Mm-hmm. I've been a benefactor of many pipeline programs, both to companies and also to schools. And I think just because we have those pipeline programs because it's emblematic of a larger problem, right? Yeah. Which is access to certain things for different communities, not just Black and brown communities, but poorer communities, right? Which tend to usually go hand in hand. So how I'm working on that is, I guess I'll say I've always worked on that. Okay. When I was at Georgia Tech, I always mentored Black and brown students. When I was at Google, I helped with Google's Tech Day, which is sort of an introduction to get minority communities and students in tech and in STEM, specifically at large tech companies like Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, YouTube, etc. I would say even during my time at the Kennedy School, we were able to pick a project. And my project was partnering again with Google because I do like the way they do things. It's very research and data oriented. Okay. On what type of information they displayed on their search bar and how it would be helpful to high school students applying to college who needed financial help. And so how I hope to do this in the future, I think you can really do it anywhere. It sort of depends on the time you have and the scale to which you want to do it. But I think solving economic problems is going to be really important. How we design economic policy, how we design, if you're running a company or running a nonprofit, how you design or reach out to certain communities will help you identify talent that is outside of sort of the mainstream traditional pool. So I hope that sort of answered the question, but I think the work can look varied, but it's all really important because the goal is to create a society that looks, the goal is to create corporations, to create industries that looks like society and not have it incorrectly reflect that.
Yeah, I agree. The corporation should be representative of the demographics in the country and in society at large. So, along the same lines of it reflecting society, and in terms of interests, your interests in terms of your academics, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science and public affairs?
Yeah, so I always say this, I always try and apply the scientific method to everything, which is kind of really broad.
Okay.
But it's really important, right? Because in anything I do, I am just someone who tends to be very research oriented, whether that's in my activism, whether that's in policy work. I tend to be more on the research and analytics side, because I think that when you are creating good policy or good management practices, you always want to look at what the data is telling you, right? And I know that that sounds pretty cliche or maybe normal at this day and age, but I think that where people begin to use data is when they are justifying certain policies or beliefs or things that are already in place. My reasoning is exactly following the scientific method. You have a hypothesis, you test it, you research, and you find data that can yield whether or not your hypothesis was true or not. I think too often we're using data at the tail end of decision making when we should actually be using it in the beginning. And so I use STEM, practices. Even in management style, you want to be able to think through things in an agile way. I think it's really important to be able to iterate and pivot based off of new information that you're getting. We're seeing a lot of those types of practices with COVID, with how people are governing, right? We're seeing governance being done in a really iterative model, whereas that's not always the case because governance is usually tied to budgets. But now that, the economy is up in the air, people are trying different things and being a little bit more risky or adventurous. And that's not to say the agile method is risky, but it's certainly riskier than traditional governing methods. So again, I think it's really important to be able to use science and research methods whenever you're doing literally anything, not just science, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Have you seen the same thing in your work?
Primarily, well, as someone who's worked in biochemistry and now specifically about to begin my time in chemistry, specifically organic chemistry, like the scientific method is the framework through which you apply it's just the lens through which you look at your work. In terms of justification, in terms of explanation, in terms of just going about daily routine in the lab, you use the scientific method. Yes, I do. I have seen that in my work. But along the lines of the iterative process, I would say that many times changes I've seen, it's not like one action or one decision in which it makes a large difference, but it's the small changes over a large period of time, over a long period of time, that makes a significant difference. I think, and I was listening to another motivational speaker as well. They made the comment how, sometimes people associate change with the grand sweeping actions, like starting a foundation or starting a large organization or something of that sort. But I think you would agree with me, many times change takes place in the small little decisions that you make on a day-to-day basis and the interactions you make with people. Small moments make a big difference. Yeah. They do. Yeah, they do. Yeah. So, how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of science? Which specific ways? How have you been adaptive in the field of science and public affairs? How have you been adaptive and creative?
That's a really good question.
So
trying to think of a. Go ahead.
So in terms of your time at Georgia Tech as the student body president, what would you say was a defining moment in terms of you being adaptive or creative?
Yeah, I think that the way, so I was really blessed to have, and I'll say this about him forever, a really incredible vice president that I ran with, Shane Madrinich. He is such a kind, thoughtful person. And I was able to be creative in how we defined our roles, and specifically to adapt to the changing times. It was during the 2016 election, and a lot of the work that I did ended up being very externally focused to the school. You know, it did affect students' lives, but the work was more on policy changes in the state, national changes that were happening at the time, voting efforts and registration efforts and getting out the vote for students at that time. And the way he took on the work in a way that I was able to focus outside of the school while also focusing on the things that affected our students, but in a more external way. That was one of the reasons why I applied to public policy school in the first place. Because I was able to get that experience, but also get a taste of what that work looked like in the real world. And so I'm sure you might see other presidents now, especially, have very internal roles because of the pandemic. You're focusing on how we can help students in a very not transactional in a negative sense, but in a very transactional, tangible way, because the work is very proximate to the students. Whereas my work might not have been as proximate to student life, but it did affect it and it did have a huge impact. So things like mental health were one of our core internal initiatives, but a lot of our external initiatives were around sexual assault and immigration and gun laws. So I think that was very different, and it didn't look like that in the many years in the maybe subsequent years. But, you know, I think creativity is needed all the time. And I think you can still go about implementing creative methods in a structured way, because I am very structured. I'm not as, my twin sister is very creative in the general sense of the word. But I don't want people to sort of shy away from that. I think it's a really good question to be able to think through. If you have a process, how can you affect, like you said, the little changes here in a creative and innovative way that produce a different output?
I agree. So, in terms of, this is a question that I think would be it's very interesting. In terms of your transition from Georgia Tech to Harvard University, yes, why the transition, and what appealed to you in terms of your application? What made you make the switch?
So I was in California working at Google. I'd actually applied to public policy school. I graduated in December, so I applied my last semester. But I also applied to many different programs, business school programs, you know, deferred admissions programs, a few tech and policy programs, because I didn't know, like we were talking about earlier, I didn't know what I wanted to do long term. I had a job lined up. It was great. I liked it. I liked the role. But I sort of was still a little bit confused about what I would do long term, or sort of what my calling was. But I knew after my presidency, I say that colloquially, my student body presidency, that I kind of liked this policy thing, right? It seemed a little fun, seemed interesting, but not enough to make it a career. I went to California and I spent a couple of years out there, and a couple personal things happened. But in addition to that, I saw where the world was going. I saw where our nation was going. And then I saw the bubble that is Silicon Valley almost. It's not in a bad way, but people definitely, you don't have to think about the rest of the United States. You know, they almost have their own economy going, all about building the next product. And it seemed to me almost like a silo within the United States. And I remember one day, my manager had asked me, because I was following Georgia politics very heavily. It was when Stacey Abrams was running for governor. And there were a bunch of abortion laws or anti-abortion laws being passed. And my manager at work asked me how I was doing. And I said, well, I decided to sort of answer honestly, given what I had been reading about that morning. And I said, well, not so great, actually. I'm pro-choice. I hope people know this, and maybe it doesn't appeal to everyone. But, you know, I said there's a lot of really stringent abortion laws being passed right now in different states around our country. And he looked at me and sort of gaped at me that I would give that answer. And they said, well, my partner isn't pregnant, so we haven't worried about that yet. And I went, oh my gosh, like, your partner doesn't have to be pregnant for you to worry about that. You could just worry about that because it's important to people around the world. And that's when I knew that I needed to accept my offer to go, because I think that that was not the place for me to do that work, right? Okay. And that's not to say that the company doesn't care about doing that work, but I think that I knew that I needed to be in a space where I could advocate for people in the way that was most comfortable. And maybe corporate America is not the place to bring that up. I know that. But I'm also a very blunt and authentic person wherever I go. And so I wanted to be able to do that in whatever field of work I chose.
Okay, that's very important in terms of, you know, advocating for people and making sure that you reflect your authentic self. So, Nigella, you know, I also have, as we wrap up, I have one more question for you. How would you say, if you were to give, I have two more questions for you, actually. So, if you were to give a suggestion or give a recommendation to building community and solidarity within the African diaspora, in terms of people of color, building community within ourselves, you know, a house divided against itself cannot stand, as many people have heard. What would you suggest?
About building community within the larger African diaspora? Yeah,
Caribbean, as well as African Americans, and what would you suggest? What would be your first suggestion?
I want us to be able to have open and difficult discussions.
Okay.
I think mental health is a discussion that we need to be able to talk about openly.
Yes, I agree.
And then I think we've made a lot of progress in this area, especially, and I think art really mirrors life, especially in the divide that maybe once existed between Africans from the continent who maybe have moved here and Africans who were against their will brought here.
Okay.
And having that discussion and coming together as a community and sharing our different lived experiences, but also our very much culture that is the same.
Exactly.
And I think those are two big conversations that I really want to be open about. And, you know, it's something my family's working on. It's something I think a lot of families are working on. But being open about, you know, things like PTSD. I just finished a 25-day push-up challenge to talk about PTSD and mental wellness. And things like that. Those are two big discussion topics that I want to become, you know, seen as normal in the African diaspora and the larger community.
Yeah, you know, those things are very important. Mental health is so important. You know, many times it's not always talked about because some people consider it to be, or sometimes there's a stigma associated with it. But mental health is so important. I think mental health, spiritual wellness, physical wellness, all those things. I think health is not just
is in the physical body, but it involves all the different parameters, mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally, all those things comprise what it means to be a healthy and a whole person. So my last question for you, what is the most beneficial advice you have received? If you had to give one example of the most beneficial advice you have received, what is that?
Give and take advice that is meant for you and not meant for that person.
Okay.
And that is how I think it's really hard for me to categorize all the great advice I've been given, but that's one of the top ones. When you're giving advice to other people, make sure that it is very much targeted for them and can be based off of your life experiences, but not rooted in what you perceive to be the advice you wish you had gotten, but really that advice that is best for that person at that time. And in the same way, accept advice and feedback and criticism that is meant for you and not meant for what that person hopes you will do. That's very much mirrored around Brené Brown's talk about being vulnerable and not taking advice from people in the cheap seats. People who aren't willing to be vulnerable with their life and take chances and take risks, but taking advice from people who are willing to do that work and want to see you grow, and actually giving advice in that same spirit too. Yeah. It's one of the top pieces of things I always recommend. And then the second one, which I know can also be seen as a privilege statement, but I think it's so important, is making career decisions based off of your values. Yeah. Don't go for a career because you think it'll pay you a lot of money, or it'll make you, powerful or successful. You want to go for a job that will both be able to help you be self-sufficient, but also aligns with your values as a human, because you will not be able to thrive in any environment in a place that has starkly different core virtues than you. And I think that's so important. I got that advice from my parents, and it's always stuck with me.
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much, Najala, for coming on today. It has been a pleasure. Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is LaSalle Vinti. Thanks for joining me today. It is good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. LaSalle is an experienced and motivated research engineer with a demonstrated history of working on environmental waste and chemicals projects, engaging government and industry stakeholders, and developing and managing programs and empowering youth. She has achieved excellence in many areas, graduating with a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering and engaging in graduate studies at Columbia University in development practice. Please welcome LaSalle Vinti. Thank you, LaSalle, for joining me today. It is good to have you here.
Good to be here.
Yes. So, what have been some of your long-standing interests in the field of science?
So I think since I was born, I was really into science. My dad is an engineer, and my brother's also older, but has also always had an interest in math and science. And so it kind of was built into me from an early age to like math, to like science. And I was always just really good with numbers and really interested in the things that are around me, everything, and how they connect, and figuring out how that connects and how each system could be used to help each other system.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So, given all your responsibilities and accomplishments,
how do you maintain a balanced life? Yeah, how are you maintaining a balanced life?
So honestly, it has been a struggle, especially with coming back home. So I studied in Atlanta for 4 years, and then I worked there for 1 year. But then I came back to Trinidad, and I've been here for the past 3 years. But then just keeping up with people when I was away was a bit difficult. And so coming back here and having to focus on work and focus on trying to get into my master's program, it has kind of taken away some of my social life balance. However, as you get older, you start to realize where it's important to focus your energies. And so whereas I have been communicating with people as much, I was still building relationships. So relationships with the people I worked with, getting stronger relationship with my parents, with my boyfriend, with my brother, and using that as kind of a foundation to make sure that I didn't get overwhelmed with work, or overwhelmed just like having to do my other chores and responsibilities and so forth. And I think for everyone, balance is different, and so that worked for me. But I know for other people who need a bit more of that social aspect in life, they would have to figure out, okay, so set aside the time for the things that matter. If I need to go out and see my friends, do that, and work on what you prioritize and what works for you.
Yeah, that's good. So now with that same idea of priorities, how do you maintain a view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? Is it some worldview, some perspective, some guiding philosophy? How do you maintain view of the bigger picture, especially when you face challenges and obstacles like many people are facing now during this pandemic of COVID-19?
So for me, the one thing that I've been certain of was that I want to make a difference. And just looking around me, like looking at the news and social media and everything, you see so many injustices and it's constantly there. And so it kind of keeps me focused on what my bigger picture is, which is to make a difference. And then everything I've done so far is kind of like putting me in a position where I can have an influence, hopefully, on helping to create injustices, whether small or big. And just knowing that that is my goal, knowing that that is where I want to end up has been really key and keeping me focused, keeping me with a direction. And I think that there in itself is looking at the bigger picture, because how my brain works is that I see the bigger picture. Sometimes it's a bit smaller to break down tasks and activities into just smaller accomplishments, which is a whole other thing that has to be worked on. But at the end of the day, it's just that bigger picture of how everything is connected, how it's connected to me, how it's connected to other things, and trying to incorporate that into my decisions, into my future, into my goals.
Yeah, that's true. So in terms of your major at Georgia Tech, why did you choose environmental engineering?
Honestly, initially I wanted to go into chemical engineering, following in the footsteps of my father. But how the Trinidad system works is that for the upper level studies before going into college, I would have had to do physics, which I loved up until electromagnetism. And so that kind of made me have to restructure my whole life, which gave me a couple months of anxiety. But then going on a school visit for my brother, I saw a school magazine and a term that I'd never heard before, environmental engineering. And I was like, this sounds interesting. I won't have to do electromagnetism. So I still came up in college. But I looked into it, and then I realized that it kind of did a better job of connecting with where I saw myself than the chemical engineering would have, because it incorporated engineering and science and the environment. And it looked at shaping systems in order to benefit the environment, whether it be water systems, whether it be in civil engineering and urban planning, and it just looked at that connectedness and presented opportunities to give solutions to that. And so I think it was rather fortuitous. I think I am a strong believer that everything happens for a reason. And I think that was definitely one of those moments. I'm not doing environmental engineering for now, but I think that engineering perspective really did a good job of teaching me how to think, teaching me how to understand, me how to like think and ideate new solutions to problems. And I think that is really helpful on the development aspect for sustainable development, because we need new policies. The world needs new policies, but to create the new policies, you need evidence, and the evidence is science and data collection and interpretation of that science and data in order to create solutions. And I think that environmental engineering undergraduate degree set me up perfectly to do that.
That's good. That's very good. Yeah, I completely agree, because I believe engineering and science degrees, and I'm not trying to bias this in terms of it being a preference over other degrees, but I can speak from my perspective having a science degree. It does provide you a framework to think about problems and to start to ideate and formulate solutions, or at least approach a solution, or get on the trajectory towards achieving a solution. Yeah. So along the lines of adapting and solution-oriented thinking and creativity, how have you been creative in the field of science? What ideas jump out at you in terms of your work thus far, in terms of chemical waste management or environmental engineering? What ways have you been adaptive or creative?
So I'm still in that place of trying to figure out what my big idea is.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
I can't really fully answer that question, but I think ideation and creation and thinking of new things is a process. And so I'm still in the learning phase, still trying to understand how the world works, and still trying to see where there are gaps, and there are gaps in everything. So ask me in a few years, and hopefully I'll be able to have a better answer.
That's good, and that's a very honest answer, which I appreciate. So, along the lines of you finding a right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually, you mentioned how your environmental engineering degree set you up perfectly for what you're doing now, as well as you are at a very good school where graduate studies is concerned, Columbia University. So, how did you seek or find those environments? How did you get in those environments or matriculate into those environments?
So, Columbia is a top-notch school, and I think they have a very unique program that it actually started in Columbia, and now it's expanding on a global level. So I'm doing a master's in public administration in development practice, and MPAs are common. They've been around for a bit, but the in development practice part is the important part of it, because it was developed off of a recognition that development is one thing in a theoretical and conceptual sense. However, the actual application of that theory and of those policies and stuff is something that is needed in the world. And so it was founded in Columbia not too long ago. I don't remember the exact age, but now it's in several schools, not just in the US, but throughout the world, and it's an expanding program. And so that's one of the big things that drew me to that program, the fact that it was unique and that it was practice oriented, and because I think that day works perfectly with my engineering background, the application. And so as far as how I see that as being conducive to my growth, it's in my third week of the program. So it's still and especially since I'm doing it remotely because COVID, I'm still trying to figure that out. However, it's been an eye-opening almost 3 weeks so far, just with the reading that I've been assigned with my classes, and then discussions with my extremely diverse group of classmates. I think it has the potential to kind of help me to figure out my life, which I'm still trying to do. So
yeah, that's good. That's very good. So given your environment, how do you maintain vision and teamwork in your environment? Even remotely, how are you maintaining vision and teamwork? Vision of your goals and your aspirations, and teamwork in terms of your work environment.
So I like people. I like people. I like working in teams. That was especially something I realized in my last job where I worked, which was a regional organization here in the Caribbean. And realizing, when I was working with a team on a project, I was a lot happier than when I was kind of working more or less solo. So I envision teamwork to be very strong for me, as in how I see myself in life. But in this specific environment, I was very nervous about it. Actually, I was nervous at having to start this program remotely, and not without having the chance to build that connection with my peers. And Zoom fatigue is real, but it has like the program directors have done a really good job from the orientation, where we got a whole week to get to know each other, and break out into breakout groups and kind of have these small group discussions. And even with the classes, the professors all incorporate small group discussions, group projects, and teamwork into their classes. And I think that day has been a really good way to just share experiences, because once again, it's a really diverse group of people, and from countries that I know nothing about. And sharing those ideas, it helps. You can't do everything in a silo. So
yeah, I completely agree. Teamwork is important, and it allows for synergy and creativity and bouncing ideas off each other. I think it provides impetus for personal growth, social development, a lot of things. Teamwork is important. Yeah. So, I'd say by many standards of measurement, if you would just reflect on some of your past achievements, you were the president of the Caribbean Student Association at Georgia Institute of Technology. You graduated with an environmental engineering degree. You're currently at Columbia. You work as a research engineer. So in many ways, you have been successful in achieving what you set your mind to. So how or what would you attribute to your success thus far? What would you say is a basis for your success, or one of the bases?
First of all, success, I guess, is relative. I know it appears so on the outside, but there's still a lot that I would have liked to have accomplished, but haven't had the chance to yet. Yes. And so, like, once again, I'm still aiming towards that. The impact. I'm young, getting older every day, but I'm still young. But I think for me, though, with the perceived success I've had so far, I think a big part of it for me was my family. Yes. Just having that stable foundation. And I know I was very privileged to grow up in a home with two parents, and with a mom who stopped working to take care of my brother and I at a certain age. And they've been from day one very on both of us about, the importance of education, the importance of like trying to be happy, the importance of having a direction, wanting to make impact, but also like not limiting your scope. Because I think that's been a really big thing for me since I was born. My parents are like, don't just limit your what you know to Trinidad. It's a very small country, but on the global scheme, it's if we're lucky, we're a dot on the map. If we're lucky, sometimes we're not even there. And so they grew us up to know that there is more out there. And that it's not that in more out there means that we are less than. We in Trinidad have so many beautiful aspects of our society and our culture and how we do things that can be shared. And so to not be selfish about taking from outside, but also understand that we can give. We as Trinidad can give to the outside world. So I think everything I have done is because of that really strong foundation that I have. And I think even now with the difficulties of COVID, but also with coming back home and everything, my boyfriend has been a huge help with that, a huge source of strength. And I think that has been really good because he's also pushed me. And I think having good people around you, whether it be your partner, whether it be your parents, whether it be your friends, I think is a really good metric for success.
Yeah, that's important. Relationships are very important, and relationships that you build and maintain, especially those that are socially important to you, as well as academically important, whatever sphere they may be in. They have significance and they play a large role in your success. I completely agree with that. So, in terms of advice, those wanting to pursue the field you're currently studying and working in, I think a lot of us, when we think of development, especially from the Caribbean, we know that our countries are developing, and we recognize that we can play a role in the development. And so, what advice would you give to someone who's interested in engaging in that, or trying to pursue the field you're currently studying in? What advice would you give to them?
So I think, first of all, so the world tells us that development is solely economic. I think even with the Sustainable Development Goals, even though they kind of expand that idea of development to be a little bit more than it's being economic centric, it still kind of has that focus on finances, money, income. And I think one should understand that, yes, because that's how the system works, there is some value to that, but also understand that development isn't just about the money. It's about cultural representation. It's about giving people the chance to have a good livelihood. And that's not just with getting enough money to buy things, but it's also a matter of just community building. Ensuring that your neighbor is also fine, ensuring that your community, your country is doing well. It's understanding that we are in a system that is working as it should to make it difficult, and realizing that there are some barriers that need to be pushed down. There are some mentalities that need to be broken. There are some things that just maybe need to be scrapped, and it's going to be difficult. Like, if you're coming into this with the idea of changing the world, understand that is going to be difficult, and prepare yourself. And the way that you could prepare yourself is, first of all, understanding how the system works, understand which parts of the system that you are okay with and where you see could be changed, and kind of commit to that change and be brave about it. But understanding that it is okay to not want to change the world. And I think that is something that a lot of people grapple with, and that they won't go into development because they're thinking, I have to really have this deep desire to want to change the world. And not everyone is going to have that, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't go into development, because we're not going to change the world overnight. You're going to change the world in small acts. And if you just want to come into development to develop your home, that's fine. If you want to develop a community, that's fine. It's all contributing to the greater good. So don't discount it just because of that. But the world right now is in a place that is not sustainable. It is not good for mental health. It's not good for individual perception and community perception. And a lot needs to change. And it's a difficult task. And sometimes I get a little down about it and cynical, but maintain that positivity, because I mean, at the end of the day, we're beautiful. Humans are beautiful. The earth is beautiful. Everything is beautiful in the way that it's connected, and that's something to be positive about. And so yeah, I mean, that's good advice I would give to anyone trying to come into this field, and I'd recommend that people come into this field. It's needed.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And it's interesting that you said that. I think many times when we encounter challenging circumstances, especially people who are practitioners or who are training to be practitioners, when you become aware of all of the challenges associated with the discipline that you're studying, it can be somewhat discouraging. And I think it's important to put those challenges in perspective, in context, and to understand that, there's so many ways you can look at this. You can look at this from the perspective of, yes, there may be challenges, but we as humans, we have shown throughout history that we can be resilient, whether it be within our subgroups or as a human race in total or in general. We have the capacity to be resilient. And I think that is something that stands out, and I think that's something you can keep in mind. As well as when there are challenges within your sub-discipline, you could think about those who have gone before you, who may or may not look like you, but they have gone before you, and they have been successful in spite or despite of those challenges.
Yes.
So I think those things, in the process of encountering challenges can be discouraging, and we acknowledge that. We name it and we acknowledge it, that it can be discouraging.
Yes.
And we engage with it, but we don't stay there. We
Yes.
move forward and we seek to improve, whether it be in some small granularity.
Yes.
We seek to improve it in our small way, maintaining our authentic selves,
Yes.
and seeking to change our environment one day at a time, one decision at a time. And I think that's important, very important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So, what is some of the most beneficial advice that you have received as growing up in Trinidad? What's some of the beneficial advice that you have received? If you had to name a few or list a few, what is some?
I think one, and actually it was said just the other day actually, which is something that I grapple with, is passion is good, but in order to communicate what you have to say effectively, sometimes you might have to kind of limit the emotional response, just because of how other people may react to emotional responses. And so to find that balance, because yes, emotion is important. I personally think there's a lot of areas in society where people have been told so much to like not get emotional about it that they've taken out the ability for empathy. But at the same time, if you get like too emotional, too angry about something, you could lose things with regard to communication, and there's that peak of a response. And so I think for me that was important to hear, just because sometimes something can get me really, really, really like angry, really passionate and upset about something, and I may be a bit quick to respond without thinking it through. And I think for me, like that hit home, because it helped me to realize that pattern. Sorry. And then also too, I think the same thing that you just said and what I alluded to before, don't get discouraged. Like don't let something take you down so far that you can't pull yourself back out of it. I mean, you need your time to have that internal response, but then always try to pick yourself back up and go at it again. And I know people always say, you know, try again, and it's something that kind of seems very cliched, but I think it is important. It is important not to give up, and to just keep working at things, to be persistent, so I think with those two things, to me, I would also like to just pass on as well.
Yeah, that's good. I completely agree with that again, in that you must be consistent, and it's a challenge for everyone. No matter what discipline you work in. Some people are better at it than others, but it's a challenge, especially when you're just starting out in the field, and it's important to persevere. Because I think we also could remember that, you know, the world has been here before we came. Yet people have been successful and they have made a difference. There are lots of historical figures that we can look at and see the difference that they have made. So yes, thank you.
Sorry. Actually, if there's also one more thing that I could add, that I know a lot of persons, especially persons of color and women, experience a lot. Imposter syndrome is not. It's something that I know a lot of people grapple with, myself included. There's not a day that goes by that I think like, how did I get into Columbia? Like, they must have made a mistake. And I think, just no matter where you are, you're there for a reason, and you belong there. And so I know it's easier said than done. It's easier said than that I belong here, but like internally you might have these struggles with that. But just, if anyone out there is listening, to remember that you belong where you are, and so don't as much as you can help it, don't spend time worrying about that you don't belong. Just do your best, push through, and as long as you know that you've done your best and you know that you belong there, I think that will help a lot.
Yeah, and that's something I'm glad you brought that up. So, you know, I think that's a very important point. You know, the sense of belonging and understanding that, you know, yes, I may have differences. Yes, I may have challenges. That does not take away from the fact that I belong in this place. And there's a reason for me belonging here. You know, you can think of the analogy of plants in water. There are certain plants that actually grow well in water. As well as a seed in the soil. Yes, you know, if you think of a barren land, or land that doesn't have any plants yet, you know, before a farm is placed on the land, especially I could speak in reference to Freeport, Grand Bahama, before you place a plot, before you set up a fertile piece of land, you have to break up the ground, you have to till the soil, you have to put down fertilizer,
Yeah.
And you have to put down seeds in order for you to see the plants grow. So it's a process, Yes, the environment may not be the way you want it to be, but it can change. Nothing is really fixed in stone. There's still a possibility of changing it. And also, just because it looks challenging at first doesn't mean that it's not where you belong. You never know. Some may say that challenge may be there for you to complement the changing it. Yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Lacelle, thank you so much for joining me today. It was good to have you on.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to The New Chemists. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on The New Chemists, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Sonola Onasanya. Thanks for joining me today. It is good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Sonola Onasanya is particularly interested in the sustainable improvement of the quality of life in developing countries. He works as an industry analyst for the global manufacturing team of the International Finance Corporation, a division of the World Bank Group. Sonola holds a Master of Philosophy from the University of Cambridge in Engineering for Sustainable Development and a Bachelor of Science in Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering from Georgia Institute of Technology. He has interned in the United Nations Human Settlements Program, in the Water and Sanitation Unit, and in the Urban Innovation Branch. He has also worked as an engineer in plastic research, food packaging, and bioethanol production. Sonola has worked and lived in a number of countries, including Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, the USA, and the UK. Please welcome Sonola. Thank you, Social, for joining me today. It's good to have you here. So
happy to be here, man. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
So I'm going to say two different things. When I first decided to go into engineering, it was, I guess the biggest thing on my mind at that time was, the issue of like renewable energy. Climate change was a big topic throughout my high school years, and I was good at math, I was good at science. I didn't particularly enjoy English, but I did like history, so I was in this point of making a decision whether to go through the humanities or go into the sciences. Being young, I didn't really know what I wanted, but I thought, hey, renewable energy is what I'm interested in. I'm also interested in improving places like Africa, so I decided to go into the sciences. But my first day at Georgia Tech, I met a guy who was in aerospace, and I asked him, so what's aerospace engineering? And he looked at me like, I don't know. And he asked me, what's chemical engineering? And I was like, I don't know. So it's like, I feel like a lot of people go into the sciences of just being good at math and science, which is okay.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, man. So I understand that, because many times when you are someone who's good or gifted in math and sciences, people almost direct you in that direction or point you in that direction in terms of engineering or medicine or something of that along those lines.
Exactly.
Yeah, or grad school. So, given that you studied chemical engineering, why did you choose chemical engineering as a field to major in?
So again, this is 17-year-old, 16-year-old me making decisions, right? And there was two things. Firstly, my sister studied chemical engineering, and there was a lot of high praise for the topic in my family, even though I didn't really know what it was. I asked my sister what chemical engineering was, and she said process engineering, which was even more meaningless to me. But then she said organic chemistry. And my first day doing organic chemistry in high school, the professor said,
hey guys, we're going to start organic chemistry. This is where the money is in science. And again, 16-year-old me, I was 15-year-old me. I don't know how old I was that class. I just paid attention. I just paid a lot of attention. And I got really good at organic chemistry because I was just paying a lot of attention during Orgo class.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, so then when it came time to pick, I picked engineering because, you know, there was a lot of praise for engineering in my family. And then I picked chemical engineering because of a mix of my sister and my love for organic chemistry at the time. So that's kind of what led me to pick chemical engineering.
So basically passion and family influences led you to choose chemical engineering as a discipline.
Yeah, I also thought chemical engineering would play into, you know, solar panels and things like that, which tied into renewable energy and sustainability. But that would be an aspect, that would be an interest of mine that will actually grow later on, more so than when I first decided to go into engineering.
Okay, yeah, dude, that's definitely a good point. So I saw that you went to University of Cambridge. Congrats. That's very good. Yeah, you went to University of Cambridge. So why did you choose engineering for sustainable development as a field to do your graduate studies in?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. I finished undergrad in chemical engineering. I didn't particularly like chemical engineering when I was studying it, to be honest. Okay. I really enjoyed just the university experience, just getting to take random classes and other topics. I took classes in international relations, women's literature, Cuban history, African American history, post-colonialism. And then the chemistry classes and biochem classes I really liked. But the physics and engineering classes specifically, I was good at them. I did well. But I wouldn't say it was something that I was so excited to show up to class to. Like I was excited to go to biochem, but I wasn't that excited to go to transport or kinetics. But when I started working, I was working in the plastic industry in the US. And man, I was in lab with podcasts in my ear talking about, you know, politics, current affairs. And it just hit me that I was just not in the right space. I mean, I was working in the plastic industry, which is very related to organic chemistry, if not the extension of organic chemistry. But I just didn't feel like, what I was working on in front of me in the lab was not the most important thing for me. I was listening to other things, like podcasts in my ears. And so I started looking at master's programs, and I was looking at manufacturing engineering, engineering management, because I was thinking, look, let me go find a way to make engineering tie into my passion. So using engineering for industrializing developing countries. Then I came across this program at Cambridge. I actually wasn't thinking of leaving the US, but when I read the program, like the course curriculum, that was it, man. I mean, it was like sustainable urban development, energy for rural development, how do I say it? Like sustainable architecture and urban design. I was like, okay, this is it. This is what I'm looking for, you know?
Okay.
And it was just straight. It was like engineering. It was a program for engineers. I mean, maybe you ask me some questions on this later on, but I'll say it was the best year of my life, man. And,
wow, that's good.
Wake up. I say this to everybody. I wake up on a Tuesday. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday or Saturday. Every day was just. I'll forget what day it was. I'll forget if it's Wednesday or Friday. Like, you know, I never lived life like that before. Most of the time, you look forward to the weekend and you dread the week. This was nothing like that because I was just engaged, and I was just happy to be working on what I was working on. Yeah.
So why would you say that's an interesting statement? You know, why would you say it was the best year of your life? What made it that way? Was it the program? Was it the people you're interacting with? Was it the whole? Was it the landscape, the environment, the country? What complemented that being the best year of your life?
I would say two things. I mean, the country was nice. Cambridge was nice. It's a nice little town. British people were nice, but I think for me, it was a combination of the program and the people in the program. The program, the people leading the program were very open in terms of like how it would be led. They encouraged us to ask them difficult questions. They encouraged us to ask each other difficult questions. So it was maybe the most intellectually engaged I'd ever been. People asking very hard questions and challenging each other, but not in a egoistic manner, you know.
Yeah.
It was more, what is the best solution, including social aspects, talking about gender aspects, talking about environmental aspects, talking about economic aspects of technology, all these things. And the program was great in itself and what I learned. But then the people, just being around very impassioned people of similar values to you, also having these almost idealistic goals.
Yeah.
It was nice, you know, and it was an environment where I was allowed to just be me, just ask hard questions, just express myself. And it's difficult to find those kind of environments. I was lucky.
I agree.
Something like that. Yeah.
I agree. It is difficult to find those types of environments, especially environments where you can thrive and be your authentic self.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's not trying to mask your aspirations.
Yeah.
Because you know, a lot of people have these lofty aspirations, so because of the environment that they're surrounded by, they kind of mask or just muffle their aspirations in a way. To kind of fit in.
To fit in, you know, and I mean, again, like, this was not something I was expecting. You know, I went there thinking the course program. I'm here for the course program, and the course program was good. Don't get me wrong, but what I did not expect was the people out that were going to be also attracted to this program, and just all these people, rather idealistic, coming to this one space. And it was like a match. I was just really good.
It sounds like you found your niche. As well.
It's over now, though.
Pardon me?
I said the program's over now, though. So
yeah, man. So how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment? Given that all the things you do, you work in a division of the World Bank Group. So how are you maintaining vision and teamwork in your environment?
Vision and teamwork.
Yes.
Okay. You know, so I think I'll talk about those two, split the question in two. So vision for me, my vision, my goals is to contribute to this world in some kind of positive manner. While at the same time feed myself, but
that's true. It's very important.
But to, you know, to come here, I mean, I didn't ask to be born, but to try and achieve something positive with my life, and to treat people around me well. And I mean, holding on to that vision, because being in the World Bank Group, this is no longer academia surrounded by other young students where we can talk about big, lofty ideas, and try and think about the ideal. Here you're dealing with other people who don't necessarily see the world the way you do. You're dealing with an organization that's very old and has had its impact on the world, both negative and positive. And you have people who, I mean, it's the International Finance Corporation, right? So a lot of people here are involved in finance, not necessarily in engineering. And the conversations you get kind of like, when you join any organization, you can start trying to fit in, trying to please others. And it's important, that's not necessarily wrong, but it's important to also keep your vision, your goals, and your ideals at the forefront. Like, you must have a guiding philosophy for how you work and what you want to do with your career. So I try to do that. I try to reach out to people in the office that are not in my team, that I think might have similar values to me. And I say, hey, let's have a conversation. I saw you at this WebEx call. Everything's virtual now, right? So I saw you on this WebEx call, and you were saying certain things that I found interesting. Could we talk some more? And try and keep developing my own personal vision, my own personal philosophy, my own personal ideas while still doing my work. Teamwork, I think I kind of touched on that in a way, but including others in what you do. I think a lot of people are very protective of their work. They think, this person's going to take my idea and run with it and become a millionaire off me. But most of the time, no. Most of the time, when you expose your idea to critique, maybe not a baby, like very just budding idea, but you have a little bit of an idea and you expose it to critique, you find
that the people who want to talk about it are people who have similar interests to you, similar values to you. People who are not interested don't want to talk about that idea. And not just that, but then people will also add their critiques, and they will help you develop your ideas. So teamwork, people should never see themselves as, I'm going to save the world, I'm going to be the one to make the company $1 million. It's not likely. And the best way that you will save the world / make the company $1 million is to work with other people and be open and be vulnerable and
yeah, I completely agree. Synergy is very important. Many people say some of these statements are quite common. You may have a dream, but you can only go as far as your team.
Yeah.
And many times, one is good, but more than one many times is better when it comes to working on an idea or goal. Yeah. I mean, I
was gonna say, like, you being in academia and a PhD, you're gonna be presenting your work to different places, and people are gonna be asking you questions, critiquing, and it's a positive thing, right? That helps you. Oh, I never thought about that. Let me add that in.
Yeah, that's a part of the learning process. Like sometimes, and this is an analogy. When a potter is making a piece of a vase or some type of ceramic, many times the potter has to shape, mold, take away, heat up, put some coats on it. It's a process. Yeah. And all of those things are part of the process of learning and growing and developing into your full self and actualizing as a person.
100%.
Yeah. So I think what you were saying, especially in terms of, making sure that you maintain your personal philosophy as you work in an environment, and as you seek to fulfill the missions and goals of the environment that you're working in, maintaining your personal philosophy. The thing that actually crossed my mind was, another analogy, in chemistry, and this is an analogy from chemistry. Every element has a characteristic transition in terms of from the homo to the lumo, and when it relaxes, it releases a specific frequency of light. That light is characteristic of. So each one of us has something characteristic about our lives. And the thing that's so beautiful in chemistry is when you see multiple lights together. So multiple characteristic transitions or multiple frequencies of light together, and you get this beautiful spectrum. This beautiful spectrum, exactly. So I think it just makes it worthwhile when you work together with people. So along those same lines, you've been to Cambridge. And that's not an average school, I think, by any standard. So I would say in some ways you have been successful as a student. So how have you been successful? Yeah, how would you say you've been successful? And one more question to add on to that. How have you been successful? And if someone listening to this podcast was saying, I want to go to Cambridge as well, what would be advice to that person who wants to go to Cambridge?
Okay, so I'll go on I'll be on the second question, how to go to Cambridge. I think that firstly, I think Thomas should ask the question, why do you want to go to Cambridge? I mean,
yes, that's important.
I think that's important.
That's important.
I think Cambridge is a place, and they keep certain things there, and they do research in certain things there. But it might be that what you want to research, what you want to be, doesn't align with what's going on in Cambridge. So one person's going to Cambridge and is success, and it's in line with what they want to do. That's great. Somebody going to Cambridge and not in line with what they want to do, then you're just trying to get a title, or you're trying to get something for the CV. I mean, not necessarily a negative, but ask yourself, you have limited time on this planet. Do you want to spend it just getting a title?
That's true.
So how to go to Cambridge, though? I think, I would say how I got there. I took a risk. I was on a work visa in the United States, and going to Cambridge, and the masters in Cambridge are not called Masters of Arts, Masters of Science, they're called Masters of Philosophy. So I didn't know if this was, and I never heard of Masters of Philosophy before, so I didn't know I was going there to study a real degree. I was like, oh man, I don't know what this is.
Sounds like the hidden curriculum.
Yeah, so I took a risk when I decided to leave my job, become a student, go back to school, go to Cambridge, leave the United States with no assurance that I was going to come back. And this is the biggest job market, so that's a big thing. And so I took a risk, and at the same time, I was very honest in my application. I said, this is what I see in your program. This is what I want to do. This is why I think I need to come to your program. And this is why I think you would like me in your program. That's all I said. Of course, there was stuff that I'd done before. I expressed what I did for fun. I talked about the fact that I danced salsa. I talked about all that in my essay. I talked about how I was volunteering and trying to help my community. Luckily, I had done a program in undergrad where I did well. Well, luckily, or thankfully, that's the word. And those two things coming together, my personal aspirations and interests and my past academic success, and they accepted me. So I don't think they would turn you down if your grades were a little bit lower than me. And I don't think they'll necessarily accept you out of the blue if your grades were a bit higher than me. I think it's the combination of those two. This is who I am, this is what I've done, and would you let me in? And I think for undergrad, I didn't get into a lot of schools. I got into maybe 3 schools. But for master's program, I got into almost every school I applied to. And I think not necessarily because my grades were so good, but because I had a better idea of what I wanted to do. And what I was writing to them, what I was showing them about myself, I think they understood this is a guy who has a certain goal. And our program aligns with this goal, and it looks like he can succeed here. So let's let him in. And I think for any girl, guy, or any person who wants to apply to these kind of big schools, let's be sure it's what you want and not what you think other people want out of you. Yeah. And sorry, that was a lot about how to be successful. It's going to be a really easy one. Work with others, study groups, friends, access to past papers. That all comes from other people. So you gotta make friends.
I agree.
Georgia Tech, you will not do well.
No man's an island.
Yeah,
I completely agree. Yeah, man. So given all your responsibilities and accomplishments, how do you maintain a balanced life? Or strive to maintain a balanced life?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. And I know, that's a tough one. I think sometimes it's easier. Like when I was in Cambridge, it's a bit easier because the people I was surrounded by were so similar to me in the sense of values. So they also liked doing things after class. So they would invite me for things. I didn't always have to plan my week. Tuesday, someone would just say, "You want to go do this?" And it'll sound nice, so I'll go do it. But now in the working world, when you're working, it's a bit more, especially during COVID times. You really gotta take care of yourself. I mean, look, you see me here. There's nobody here. There's nobody next to me, right? So I'm alone for hours of the day, and that's not good. Human beings, we're not individuals like that. We can be introverted, but you still need that social interaction. You need it to stay mentally healthy. So I'm every day, man, I will joke you not, I try to take a walk with someone. I hit up with my friends in the town and want to take a walk. If they're somebody who wants to wear their mask outside, fine, I'll wear my mask with you. I will walk, but I need social interaction, man. And
people need people.
Yeah, just simple, nice conversation that helps me stay balanced. It really, really does.
Yeah.
So I say people shouldn't feel lonely. And then there are others who have real commitments, like they have kids at home, things like that, and reach out for help as much as you can because,
we're all in this together.
Yeah,
many times we question whether we're alone, and some people may feel like they legitimately are alone. That's understood, or at least people try to understand. But many times we think we're alone, but we're not.
We're not. Just people shouldn't be scared to reach out to other people, friends, family, just to talk. It helps. And share what you're going through. It really helps. So stay balanced, man. I try to just talk to friends.
Well, dude, that's your take on it. That's your take on it.
Yeah. Good friends.
Yeah, along the same lines of, community and, not being alone. Personally, in my faith tradition, one of the things that emphasizes is that, God is for you, or your faith plays a large role in you having perspective when it comes to you encountering challenging circumstances, so that you know that you're not alone in those circumstances.
Yeah.
That's even just my faith.
I like that one. Even when you're alone, there's other people you can reach out to, which is just sit down and
there's
just
a community of people.
Talk to your God, in fact, maybe not. Yeah, and find that inner peace.
Yeah, find inner peace. Yes, but anyway, what have been your most effective and impactful ideas to date?
My most effective and impactful ideas, man. I created this technology that solves climate change now. I think my dissertation I did for my master's program was one of the things I was really proud of. It was hard to come up with the topic, but essentially my master's program, my dissertation focused on plastic pollution in Lagos, and goes on around a lot of developing countries and developed countries. Everybody's dealing with this issue of plastic pollution. In Lagos, it's extremely bad. With a heavily populated city, with not very good infrastructure, not very good waste collection or waste management infrastructure. So a lot of the plastic goes mismanaged into the environment. And I went to Lagos, I went to different parts of the city, interviewed different individuals, government officials, NGO workers, businesses, trying to understand what was the issue, what are the barriers to solving the issue, and what are possible solutions. I'm wanting to publish my dissertation, but I am so slow. I am so slow at editing it down for a journal. But I'm really planning, I'm really hoping to. If not, I'm just going to put this thing on my LinkedIn page at least. Just because it's just something to share. I would like to share. I can talk a little bit about the solutions that I'll talk about one thing about it. I know we're running low on time, so I'll wrap this quick. So there's a lot of waste picking that goes on in developing countries, and a lot of that waste picking is done by informal workers. A lot of those informal workers are children or struggling mothers, and it's not healthy work. It's not good public health work. It's not safe. And a lot of countries are not dealing with that informal labor that underlies their waste management infrastructure in a lot of countries. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. So that's a social sustainability issue that coincides with an environmental issue. So none of these things stand alone. But
dude, I completely agree, because many times we look at these issues in isolation, but there are granularities associated with these issues, and the issues many times are connected in terms of social frameworks, environmental frameworks, personal, physical, mental, all those things play a large role. But when it comes to issues that pertain to people's lives. So my last question for you, how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general, especially when you encounter challenging circumstances? You have some type of personal philosophy, some worldview. What is the guiding light? If I was to coin a phrase, use a phrase that's coined, what is the basis on which you stay optimistic?
I think having a lot of people know what they don't like in society.
Okay.
But if you ask them, what is the society you would like to live in? A lot of people find it very hard to describe that society. So, that extends to a lot of things, like politics, a lot of things. People don't know, they know what they don't like, but they don't really know what they want.
Wow.
And so that's an interesting question, because do I know what I'm walking towards, what I would like to achieve in the future? When I know I don't like this, I know I don't like working here, I know I like this a little bit. I think something I said in the beginning, if I could with my life, with my career, improve the quality of life for people in a sustainable manner, socially sustainable, economically sustainable, environmentally sustainable manner, I feel like I would have done enough. I don't, and again, this doesn't mean, I alone fix climate change, but if I can make my contribution to the world in a better way, treat people around me well as I would like to be treated, if not better. And I think I've done it. I think I've done enough. And people need to recognize when they've done enough, because a lot of people hold themselves to such high standards, so unrealistically high standards, and that can hurt you. Even when you're succeeding, you think you're failing. Wow. But it's just being humble enough to say, I've done enough. I've tried my hardest. That's it, and be satisfied with that. So that's it for me. If I know I'm trying my hardest, or I tried my hardest, then I've done enough. Then I can rest easy. If I know I haven't tried my best for people, then I know. Then it's on. Then I gotta address that. But yeah. So that's guiding philosophy. The thing that guides, I just try to try my best at everything, personal interactions and work interactions. Try my best.
Yeah, I completely agree. And there are many things I could say on that. One of the things me and my siblings, we say to each other sometimes is, do the best you can wherever you can at all times you can.
There you go.
Make sure that your best is not something that you do sometimes, but it's something that you work towards and you improve, and you are always striving to be your best. And along those same lines, I completely agree. It's not just about achieving things, but you have to recognize when you have achieved something substantial and be satisfied with that.
Yeah.
I always feel like you're constantly having to prove.
Yeah.
Or constantly having to, I think we all have to work on this.
Everybody. You see the most success people, you look at them and you're like, you're so successful, and they'll look at you like, I feel like a failure. It's because they're not seeing it through a bigger perspective. That's not this, I want it to be this and I'm not this. It's, you got what you've done so far. That's great. So
reflecting is good. But anyway, so it's good to have you on. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for joining me today. It's so good to have you on as a guest. Me and Gabriel go way back, as is the case with most of my podcast guests. We go way back to Georgia Tech, some good old days. Just before we get started, welcome to the New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. We discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Gabriel, and I'm excited to have him on. Just a brief intro about Gabriel. Gabriel he has earned the stripes. He has worked at Accenture, climbing up the ranks to become a senior consulting analyst. Now, he works on Amplitude. He's also served as a co-founder and as a lead enterprise engagement manager. So he's definitely earned the stripes. We met at Georgia Tech, where he completed a Bachelor of Science in computer science, and he's also the founder of Grind, Don't No Sleep. So yeah, he's definitely an accomplished young man. Definitely glad to have him on as a guest. So Gabriel, just before, as we get started, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
Wow, science, it's interesting. I think when I started life out as a good old young kid, science probably went to video games. It was probably my first interest. Okay. Video games being what I used to play a bunch, and that's just what I like to do. Playing the Game Boy, Pokemon Yellow, Red, Silver, all the way up all the NBA 2Ks, just that whole world got me interested in seeing what technology was capable of doing. And so didn't really know what I wanted to do being a young kid. I just knew I was good at math and science, and eventually that turned into a career in the tech world. So I studied computer science at Georgia Tech, graduated with that degree, but then led me to tech consulting. So being able to kind of balance out, I guess, the math and sciences of the world into business logic, I think that's kind of where my head's been going the past few years. So yeah,
that's really good. That's really good. So it's interesting you bring up. It seems like this is a consistent trend. I interviewed a faculty member at Georgia Tech and several other people, and a lot of people talk about how video games led them to become interested in computer science.
Yeah.
Would you say that was something that was fostered by yourself, or by your parents, or by your environment? How did that come about?
Honestly, I feel like depending on the demographic of the audience, for me, my family background, there wasn't a lot of scientists. There wasn't people in the science field. So we were very humble beginnings, people just kind of blue collar workers doing what they need to do, pay the bills. And we weren't really, as a family, in the careers of the science space. So for me, or any kid, that's probably the easiest way to get exposed to science if you don't have it in your family is video games. And for me, that was my outlet. That's what I did. It was either that or play outside. And so if I wasn't playing sports, I was playing video games. And so I think that was like the closest outlet to figure out what science could do, and specifically computer engineering, computer science, which was my first major coming into college. So that would be my thought.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So my question was, did you start off as computer science, or did you switch to computer science?
Yeah, so I started off as computer engineering. Reason being, I thought my dad showed me a lot about computers. And so because I like computers engineering, that sounds like that's what you're supposed to do if you like math and science. And then I started that.
Okay.
Got into a couple of classes, realized I didn't really care for circuits and hardware and stuff like that. And quickly I was like, how do I get back to that programming thing that I learned? And my first experience with coding was with MATLAB at Georgia Tech, as many people from Georgia Tech have.
CS 1310, I think.
Yep. 1517.
Something like that. Yeah, we remember the numbers.
So we learned MATLAB, which was, not necessarily what some engineers would call coding, but it was my introduction to it. And that's when I got excited about it. I had a lot of fun with it, the way the computers work, and realizing the power behind not just video games, but, algorithms, your laptops, anything really, your cell phone, TVs, and the list goes on.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. My question to you is, and as we unpack your career and all the success you've had thus far, my question to you is, how did you overcome, or how did you get through to becoming competent and proficient in programming? Because a lot of people stop at it because they'll be like, oh, this is hard. I'm debugging all the time. It's very frustrating. How did you overcome that barrier?
Yeah, so it's funny because I think my career, and I want to be clear for anyone listening, today I'm not a software engineer. Today I'm not coding. But while I was at school, I definitely had an interest for it. I definitely had an interest for solving problems. And I think that's what led me to go through all the computer science courses and to start coding things like computer graphics, and to code things like audio software, or to create Python scripts for robots to dance around and whatnot. I enjoyed that thought process that it took to make something do an action in that way. And so I think there's generally an interest that you have to have in wanting to solve problems, but just also the way of how we do it as programmers is sitting at your computer and typing it out. Like, if you have that joy, I think that's what really kind of pushed me over the edge of wanting to complete that degree. Now, the reason for me to shift away from sitting at my desk and doing that joy that I had was that itself, sitting at a desk. I'd rather be talking with people, collaborating, whiteboarding. And so having a mix of that in like the consulting world is what I was looking for, which I think I found in consulting, and then putting me into a space of software as a consultant, I guess.
So was it hard to transition to Accenture from like the hard sciences to like consulting? Was it hard to transition, or was it a very facile transition?
So I'd say a little bit of both. And the reason why I say a little bit of both is I set myself up in school to make sure that I was finding the proper internships. And as someone coming in with an engineering background, it's a very unique background when you're coming into the consulting world. Generally, a consultant would be a business major, or someone who's been in the space of building out PowerPoint decks, or understanding business or finance or marketing, or any of these like business majors. At Georgia Tech, as we all know from Georgia Tech people, we're all engineers. We're all math and science. Everything we do is on a computer. So we stood out to the consulting companies that were hiring for us, but we also had the barrier of entry of excelling, I would say, at like the typical consulting things, which would be PowerPoint decks, building out spreadsheets, all the equations that it went into actually building out pivot tables and all that. Stuff like that was completely just unknown to me when I got into the space. And so that was the barrier of entry once I realized, oh, okay, as a consultant, this is something you should be good at. Now, I think over time, as I got into my career, I developed that skill. I was not good at it at first, but what differentiated me was the way I did think. And so trying to make sure I leaned in on that while also not stumbling on my weaknesses at the time was kind of what I had to make sure I balanced out at the beginning of my career.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna have to re-listen to this because you said not stumbling on your weaknesses, but leaning forward to what you are aspiring for. That's good. So how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How do you do that?
Yeah, I think if we all take a step back, which I think we all did during this time in the pandemic, you recognize, what do you find value in, what do you not? For me, in the beginning of my career, like I mentioned, I did not find joy in creating PowerPoint decks. I did not find joy in project management, and I did not find joy in the spreadsheets. But what I did find joy in is solving the problems and then telling a story. The telling a story piece that I enjoyed, I did not think of as something that I was interested in or even like anywhere near good at when I was doing a lot of math and science related things at Georgia Tech. That came out of me in the consulting world. And then once I realized that I enjoyed that piece, but I was not good at a couple of the pieces that helps tell the stories, that's kind of what motivated me to stay in the lane of figuring out, okay, how do I become a better consultant? It's about better storytelling, which doesn't always lead to a better PowerPoint. It doesn't lead to building out more spreadsheets, but those are just tools in which you can use to leverage the story that you're trying to tell. In that, with data analysis, which is kind of a lot of what my job is today, you're able to tell a story as well. Now, how you gather that information is one way, but how you tell it is another. So I guess losing myself in the question you originally asked, I think my mindset going into my job was really just to understand how do I become better at the things that I enjoy, and then leverage the things that I don't enjoy but are kind of like necessities in this lifestyle. So I say that because fast forward to today, my job requires me to make decks. My job requires me to make spreadsheets. And even in my businesses today, I'm using a lot of spreadsheets to get the data that I want, to do the analysis that I want, to help better tell a story. Even in the finance world, you'll find a lot of finance people using spreadsheets to make sure that they make the numbers work for their business, which is another skill that I've had to pick up just as a general entrepreneur and building something out. Finance is like the language to business, and that's usually going to require some spreadsheets. So funny enough, with all those learnings of how to build up my weaknesses, that also led me to now do a lot of that in my day job, and I'm pretty decent at it, at least enough to have me successfully doing my job today. So it's kind of a blessing and a curse, the path that I went through, but I think the learning there is take every opportunity that you have or every season that you're in, and run with it, like really lean into it and see what you're going to learn from it, because you might not need it in the next 5 to 10 years, but something might come up, and that one little piece nugget that you took away from that season might be helpful down the line.
Seeing purpose in what you're going through. That's good. So my question to you is, how are you doing all of this? Like, are you a serial entrepreneur? Or would you consider yourself to be a serial entrepreneur? How are you managing all of this, Gabriel? Tell us the secret. What's the secret? Tell us the secret.
Not sure if I have a secret, unfortunately, but I think we're all learning how to do it on our own way. Just like you, David, we all, especially at Georgia Tech, have to find a way to make do with the time that we do have. So naturally, as a person, I like to find myself busy. I like to find myself moving a lot. I, have been flying around a lot and travel these past few weeks, even along with balancing my day job and balancing a business on the side of my day job. So just to give color on what I'm doing. Today, I work at a company called Amplitude. We are a product analytics company. I am an engagement manager on the professional services team. So we help all of our customers that buy our software get onboarded onto that platform. So that is my main day-to-day job, is helping product managers get onboarded to our product analytics software. On my night job, let's call it the 5 to, midnight time job, I lead a social group called Over the Top with a couple of friends actually from Georgia Tech, But with that social group, we're basically amplifying gratitude through celebration. So we plan events and curate events and experiences for other like-minded individuals, entrepreneurs, young professionals that are trying to network, but also experience cool things at the same time. And so I, on top of those two things, did like 5, 6, 7 other different things in my life. And I had to realize at some point that I needed to narrow my focus on the things that I really cared about the most, at least at that point. So today what that is my job, and it's over the top. Those are the 2 things that I definitely put a lot of my energy in. And then aside from that, I always like to make sure that I'm building up things like your spiritual health, your physical health, your mental health, which is another conversation. But I think as long as you're making sure you're tapping into those spaces, that's going to help you feel elevated in the other areas that you're focusing on, which in my case right now is my job and my social group.
Yeah, that's good. So how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of business and science? So you started these companies. What unique flair have your companies added to the business world? Or what unique flair have you added to your job itself, outside of your personhood? What unique flair have you added?
The main thing that I think really took off for just myself personally, or what allowed me to take off in my career and in my business ventures and just life in general, is owning up into being my full self. I think being at a consulting firm, you kind of adapt to the environment around you, and you think you need to be this corporate self of you that they want you to be. Coming as a person of color, right? My family's Puerto Rican Dominican, I'm Afro-Latino. It's easy for you to feel misplaced in environments like this in corporate America, not understanding how you should act. And I think Accenture did a good job of making sure that they wanted us to be our full selves. Now, granted, a company that big, it's hard to see that trickle down effect of actually feeling comfortable being your true self. But there was a moment in time where I recognized that there was value in me being me, which was sometimes a very expressive personality, sometimes being very lighthearted and wanting to have just joy in what we did. Without having to give you the cool big words. Maybe I can make a Drake reference in a customer call. Maybe I can, talk about my weekend candidly and be okay with that. Obviously, there's there's pros and cons to that, and there's probably some things you probably shouldn't mention to your coworkers or anything like, oh yeah, I was looking for another job. Like that'd be probably a bad thing to talk about if that was the case. But I think being true to myself and my environment at work is what excelled me to now feel comfortable in my own skin. But now if people also can gravitate towards you and be comfortable with talking to you, and now you and that person can build relationships. And at the end of the day, everything in this world is about relationships. And if people can't connect with you as a human being, that's going to just take away opportunities for you and for that person. So that's probably the number one thing that's helped me build out my career as in tech. But also built out my brand in the social group at Over the Top. Because at the end of the day, just to be clear, David, my day-to-day job in corporate America is one thing, and my social life with the social group, traveling, hitting the world, going out to bars and nightclubs every now and then, or actually just getting on a boat and having a good time in Mexico. We all do these social things for the most part. We all have social lives. And so I am candid in my day-to-day and talk about what I do. I'll share photos. Again, to everybody's discretion, but I like to own up to what I'm doing. And I think people connect to that better as a human being than not doing that. So again, I just want to caveat one more time with your discretion, right? That doesn't mean tell everybody your entire life. With your discretion, just be your full self in these environments. That's what's helping me out.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. So how did you seek or find the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? So let's take it a step. Let's go a little bit back a bit. So you start off in high school and ended up at Georgia Tech. How did you know that Georgia Tech was the right place for you? Step one, how did you know that was the right place for you?
So I did not have a lot of counseling on schools and being able to go to the right one. I've actually only applied to 2 schools in high school. Okay. The first one was the University of Miami because my family was in Miami, and that's the only reason why I applied. And the second one was Georgia Tech because I was going to high school in Georgia, and my counselor said I should apply to an in-state school that was a good school and that I can get, good scholarships. So that's the only reason why I applied to Georgia Tech. Those are the only 2 schools I applied to. So I got into both. And luckily enough, I actually got a full scholarship at Georgia Tech, which allowed me to attend it and get the education that I got, and then open up the opportunities that I had. So if it wasn't for that counselor in high school, I would have not been at Georgia Tech, and I would not be doing what I'm doing today in the tech world. I'd probably be back in Miami doing whatever I would have been doing at the time. You know, God knows that story. But what I do know now is I thank that counselor every day. I think about that story in my head, because if that conversation hadn't happened, I would have probably not be here today.
Yeah, that's good. Andrew, that's very good. So I remember when you were at Georgia Tech, you were part of OMED. So what led you to jump into that? Was that because of your personality? What led you to do those activities while at Georgia Tech?
Yeah, so OMED, I believe some folks have talked about it in the podcast already, but you know that's basically where all the minority students could go and get any educational support for the Georgia Tech experience. The percentage of minority students at Georgia Tech is very small, and so being able to find that home and community where you can just feel like you have people that can relate to you culturally, but just as a lifestyle was great, and to have that support as well. So I think that's naturally where I gravitated towards OMED. I was originally introduced to OMED by the Challenge program, which was a program that's put on by OMED for minority students the summer before entering their freshman year. And you get prepared in a 4-week program on how to get a 4.0 or just be surviving in the school as a freshman student. So that basically led to my lifelong friends that I have even to this day. Kyle Woom, who's been on the podcast and is also a co-founder of Over the Top with me, and has also been my roommate out here in the Bay Area, was also someone I met through that program. Okay. So it's overall, that program not only has given me friends of a lifetime, but it's also like giving me skills to this day that continue to help me push forward.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and I would say, yeah, that's really good. Yeah, Georgia Tech, I think, was almost like a concentrated pool of talent, a concentrated network that has led to a lot of things for me personally as well. Yep. So, how were you able to start a company? Grind, Don't, No Sleep. Why did you name it that, and why did you start that?
Yeah, so the story that I have with Grind, Don't, No Sleep. First, a lot of you might ask, "Oh, that grammatically is incorrect." That is correct. That it's grammatically incorrect. It was my freshman year of Georgia Tech, and I interned at Procter & Gamble in the summer. I had an experience for the first time working at a company that just wasn't a McDonald's, because that was my only job prior to that. Again, as I mentioned, my family isn't in corporate America like that. It's so humble beginnings all around. And so being in like a space like Procter & Gamble with the cubicles and a lifeless salary was different. I recognized in this opportunity that there were a lot of people that had family that had this opportunity to tell them, hey, this is what a Procter & Gamble would look like. This is what it would look like to work at a corporate America job and get a nice salary or intern for a summer. Internships, things like that, salary, those were things that I was not used to hearing just growing up. And so I was kind of frustrated. I was kind of down, and I had a really rough summer just from like a mindset perspective, and recognizing that like this whole time in my life, I've never been introduced to what was possible here up until this point. Like if it wasn't for that counselor that told me to go to Georgia Tech, if it wasn't for OMED and the Challenge program to tell me I need to be in internships, I wouldn't have been at this internship and I wouldn't have this experience. So that led to the idea that there needs to be someone teaching about these opportunities to give people opportunity to be successful. And that's when the idea of Grind, Don't, No Sleep came up, with a conversation that would have made my friends Andrew Wright, who was also a friend from OMED that I met through Challenge and is still a friend to this day. Basically, we just had a conversation, and he's like, how do we maintain this lifestyle to like make sure we can take this back to our families so they know it's possible? You just got to grind and not sleep, grind, don't, no sleep. And so from there, that moment, that motto was created, grind, don't, no sleep, which means just grinding towards your passion and not sleeping on the opportunities to go after it. And so it was focused on speaking to just basically students in socioeconomic conditions that don't have the opportunities for these opportunities or understand it. And so we spoke to a lot of young high school college students or upcoming college students and mentored them with different workshops and what that might look like. So that was the inspiration behind the t-shirts. We launched a brand we launched a t-shirt, campaign with the slogan on it. A lot of students got behind it, bought into the brand. The housing department at Georgia Tech also bought into it. We gave it to some of our residents. And it was just basically since then a mindset that we kept going with for college and to this day.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think about the analogy in chemistry. Sometimes things to precipitate, you just need one drop of a particular chemical, one drop for co-precipitation. And I think the same thing is true when it comes to successful living, and also being successful in school. Many times, even in grad school and even before grad school, many times it's a matter of the right opportunity, doing research at a particular university to get the letter of rec from someone at the university to transition into the university. So it's those key moments and key nuggets of advice that really help and make a difference, a world of a difference, I would say.
Yeah.
So do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue the field you're currently working in?
So the field that I'm currently working in is the professional services space in SaaS. SaaS stands for Software as a Service, which is pretty much any software that has a subscription basis. And so today, my company, Amplitude, is a software as a service company. If you think of any company that has a software that has some sort of subscription attached to it, it's pretty much every and all companies that you have on your computer, essentially. So being in that space, consulting is the first route to get into that. My route there was going through Accenture, and I actually found the first company that I applied to after Accenture, which was Optimizely, because they were actually a client of mine through Accenture. So that's how I was exposed to that. So just being in consulting space, just in general, if you're not curious, or if you're just curious on how to get involved in like different spaces and dabble a little bit, consulting is the best way to just jump into a career, learn how to see how businesses run, but also get exposure to a bunch of different companies, since you're going to be staffed on a bunch of different projects. And you'll quickly find out what you like and what you don't like. And so that's how I found out that this space, professional services, existed in the SaaS space, and found my way there.
What has been the most beneficial advice you have received to date? Or some of it. And that's a big one. That's a big question.
Yeah, that's a huge question. I mean, I think I noted it earlier today, which is just be yourself. I mean, lean in on that 100%. I think, in today's world, and you probably hear this a lot nowadays, but like, we're very distracted with what things should look like, with how things should sound, what things should feel. And I think oftentimes with all of that noise, you just limit yourself, and you think like, oh, if I'm not that, then like I don't have it. But, David, seeing you as someone from Georgia Tech starting this podcast as an example, like you've ran with it and you've had 100 episodes or so. I don't know how many, but it was a lot when I looked at it.
Yeah, less than 100, bro. Less than 100. Thanks for piping me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's coming through. But I mean, the fact that you're running with it, like no matter what, like I've dabbled in the thought of like, maybe I should start a podcast, but people do it and they feel it, and I think if you have that thought, you run with it, feel it, and just like enjoy it. And it might not work out for some people who maybe don't have the voice for it or whatever the case may be, but just being able to say like, I look back and I tried that, just how I felt it in my heart. I've seen so many people just not pull through because of just that fear and just being yourself. So it's very cliche, it's very cheesy, but I think it does matter. I think it's definitely changed my career being myself, and it's changed the relationship that I have today. Just I stand out.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's cheesy, to be honest with you. I think everyone has unique personhood, and that's also coming from my faith perspective as well. I think everyone has unique personhood, and everybody can complement, in my personal opinion, everyone can complement to their workspace, their lives. And there's always purpose in situations and purpose in people. So I completely agree with that. It pays to be yourself. And it takes time. You gotta be honest. It takes time to become comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah.
Where like, as you mentioned, the distractions don't bother you to the point where because you are comfortable in your skin. You know who you are and you know what you're about. So yeah, dude, this is really good. I'm going to have to re-listen to this because this is good. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for joining me today. It's so good to have you on.
Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. Welcome to the New Chemist podcast. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Odyssey, Amazon Music, and a variety of other platforms. Here on the New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is a good colleague and friend of mine, Kyle Wong. Thanks for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Starting off at GE as a software test engineering intern, he progressed to Twilio as a software engineering intern. Then he progressed even more, serving also as an OMED team coach, then as a software engineer. Then he served as a co-founder and CTO at Shopper, also as a fellow at On Deck, and he is a part of the founding team, and he's the VP of Product and Engineering at Overflow. He was also recognized as a Forbes 30 Under 30. He is really accomplished, a good colleague and friend of mine from Georgia Tech. Please welcome Kyle Wong. Thank you, Kyle, so much for joining me today. It's so good to have an accomplished guest such as you on this podcast. Just before we begin, Kyle Wong is a Forbes 30 Under 30 recordee, or he was recognized under Forbes 30 Under 30, as well as he's a part of the founding team and VP of Product and Engineering at Overflow. He's very accomplished. He was one of my buddies at Georgia Tech. Person of color, served well. He's major in computer science. Really smart guy. Really good to have him as a guest. So as we get started, what would you say have been your long-standing interest in the field of computer science?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the podcast. Super excited to be on here. And yeah, some of my long-standing interests in the field of computer science, like I can remember just being a kid. Maybe I don't remember the exact year, but whenever the iPod came out, I had to have this iPod, and just using it, I was intrigued. I'm like, how can I listen to music from this little device, right? And that has just always been interested in me, and how these products shape society. And so for the longest, I just always wanted to be an engineer at Apple. And so as I grew up and, grew older, my parents noticed that, I had kind of this knack for technology. And so they cultivated that through, various summer programs and things like that. And that really helped expose me to the world of computer science and, how essentially you can, tell a computer to do something and, even build businesses off of, being able to code. And so that has always inspired me and inspired everything I've done up until this point.
Okay, yeah, that's good, man. That's good. So, what would you say, what led to your desire to work in the field of computer science? Was it your upbringing? Was it the school you went to? How did that desire come about? And you mentioned your parents cultivated it, but how did the desire come about?
Yeah, I would say that the iPod, right? Seeing that, and then just seeing all the cool things you could do about coding. There would be TV shows where people are fake coding, but it's just still that exposure. Yeah. And I just thought it was really cool. I've always been really good at math. Okay. Although computer science isn't at least software engineering isn't a lot of it, like some of it uses math concepts, but not on a day-to-day basis. I'm not using that, but I've just always been like an analytical thinker. And so, you know, being analytical, and when thinking about career paths, like when we were, like, I want to say we got a computer at my home when I was maybe like 6 or 7 years old. And so like my dad was always on the computer on like AOL and, you know, stuff like that. And so this is like new technology. And so I was just like fascinated, and I just wanted to know how computers worked and all of that. And so just like the plethora of exposure that I had from like having a computer at home and all those other things just really inspired me to want kind of like, oh, you can make a career by working on a computer. I thought that was cool. And then, you know, look at it today, everyone uses computer for their day-to-day job, whether or not you're, you know, a computer scientist or programmer, or even if you're, you know, in business, like have a strictly business kind of role, like everyone uses a computer. And so I knew that's why I wanted to, you know, be in this computer science field.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, man. That's really good. So, yeah, that's really good. So you saw people using it. You had instances in your life where you had samples of those technologies. That's good. So, Kyle, my question to you, I think most people, when they see a LinkedIn profile, the question is, how have you been so successful? You were recognized by very notable magazine, Forbes 30 to 30. So, how have you done it? What has complemented to it? Can you describe to us the path to getting there? And how did you overcome the obstacles when you encountered them? And would you just share a brief story as to how did the academic path first, and then we can talk about the obstacles. So the academic path.
Yeah. So the path. So when I went to Georgia Tech, so the summer after my junior year, no, it was summer after my sophomore year of high school. I did this program at Georgia Tech through, it was called LEAD at the time. Now it's called Summer Engineering Institute, and I believe it's still around. And what they do is they bring about maybe like 30 to 40 minority students, Black and Latinx students from around the U.S. to Georgia Tech, and you're there for 4 weeks on campus, and essentially you're kind of like taking classes. And so I'm a high schooler, and for me, like even just attending Georgia Tech seemed like a reach. Like I didn't think it was possible. I'm originally from Decatur, Georgia, and not many people from like where I grew up, my high school, you know, would go to four-year universities, let alone Georgia Tech. And so I had that exposure after my sophomore year of high school through that program, and they exposed us to not only like computer science, but also like chemical engineering, and it was more so like just about engineering, like what are the different fields and paths you can take in engineering. And I always resonated with like the computer science kind of computer devices type thing. And so when I entered Georgia Tech, I started off as computer engineering major, and the difference between computer engineering and computer science is that computer engineering is more hardware focused, whereas computer science is more software focused. So I always thought I wanted to do hardware, but the curriculum at Georgia Tech for computer engineering was very electrical engineering based. And so a lot of the classes that electrical engineers had to take, like digital signal processing, computer engineers had to take. And like I didn't really like the hardware classes. I always thought I would, but I didn't really enjoy them. I didn't do the best in those. And you know, I had a friend that had an internship after his freshman year at Google in Mountain View, California, which is Silicon Valley. And I was like, that's what I want to do. So after my sophomore year, I didn't have an internship after my freshman year, but after my sophomore year, or during my sophomore year, I actually switched from computer engineering to computer science. And I had the opportunity to get an internship at GE in Salem, Virginia. It's a very small town. It was a cool internship, but I felt I didn't learn a whole lot. And I realized the next internship I wanted to be in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley, because I just feel like that's the heart of technology. And so every year, Georgia Tech has a career fair, and they have one specifically for the College of Computing. And so the year is 2014. You know, I had gone to the College of Computing career fair before. Every big company you could think of is there. You know, you have Microsoft, Google, all these.
Of Klaus?
You said what?
The lobby of Klaus?
Exactly. Yeah, and Klaus. Yep. Exactly. And so you have all these big tech companies, and you know, you'll wait in line for like an hour because everyone wants to talk to these companies. You're missing class, and you know, you'll wait in line for an hour. You talk to a recruiter for like maybe 5 minutes, then they just say apply online. And so it was like one of those, you know, it was just like, dang, I just not wasted all this time, but you know, I stood in line, missed class, just to apply online in this huge pool of candidates. So in 2014, I'm like, I was going to do it differently. So they have the smaller companies on the bottom floor. And so Twilio was one of those companies at the time. And at the time, I didn't even know what Twilio was. And for reference, Twilio is a cloud communications platform. So their API or their service essentially powers text messages and phone calls. So if you've ever gotten like text messages from like a business, or say like appointment reminders from a doctor, all of those they're leveraging Twilio's technology to actually send those messages out. Or if you get like those automated calls, sometimes people abuse it, and so sometimes they're like spam calls through Twilio. But they really try to limit, like they have like a fraud detection team, and they're very strict about their policy. But of course, people are always going to abuse it. But anyway, I'm in this line. I talked to a recruiter from Twilio, and long story short, I'm able to finesse an interview. And I get the interview, and the interview goes well. And they were smaller at the time, and so I had to like keep following up. I'm like, hey, you know, I really wanted this internship.
Persistence.
And I had an opportunity from Boeing as well for an internship. It would have been in Long Beach, California, which is in Southern California. But Boeing is, you know, it's an aviation company, and I wasn't necessarily, I didn't want to be in aviation. I wanted to be in like high tech, you know. Okay. And so that's why I kept following up about the Twilio opportunity. Yeah. And then they scheduled a few more interviews for me, which were like over like video. Okay. And I did well, and I had the opportunity. I got an offer to intern at Twilio. So I interned there summer 2015 and summer 2016. And then after I graduated from Georgia Tech in December 2016, I moved out to the Bay Area to work for Twilio full time. And so I worked at Twilio for about 3 years, and I've always wanted to, you know, pursue startups. But, you know, I was like, after graduating, I had student loans and stuff like that. And it's just, I felt it would be hard to even pursue a business of my own if, you know, with student loans. And so I'm like, okay, I want to get this taken care of. So I had the opportunity, you know, through working at Twilio to like pay off my student loans. And then there came a time where I felt like I wasn't growing as much. And instead of like switching teams or like going to a new company, I'm like, this could be an opportunity for me to, you know, start something of my own. I'm like, I'm young, I don't have any dependents. And so a friend of mine reached out to me about an opportunity that she was working on. It was her and her college roommate. It was very early. It was called Shopper. And they were looking for a technical co-founder. And the idea of Shopper was like on-demand delivery for clothes. So think like Uber Eats, but for clothes. So so that was like the idea. But and so we applied to like Y Combinator, which is a startup accelerator. We didn't get in, but one thing they really wanted to understand was like, why do people need this, right? And we just hadn't done exactly. We hadn't done enough customer research, and then with businesses like that, like those kind of like delivery businesses, the logistics are difficult. You know, you have to be efficient, and then also the unit economics don't make the most sense. You know, most delivery companies are unprofitable because, you know, they're charging customers less than it really costs to actually do the job, right? And so that's why, you know, you see a lot of these companies like Uber, they raise a bunch of venture funding to be able to cover those losses. And so we worked on that for a little bit, but we realized we weren't the right team to make it happen. And so walked away from it. And, you know, when I left Twilio, I had given myself a year to try to figure things out. And so I left Shopper after about 3 months, and, you know, I was just like, what's next? And I connected with, so when I first moved to San Francisco, I went to this church, well, I still go to it. It's called Vibe Church. And one of the co-founders of the church had just started a location in San Francisco. The main location is in Palo Alto, which is maybe about 40 minutes south of San Francisco. But the church? Yeah, one of the co-founders of the church, he wanted to they were starting a San Francisco location for the church. And so I went to the San Francisco location and had the opportunity to meet him. And, this is in 2017, so like 5 years ago at this point. And he's a super cool dude. Yeah, his name's Vance. And so I also served at the church too. Like, I served on like the capture team. So I took photos and stuff like that. And so I had the opportunity to work under his leadership. And so he and I stayed in touch. And when I was working on Shopper, he kind of had the idea for Overflow, which is what I'm working on right now. Okay. And, he and I stayed in touch, and he mentioned this founder fellowship program called On Deck. And what On Deck is basically a program where you bring a bunch of early stage founders together, and it's like it's like a community of startup founders at the earliest stages, and everyone can like learn from each other and all of that stuff. So he mentioned that he had done the previous cohort, and he referred me to do it for Shopper. And so while I was working on Shopper, I was in On Deck, and then after I left, I'm like, what do I do next? He calls me one day and he says, hey, I'm interviewing for Y Combinator, which we had interviewed for Shopper. Mm-hmm. And he was like, I need some, can you give me some advice on, the interview? So I shared with him some advice that we learned from based off of like our learnings from our interview. Mm-hmm. And so ultimately he comes back, he didn't get into YC. And a big reason is that YC looks for, they want you to have a technical founder, a technical co-founder, because they're like, if you're going to be able to build something, you need someone in-house that can do that. Mm-hmm. And so he and I ended up joining forces, and I joined the founding team of Overflow. And so we've been working on, and what Overflow is, our mission is to inspire the world to give. And we make it super easy for people to donate stock to nonprofits. Mm-hmm. And so most people have most of their wealth in non-cash assets, right? They may have like a percentage of their wealth in cash to cover like, day-to-day expenses, emergency fund, stuff like that. But otherwise it's in stock or like crypto. But most nonprofits are fundraising for cash, right? And so there's that misalignment. And with Vance being the CFO of the church, a lot of people that went to the church, they worked at tech companies like Google, Apple. And so majority of their wealth was in stock, and they were like, how can we give stock? And it just wasn't an easy process. Yeah. So that's how the idea came along. And then, I've also, when I was working at Twilio, I wanted to give away, donate Twilio stock to the church. And, there's just like a cumbersome process. So I knew the pain point that he was looking to solve. And so it was just kind of like a no-brainer to work there or work together. But a huge thing I would say in my journey is just like that stepping out on faith, right? Yeah. Where I left Twilio and I had nothing, I'm like, all right, I'm starting this from nothing, I had given myself a year, and, Shopper didn't work out, and I'm like, what's next? But I eventually figured things out, and I landed on my feet, which was a blessing in itself. And just to get to the Forbes 30 under 30, it's just like a culmination of hard work. Like I always say, like I'm happy that I got that Forbes recognition. And I always say, like, a list doesn't define me, but it feels good to be recognized, right? Yes. And so, like, just seeing people, just working hard, building relationships with people. People have noticed, like, the work I put in. Like, I've tried starting businesses in the past, and I've done it all. And so it's just, this isn't, I think people are just now starting to notice me, but I've been doing the work, a long time. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you bring up a lot of good points. I'm glad you shared that story. So just to touch on it, I'll kind of go from where we just left off. You said people are just starting to notice you. Seeds are planted in the ground, but they have to become radical. The radical has to go down, then the plumule has to come up, and it has to shoot up to form the shoot, and then the radical goes down to form the root. So that's an analogy based on germination. We tend to not notice things until they have been developing or have developed to a very obvious level. So that's that. Also, you mentioned how the utility of the ideas came about through the needs in the environment. Yep. So the value proposition came about through the needs in the environment. That's good. And then a number of things. You said stepping out in faith. We could have a whole discussion on that right there, but that'll be another episode later on. sweat equity, in terms of your work experience. So it took time. In essence, it took time for you to achieve what you achieved and to develop the skills and acumen, the maturity, if I may say so, to really walk in the fulfillment of the ideas and promises and whatever the case may be. So that's good. It's really good. So how do you maintain a view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? Do you have a faith perspective? What's the foundation on which you see your life, or the lens in which you see obstacles in your career and in your personal day-to-day living?
Yeah, no, faith is it plays a huge role, you know, especially when it comes to startups. Startups, they're, you know, very fast paced. There's a lot of uncertainty or
uncertainty.
Uncertainty, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I was like, what's the
Make your own words. You've earned it.
Yeah,
make your own words.
A lot of uncertainty, right, in startups, and you know, it's you're literally moving by faith, right? And you're like, you know, this is our hypothesis. This is the world we see, right? We see a more generous world in the future, and it's like, you know, how do we make that vision come to pass? And like in the day when you're in the, you know, day to day in the minutia, it's hard to like see the bigger picture. And there's even times where I'll beat myself up and I'm like, dang, we haven't achieved as much as we want to achieve, and there's so much more work ahead. But even when I just sit back and look back where we were a year ago in the business and to where we are now, it's like, I'm like, damn, we've actually done a lot. So it's very useful, you know, every once in a while to always like take that, you know, to zoom out and just look at the bigger picture as opposed to, you know, getting stuck in the day-to-day. So that's often a tool that I do use whenever, you know, things get frustrating. It's like, you know, take a pen out and then just, you know, trusting God personally, you know, as like being a man of faith, like knowing that things are going to work out the way they need to. And, you know, just seeing how my path, you know, from college to getting out here is just one of those things where it's like, even if there are some missteps, I'll ultimately be redirected along the way, just kind of like, you know, a GPS, right? You're being rerouted.
So again, but this is a really good conversation. I feel I'm gonna have to listen to this episode again because this is inspiring. So for example, you said redirection, you know, I think it's all a part of the plan. And when you have a faith perspective, it allows you to account for the difficulties, account for the uncertainties. And how I like to say it is, in my personal life, because I'm a person of faith as well, I think my faith allows me to parameterize or break down the uncertainty into parameters in which I look at every element and I'm able to reinforce my ideas, reinforce what I believe in the situation. So that's that. And then also, you bring up the issue of when you face frustrations, your faith comes into play. So yeah, that's really good, really commendable. Yeah. So how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of computer science? Where have you added your flair? Where do you see your spin on things? What ideas that you thought of or implemented? How have they been developed?
So a few years ago, I kind of adopted this tagline that I'm building dope technology for the culture.
Okay.
And so, you know, being a software engineer and then being like a Black software engineer at that, like, is very rare. You know, there's a lot of Black software engineers out there, but in the grand scheme, like, you know, if you look at the entire pool of software engineers, like, we're a minority, right?
That's fair.
So one thing that I've always wanted to do is build dope technology for the culture. And so when it comes to, like, you know, work, I try to, you know, apply that different spin and, you know, kind of swagger, so to speak.
Find the right environments for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually?
I think community is huge for me, and I think especially for everything I do, I always try to find people that are like, you know, 1 to 2 steps ahead of me, that's able to kind of like you know, just help guide me. I'm able to learn from their experiences, their mistakes that they've made, and also their successes, and so that's huge for me. And then also just like friends, like, so my best friends, they also went to Georgia Tech, and they're also out here and they're also in tech. And so, you know, they're working at startups, at, you know, tech companies. And so just being able to like learn from their experiences, and then just being part of like various communities. So like the On Deck, like that community has been huge in terms of like, you know, just learning and growing, as well as this organization called Dev Color that I'm in, which is essentially like a peer-based network for Black software engineers.
One more time, can you repeat it?
It's a peer-based network.
Oh, peer.
Yeah, peer, like PER. Yeah.
Okay.
So peer-based, and so it's like everyone's like equal. And the cool thing about Dev Color is that, you know, the idea is they have this thing where they say you don't give advice, you share experiences. And so all of that stuff has been super helpful with me, like adapting to, you know, this industry.
Good. And that's kind of the same approach that I've taken in information in the chemist company when it comes to pair advisors. It's not really advice, but sharing experiences, ideas. It's almost as if information synthesis is occurring. And that's it. So information synthesis, and then refining and distilling that so you produce a really good seminal product that's based off of scientific insight, business ideas, and hopefully some good reasoning. So that's good. Kyle, I would ask you this. Do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue the field you're currently working in? What's your advice to someone who sees what you're doing and probably won't be able to interact with you in person, but they hear this episode and they're like, I really would appreciate, or I really could use some advice from a person of color who's achieved recognition on the Forbes list, who also went to Georgia Tech and has been proficient as a computer scientist. So you can speak in a lot of spaces, but for that particular person, what would your advice be? Yeah,
so, you know, disclaimer, no person's, you know, everyone's path is going to be different, right?
Exactly.
And so for me, if I were to extract like the basic principles from my experience, the first thing is like, what's your vision, right? So starting there, understanding, you know, what you want to do, what you want to be, right? And then from there, creating that plan. And so for me, I always knew I wanted to do technology. And so that was, you know, kind of what led me to Georgia Tech. But say, for example, people are even, you know, going on non-traditional routes, career routes, right? Say you're already in the workforce, but, you know, you want to navigate to engineering, software engineering, or even like building your own company. I think being in those non-traditional routes is totally fine, but I would encourage, you know, that person to reach out to those people that are doing the things that they want to do, just to, you know, gain some perspective and know if it's something you really want to do, and as well as knowing what all it takes to do it. And then I think once you like do that and you're solidified on your vision, I think it's just one of those, this is where you execute, right? And you know, I feel like the execution, like we mentioned earlier, a lot of it's unseen. And I love when you use the seed analogy, right? We can learn a lot from nature.
Oh yes, creation speaks.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know,
there's no language.
You know, once you have that vision, just executing and, you know, just having faith that, you know, that things will work out, and if they're meant to be, and then, you know, you'll be rerouted otherwise. So that's essentially has been my playbook from, you know, start with that vision, you know, find people that are doing it, execute, right? And so that's my playbook.
A lot of execution. So yeah, that's good. So what you bring up, I'm a person of faith, so there's a quote in the scripture that says, Habakkuk 2:4, write the vision, make it plain. So that's good. That's very good. And also, you know, I believe, or I've come to understand that many times as we walk through life, though we encounter obstacles, if we have a vision in mind, it helps us to stay motivated even when we encounter challenges, because we know this is where I'm looking. I can think out, this is how I see it. I can think out of my circumstance, or think beyond the challenge, or look beyond it, because I see in the distance, I see the horizon, I see the sun coming up over the horizon, and I can press on towards that. So that's good. What's been some of the most beneficial advice you have received?
I would say the most beneficial advice that I've received has been, I think, is not being afraid to fail. I would say
fail forward.
Exactly. And I know like Mark Zuckerberg, when he was first starting Facebook, you know, they had this slogan like move fast and break things. And I think it's natural to have like a fear of, failure.
Yeah, we're human.
Yeah, it's human, but I think the quicker you get to failure, is the quicker you get to success. And pretty much success is just a accumulation of failures. And so, you know, the biggest advice I've kind of had is that, you know, be okay with like failing, because it's an opportunity to learn. Exactly. And so I think that's like the biggest thing that we can take away from failing is just that learning. And then the next thing is that, like, I guess a piece of advice is just that no one knows what they're doing. I feel like, you know, we're all kind of like learning, even like some of the biggest companies you can think of, sometimes they're put together by duct tape, like their processes. And you would think that, like, you know, these really big companies are polished, but like no one, you know, knows what they're doing. Well, I don't want to say no one knows what they're doing, but we're all learning.
Yeah,
and
we're all learning.
We're all learning, and
nothing is perfect.
Exactly. And we're all like, you know, adapting to pretty much based on the information that we have at that current moment.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying. We're constantly iterating and improving what we're doing, our practice, our mode of action, our thinking, our mental models, all those things. There's a lot of iteration that's going on because the world changes. Nothing stays the same. We live in a dynamic world. And for you to stay the same all the time, I don't think it complements to you progressing and advancing in this world. So that's that. And then also you mentioned the thing about failure. I think evaluated experiences, even when you fail in those experiences, and non-repeating failures complement a lot to success. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, you could fail, but if you repeat, that presents a challenge. But if you fail, you address it, you learn from it, and you start to work around or above or beyond it, I think you start to progress even more towards your vision. But thank you so much, Kyle, for joining me today. It was so good to have you on.
Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I.
Okay, welcome to the New Chemist podcast. We're so glad you're listening. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and Nobel Prize laureate speeches in chemistry. And we discuss theses as well. We're so happy you're tuning in. My guest today is a former teacher of mine, the current vice principal of the great Bishop Michael Eldon High School. It is so good to have Miss Natasha Pinder as a guest today. So just to give you a quick run through, Miss Pinder taught me in high school. She is a science teacher. She was the head of the science department. She was a senior mistress, and she's currently the vice principal of one of the best schools in the country, Bishop Michael Eldon High School. In terms of education, she has a BS in biology with a minor in chemistry. She graduated magna cum laude. She also has an MA in Leadership and Education with Merit from Liverpool, John Moores University from Liverpool, England. It is so good to have Miss Pinder on today as a guest. So, Miss Pinder, let's begin. So, what have been your long-standing interest in the field of science, Miss Pinder?
Well, for as long as I can remember, David, I have loved science. I did not do well in English, did not do well in math. Always done well in, especially in biology. But I think being an island girl, you know, just being out there on the sea, you know, it just piques your interest what's out there in nature, the birds, you know, because you know about island life, David.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. So when you go to the beach and it just stirs up a curiosity. And so I just have, like I say, biology is my favorite subject, and I just love nature in particular. So that has sparked my long-standing interest in science.
Okay. So I'm just curious, what got you into teaching, Ms. Pinder? Because you were already a full-fledged teacher when I showed up on the scene in high school. So, so what got you into teaching, especially teaching biology? And she also taught me AP
Oh,
biology, by the way. Yeah. So, what got you into teaching?
yes, David. I wish I was one of those teachers who could say, "Oh, I've always wanted to be an educator," but it's not so.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I was like, teaching. Who's gonna do it? Who would want to be a teacher? But I was employed at Cantina Port, and these companies these days, I was made redundant. So, but my former vice principal called and said, we have a position open. Do you mind? So I interviewed and did not get a job right away.
Okay.
But the position became open again, and she called me, and I used to work to Cantina Port. And I was like, I went and get a little bit of trepidation, but David, I fell in love with you guys, the kids. Yes, did it for me. You pour into them and they pour it into you. You learn as much from them as you're giving them. And Cantina Port called me back, but I was just hooked. And I've been in education ever since.
Yes,
so
yeah.
It's students like you, David.
Well, thank you.
Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, and she was a good teacher that helped me get that 4 in AP Bio, which is very, very important. So, given that story, how did you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How did you keep perspective as you were transitioning from the Container Port to education? How did you keep perspective in terms of seizing the opportunity, because that was an opportunity that was presented? How did you keep the big picture in mind?
When you are in corporate job or industry, it's about the money you make.
Okay.
But when you're in education, it's about the lives you change, how you impact people, how you build a future, how you build your country. So that was a bigger picture for me, building each child individually, and building the child. I shape the future.
Yes, Mom.
And I shape my country. So that was the bigger thing for me, because I always come back to that. As teachers, we really set the foundation for students' future.
Okay.
And that is just so big.
I completely agree.
That's why you can't really call it a career. It's a calling. It's a ministry. And it's something you have to take extremely seriously.
Okay. Yeah, I completely agree, because you are shaping the future of the country and you are impacting people's lives on a daily basis. That's a very important role. So how have you been adaptive and creative in this field of science education?
Well, as you know, I love science. I love science. But to facilitate what we had at Bishop Michael Eldon School, because we found ourselves in science class always just giving notes. That's not what science is about.
Yes, Mom.
Science is about exploration. Science is about discovery. Science is about skills, and I'm like, this can't be it, and so I end up writing 3 textbooks.
Yeah, that's true. The biology and that's true. Those textbooks, biology textbooks.
And so that was a changing point for us.
Okay.
We were able to accelerate so that we can do the AP biology. And it sparked other teachers then to write their own books, which enabled us to then accelerate the chemistry program, the physics, and enable us to offer APs in all of those subjects. So, and then just the introduction of being able to do experiments in class. I'm grateful. Some people don't like coursework. I am grateful for coursework, because it forces science teachers to put in those hands-on skills. Is an integral part of science. You cannot have science without the skills. It's integral, because people work in labs. That's the career path that people take. The students take. They have to have those hands-on skills. In college, every science class you have comes with a lab.
I agree. Yep, every class.
Sending your students off to college and they haven't done any experiments. That's a travesty.
That is a travesty. It is.
That's a travesty. So it enabled us, me writing our textbooks, enabled us to bring those skills back into the classroom.
Yeah, I completely agree. So what was the impetus for you to write those textbooks? Was it just like reviewing the curriculum? How did you go about the process of coordinating a teaching schedule and a writing schedule to complete those books? How did you do that, Miss Pinda?
Oh, David, that's a good question.
Yeah, how did you do that? That's a good
And
question.
I was a young teacher, and I was living at home. So I had the energy, I had the support.
Okay.
So sometimes, I mean, I'm so grateful, and David, you know, because you have a wonderful family. It is so important to have that support. I have an amazing family.
Support's important.
So
yes.
I wrote, and my mom would cook and bring me food, and she would just make sure I was okay. Because sometimes when you're on a roll writing, David, you know, and you're on a roll writing, you can stay up and write all night.
Yep, I completely agree. I completely agree.
Sometimes my life, yes, it was upside down, but she would always make sure I was fed and I was okay in the middle of me doing what I had to do.
Yeah, having a support system is very, very important. And I think it's important for you to let your support system know that you need them. And make sure you keep them close and keep in contact with them even when you like transition onward. Yeah, that's one of the things we talked about in the previous episode. Support is so important for achievement. So yeah,
showing them the appreciation, you know.
I agree. So in terms of thriving scientifically and intellectually, what process do you go about from the get-go, from the start of your career, even working at Container Port and to transitioning to Bishop Michael Eldon School? What process do you go through in your mind when you're looking for opportunities or pursuing advancement, professional development opportunities? How do you go about finding and seeking and pursuing them and eventually completing them?
David, that's the beauty of being an educator. In our school, we have that learning environment, the learning community. So even as professionals, opportunities just come to you.
Okay.
There was one summer, because Brief, you're familiar with Brief?
Yes, Mom.
Every summer, Brief would send professional development opportunities or even scientific study opportunities to all the schools, to the teachers, and only allow you to take advantage of the opportunities. Every summer, the Ministry of Education has these series of professional development. Even though you say as the Ministry of Education, it's not only for government teachers, private school teachers can also take advantage of that as well.
Yes.
And also collaboration. David, you've been to Bishop Michael Eldon School. You know, our teachers, when we collaborate, we push each other.
Yeah, I agree.
Others' energy. So, because for example, when I did my master's, I also put that link because I did it, and the course was incredible. You know, I did it with UNICAF, and you know they offer. Well, I don't know if you're familiar with UNICAF, but they offer scholarships.
Okay.
You do your master's, your doctorate, but most of the schools are in the UK or in Africa.
Okay.
But it is accredited, fully accredited with NACOB in the Bahamas. So, and I grabbed that opportunity, but you know, I was encouraged by others to get my master's. And then I turned around, I put that link in our school chat and our teachers chat, let them know, listen, this opportunity is here, grab it. In the collaborative environment we have, anytime a professional development, anytime a seminar, anything, because you know, Ms. Salem and Ms. Portillo, the science teachers are big with doing different professions. I mean, Ms. Salem being an eco school, she just had they did a call talking about climate change with a school in Madrid. You know, and whenever she gets a piece of information, whenever any of the science teachers get a piece of information, they share it with everyone in the school.
Knowledge sharing.
Yes, and that's an important part of a learning community, because how can we encourage children to be lifelong learners if we ourselves are not lifelong learners? And also, in our craft, we love what we do. So the minute we see something that is in our area, you know, once we have the time, we snap that right up because it's our area of interest.
Yeah, that's good, Ms. Pin. That's good. So you said some very interesting and key things. So you mentioned this opportunity, just so for people who were listening and want to hear about it again, you said UNICAF?
Yes,
Yeah.
UNICAF. I did my master's with UNICAF, David. I'm going to send you the link. I did my master's with UNICAF for $4,000.
Wow.
David, David, you know.
I do know.
$4,000.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity.
I'm telling, and then your doctorate, because I could have gone on to do my doctorate in leadership and education. But I had to stop at the master's for a minute.
Yeah, it's important to pace yourself and catch yourself. I completely agree, Ms. Binder. I had to stop after my master's before I pursue my doctorate as well, which I'm going to pursue very shortly. But I had to stop after my master's. But this is interesting. You did your training in the UK. My mom did her training as well at the University of Liverpool and completed a doctorate there. So it's definitely, it's good when you can access these opportunities and do them as you're doing life at the same time. This is very good. Very good.
My lifestyle, because I did at Liverpool John Moores University.
Yes, Mom.
It's my lifestyle because it wasn't a bunch of projects and tests, and it was self-paced. You had to find in certain things on certain days, but it still wasn't a lot of that. All of it kind of culminated in one project at the end of the module. And David, that suited because as a vice principal, I was blessed where the module would end in the summer or end at Easter.
So timing.
So trust me, I would recommend it to anybody.
Okay, so and you also mentioned NACOB. Remind me of again what that is. NACOB.
NACOB is before where you hear it in the States, accreditation. You hear about it a lot in the Bahamas, but now NACOB is the accrediting body in the Bahamas. So now Bishop Michael, every school, as a matter of fact, should get their accreditation per se from NACOB. They're doing something a little bit more, it's evolving over time, but you have to, as you go into our school, the plaque is right there, and it's yearly, you have to reapply for it yearly. And so they want to make sure that our schools are meeting a certain standard, and that's important.
Very important.
That's just our accrediting body.
Okay, that's good. So in terms of learning community, what do you think complements to Bishop Michael Elden, as well as the learning communities you've been a part of? What do you think complements it being such a good school? Case in point, y'all recently got the Student of the Year for the primary schools. Y'all been making lots of strides in STEM, eco schools. From the time I've been there, even beforehand, it's been a big voice in terms of education and student development and professional development for the students and also the alumni. What do you think is complementing to that, being such a good learning community to date?
David, as warriors, we have a rich legacy.
Yes, legacy.
And it's just truly up to us. Because I'm so grateful for students like you to carry on the excellence that was already imparted to us. We have that good work ethic. We have that, as a Christian school, we have those values, the morals, the character. And then as educators, we seek to pull the best out of our students. Push you to your best. That is our key. When you look at the excellence already been put into each child, you coming back as I'm an alumni. I have a vested interest. I come back and I'm looking to do even greater. I have a vested interest. It's just all about excellence. And the Anglican school system itself, David, we about excellence. We about trying to be top notch.
I agree.
And like I say, the partnership between administration, teachers, amazing teachers, parents that support all that we do, and all being, and I want ACA who supports, that's the name of our authority, Anglican Central Education Authority. They support us in all that we do, and all of it culminates, all of it is student based. When you focus on your students and you're trying to push them to their best, because when the whole thing is, giving your students as much opportunities as possible, as much choice as possible, and that is our focus. And because our mandate is to educate the whole child in a safe Christian environment. And David, as we know, once you give the child, a student, everything they need academically, you hone their skills athletically in fine arts, and you add God to that. What else is there?
Yeah, you make a valid point. You make a valid point, Ms. Pinder, because case in point, if I think back to those days in which I did speech and elocution at Bishop Michael Allen High School, and some of my coaches were Miss Bodie and Mr. Strugam, who are no longer teaching there, but they taught me because they've retired. But Mrs. Strugam, also Miss Atkinson, Miss Jankovic, lots of teachers who helped me develop my ability to speak publicly. At point, this is proof positive of the impact, of course, my parents, but this is proof positive of the impact that is made to the point where I have a public podcast series, which has combined my science skills and my public speaking skills, which were really honed and concentrated in high school. So your point is completely valid. So how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities, Ms. Pinder? Your responsibilities and accomplishments. How do you maintain balance, or how do you keep work-life integration intact?
David, I am still answering that question.
Yeah, that's fair. So what strategies do you use to keep efficient?
David, you know.
Yep.
No. When you pass by Bishop Michael Allen School at night, my car is right there. So I am working on maintaining, because now that I have a 6-year-old and she is a priority in my life, I am looking at reprioritizing. Okay. But what I'm doing simply is asking God for wisdom. I'm putting my routine together. I'm being intentional. You have to be intentional about balance. You have to know what you want. And put your strategies in place. If you don't, if you try to fly by the seat of your pants, trust me, it all falls down. Because when I pull up in Bishop Michael Alden, David, I barely could get out my car sometimes.
Okay.
Someone spend so you have to learn to be intentional about balance. In fact, that is something I'm gonna impress upon my teachers. Well, we have before, but really push, because that's why teachers get so burnt out. Because what we do is so great. We pour so much into our students. We give so much to our students. That you forget about you. And the whole, studies have been done. I'm sure, David, you are fully aware of these studies. You have to have that balance to maintain productivity. It goes together. It goes together. It's a must. And in fact, once you push people to be more balanced, they will even produce more.
Yeah.
So it's not about burning out yourself. It's about maintaining your health. It's about maintaining your mental health. For you to then be even more productive.
Yeah, I agree.
Balance is key.
Balance is key, and I think that's important for both teachers, students, administrators, everyone in general. Balance is very important, and balance looks different for different people at different stages of their lives. And I recognize that. And of course, me as well, I'm in a transitional period. So balance is looking different as I transition onto this next phase of my career. So yeah, you said some important things. You have to know what you want. And that takes some introspection. That takes some time, which is okay, for you to really figure out, what do I want in this stage of my career or the season of my life? And then strategies. We talk a lot about strategy, but strategy is not just planning. I was listening to a talk by Michael Porter from the Harvard Business Review. Strategy is more than just planning. It's the set of choices that you have decided upon that will allow you to win in the environment you've chosen to operate in or compete in, or the market you've chosen to function in. So strategy is basically boils down to the decisions that you are making, the set of decisions you're making, and how you're making them and where you're making them. So strategy is so important. I completely agree, Ms. Pinder. So how do you maintain vision and teamwork in your environment? How do you keep that going? Because, sometimes in high schools, and this has been seen, that sometimes you have a lot of competition. But how do you maintain vision and a spirit of collaboration in the environment? How do you do that, Ms. Pinder?
David, I must say, when we and you could attest to this, David. You know, we are not a school. We are a warrior family, and that's what we push. We push being a warrior family.
Yep.
And so teamwork almost comes almost naturally. Like I say, I work with an amazing team of persons. Even when they feel something going a little awry, you know, we are there. We have that relationship with each other. We can say, hold on, what's going on? And it's not really about work. We care about each other as people.
Yeah.
You know, and having that chaplain there. Our chaplain, trust me, our chaplain, Father Pender, and even the chaplains over the years. But they check our temperature. Listen.
Yep.
You know, and they keep us together and collaborating. So when that goes a little off, trust me, David, we feel it because we are family. You enjoy going to work because it's okay. It's like, it's family.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and how we maintain the vision. Well, we have themes, different themes over the years that tie in to the overall vision of the ACA. And with having fresh themes, it has helps you to reignite the anointing on the vision, for lack of better way of saying.
Yeah.
Ignited because you look at the overarching vision in a different way, from a different viewpoint.
Yeah,
you know,
that's very important.
Kind of, you know, jumpstarts you again. And we also have retreats, like administrators. We just came off an administrators retreat that helps you know, stay focused on the vision, and then how not only stay focused on the vision, but how that vision translates. Because sometimes, you know, we have these nice theoretical things. It's nice, you know, it sounds so good, and you get so pumped up. But if you don't know how that's gonna translate into reality, all that remains, you know, nice, you know, vision. But they help us to translate that vision into the everyday things that we do.
Yeah, so your vision becomes practical. You basically break it into steps, granular steps. What do I need to do for this phase of this career, for this season, for this portion of the school year? What do I need to do? How can I practically break down this goal that we have set so we can achieve it in small bits and small bites? Yeah, even in chemistry, you have many processes. If you want to run them efficiently and really have a good tight measure on them for certain synthetic procedures, it's good to take it one step at a time. Don't try and do multiple steps at once. You have to take it one step at a time. Produce the product, make sure you have enough, and then proceed on to the next. So yeah, that's very, very important. And you know, it's interesting, Ms. Pinder, you talk about the warrior family theme. The warrior family theme, to the point that has made such an impression on me, to the point where one of my main email addresses has the word warrior in it. From then to now. So that's proof positive again. So what advice would you give to those aspiring to become teachers? What advice would you give to someone who listens to this episode and who is really impacted and inspired? What advice would you give to them if they're considering a career in teaching, or for teachers who are already in the profession? What advice would you give to them as an administrator now?
Well, anyone who is interested in teaching, I would definitely say it is so worth it.
Okay.
It is worth it. It's definitely worth it. Don't listen to the noise in the market. You know, if God has put that in your heart, or you feel led to go in that direction, grab it. Don't worry about, you know, what people have to say about teachers and all the rest of that. Or teachers don't get paid. No. Don't worry about all of that. If God has you to do it, and you're passionate about it, do it.
Yeah.
It is so, David, the ripples, the effect you have, the impact, money can't.
Yeah.
Money cannot.
Yeah.
You know, and no matter what they say too, teachers get paid. I mean, of course, you know, it always could be more. Could be.
Yeah, I agree. Teachers could be paid more. I agree.
Yeah, considering all professions you have to have a teacher.
I agree.
You have to have a teacher. So I do believe we have certain countries need to make that shift, because certain countries have their teachers on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Other countries that don't really need to make that shift because it is such it is foundational to your country.
I agree. Education is critical. It's valuable. It's vital to the lifeblood of the nation's present and the nation's future. I think I completely agree. And I've seen it outside and inside in terms of I have my mom is a teacher and she also trains teachers. She's a professor at the University of Bahamas, and I've seen the importance, even practically in my day-to-day operations, the way you are able to make an impact in your family and outside and in the community. It's far-reaching to the point where she recently gave a workshop for the Ministry of Education, and they taught in the room were many of her former students who are actually teaching. So it's a perpetual cycle of impact. The impact that you've made then is still making an impact now. So I completely agree with you. It is impactful, and I am very grateful for the people who took the time to go the extra mile with me. I think back to those times with preparations for Battle of the Brains, or preparations for AP Biology, or preparations for AP Chemistry. So those were formative and vital to where I am right now as a professional, to the point where I was able to serve as a professor and eventually pursue my doctorate. So it's definitely something that I'm grateful for. So as we conclude, what is the most beneficial advice you have received, Ms. Pinder? If you had to give like a short 3-minute summary, what is the most beneficial advice you have received, and why was it beneficial?
Oh, David, that's an amazing question.
Yes.
David, pray without ceasing.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds so cliche. And David, when I was a teenager, even in my 20s or so, and my mom was in Natasha, pray. And I'm like, if you don't want to give me any advice, all you gotta do is say, but David, pray without ceasing.
Yeah.
And you ask God for wisdom, David, God, he comes through.
Yeah.
David, that is so imperative.
I agree.
But also, because praying is one thing, but you have to be practical.
Yeah.
You have to know what you want. And not only that, you lay out your plan. Fine. You pray over it. But you can't be afraid. Like when you said before, David, it's okay to reflect.
Yep.
It's okay to take some time. So when you lay out your strategy, take some time. Tweak it if necessary. Be flexible. Be open to hearing the voice of God.
Yeah.
And with that, David, you cannot go wrong. That's it. Pray without ceasing, and faith without works is dead. Learn to step out and have faith.
Yeah.
That sounds so simple, but David, we know, because David, you are an amazing student, and I remember what did you call it? Heaven's Bank? What did you call it? The Bank of Heaven?
Oh yeah. RAG. Yeah. I said, I remember that. I told y'all I had a full scholarship for those from RAG, Riches to the Glory. Yeah. That and and that's powerful. You know why? Because I saw that come to pass, to fruition. I got a full ride for graduate school. Full ride. So it's so faith. Yeah, faith without works. Yeah, faith with works. It requires you to work towards what you're believing for. So I completely agree. I'm glad you shared that story, Miss Pinder. Very glad you shared that story. And this is the thing I've also found. You have to bring your faith to the workplace with you. So as you're working, you're living out the values that you have said you believe in. You're living those values out. You're pursuing professional development, and you're pursuing your passion, and you're also living out what you believe and what you hold to be true. And respecting others, embracing diversity, embracing equity, embracing inclusion, but holding true to your values and making sure that your values are lived out and expressed in the organization you've chosen to tie yourself to. So that's very, very important, Ms. Pinder. So yeah, Ms. Pinder, this was definitely a good conversation. It was so good to have you on as a guest. Thank you, Mr. Bourne, for joining me today. Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Odyssey, and a variety of other platforms. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community research, and Nobel Prize laureate lectures in chemistry, analyzing their speeches. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is a former teacher of mine from the great Bishop Michael Eldon High School, Mr. Bourne. Thank you for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. So Mr. Bourne is a legend and a great teacher in his own right. He grew up in Guyana, went to an excellent university, passed several examinations. Also, he was an avid cricketer. He pursued his degrees, got distinction. He's been accomplished in his own right, a Google Educator Certified Level 1. He's married, has children, and he's also an ordained minister of the Gospel of Jesus Christ. And he currently serves and worships at Word of Life Ministries International. Once again, it is good to have Mr. Bourne on the podcast today.
Awesome.
So exciting.
Awesome. Good to be here, David. Good to be here.
Yeah. So, Mr. Bourne, what have been your long-standing interests in the fields of science?
I tell you what, I really like organic chemistry. That's one of my areas that I've been really interested in. And when I teach, that's always been one of my more passionate areas. I'm also very passionate about food and analytical chemistry and STEM education. So those are just a few of the areas that I'm really interested in, and really trying as much as I can to make an impact in those areas, even at high school level.
Okay, yeah, that's good. So I have a quick question on that same trend. What practical thing have you done of recent, even in the pandemic, that allowed you to teach those concepts effectively, like organic chemistry concepts or basic analytical chemistry concepts? What have you done that's worked so well?
Well, I tell you what, it's as you talked about the pandemic is really, that was one of the things that really threw a curveball in education. And we had to look for resources. And some of the ones that we would have used are some of the simulations that help students to really understand. I think PhET is one of the ones that I used quite extensively. I also, try to get a lot of digital content. CK12 is a program that I fell in love with, and my students were really interested to, be absorbed in that kind of material, because what it did, it not only gave them, the simple read this or watch this video, but they also had animations, and they had simulations and those kinds of things that really drove some of these concepts home a whole lot better than we could have done, teaching it in a more conventional way.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, simulations are good. Even in graduate school, we used a few simulations like Babino, in which we could look at ligand docking, and also Spartan for certain classes. So there are a lot of simulations that are available when it comes to teaching chemistry content. Even Chemistry LibreText, that's a good resource as well. So, how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How do you keep perspective as a a person?
Okay, I one of the things that I try to do is I strive to constantly improve myself.
Okay.
You cannot become, in education, you cannot allow yourself to become stagnant, because before you know it, you'll become that 800-pound gorilla in the room. So constantly I've been trying to improve myself in terms of, exposing myself to the whatever it is that might be trending, or whatever it is that might be, the breaking things in education or whatever. The other thing that I don't compromise my beliefs or my ethics, irrespective of the situations that I'm in. Because I believe that you have to be you have to be true to yourself.
I agree.
And that's one of the areas in which I really, I strive to continue to be who I am, and don't lose sight of the big picture. Yes, we're in education. Yes, we're making a difference. Yes, these are some of the things that are happening, but then you are still responsible to be the better version of yourself every day, you know. And so that's what I try to do, because with me being a better version of myself, when I come to my students, I could demand a better version of them. You understand?
I agree.
And we could say to themselves, you know what? He's not shortchanging me, because he is also trying to, the thing that he's asking me to do, he's trying to do it for himself. You know?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
You know?
So, how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of science? What would you say has complemented you being effective so long as a teacher in education? What would you say has allowed you to be creative in how you instruct or adapt to different conditions? What would you say has been a complementary factor? How have you done it?
No problem. You know, for quite a long time, or quite a significant number of years, you know, you've been accustomed to doing things a particular way, or, you know, getting things done and getting, you know, pretty good results. But I think COVID-19, as I said before, was a curveball. It really threw a spoke in the wheel of educators, and it really caused us to take a hard introspective look at the programs and the learning and the teaching and learning materials that we were producing and we were, you know, making available to our students. And so I was forced, when COVID hit and everything shut down and we had to go virtually, I was forced, as so many other educators were, to really search for other ways of reaching the students. Because, you know, it wasn't just easy to, it wasn't just okay to just talk and get their attention. You had to grasp their attention. And so Google certification was one of the things that I really turned to, and I think it really helped my creativity.
Okay.
Yes, I used almost the whole suite.
Okay, so that's good.
Things, you know, I used the Google Forms for multiple choice testing. We used the Google Slides for presented material. You know, we got collected information and put it in Google Sheets, all of those. So, you know, it really gave me an opportunity to, you know, expand your repertoire. Expand my repertoire, yes. I also talked about CK12, very good digital content. And one of the things that they allowed me to do after I was certified with them is they allowed me to, what is the word I'm looking for? They allowed me to be able, they have a textbook. It's a digital textbook. But to contribute to the digital textbook? Yeah, they allowed me to make the relevant changes that I might, so that it might be more relevant to my students.
Okay.
So that was awesome in itself, because the students, they love the content.
Okay.
So, but some of the things were not necessarily, you know, tailored for
contextually specific.
Yes. So I had to then use my creativity to, you know, try and weave in those things.
I agree.
Add those things in, and you know, it's not a finished product, but of course, it's something that is an ongoing project for me.
Okay, that's good. So, Mr. Bowen, can you explain what is CK12 for those who may not know, or who may want to Google it or find out about it? What is CK12?
No problem. CK12 is it's an educational platform. It seamlessly integrates with your learning platforms such as Google Classroom, or, you know, whatever LMS that you might have. We of course use Google Classroom, and what it does, it presents the material in a way that you know, I've never really seen it before. To an extent. Because what it does, it offers, for every topic that you do, there's a little bit of reading, there's some video to watch, there are always some questions that they would ask you to see how well you were grasping the material. There are simulations, there are animations.
Wow.
The part that I love is what is called adaptive learning. So when it's time for the students to practice, what they would do is they would start asking questions. There are 3 different difficulty levels. There's easy, the medium, and the hard. So what they do is, when they ask students a question, and if they see that they're struggling for, say, on the medium questions, then what they do is they from the reservoir of questions that they have, they kind of tailor it back for that particular student. So that student then is able to get more confidence, build up their confidence on maybe easier questions before they tackle the more difficult ones.
Wow.
And so, yes.
This is good. It sounds like a good resource, Mr. Bourne.
Yeah, man, a really good resource. And so for anybody who's looking for that, you can just go to ck12.org. You can sign up as a teacher. And they are always running, I think in the summer especially, they run the certification programs. And of course, they could then go, jump head first after that. That's
good. To make sure the students get the resources they need.
That's right.
So how have you sort of found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? So what led you to choose University of Guyana? What led you to choose Bishop Michael Eldon School to teach at? Why did you choose those institutions?
Well, I tell you what, when in Guyana, I wouldn't say it was much of a choice.
Okay.
In Guyana, the University of Guyana is the premier tertiary educational facility.
Okay.
And, so when I came out from high school, I worked pretty briefly in the banks because I didn't have the money to go to school. I didn't have money to go, to pay for tertiary education.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until after I got a scholarship that I was able to go there. So the scholarship, it kind of like pushed me in that area. But I always believe that God works things out in ways that you can't understand.
I agree.
So that when you think that you should have gone here or gone there, He knows exactly what it is that you needed. And I think that was a very good experience for me because, one, it allowed me at that time I wasn't very mature as a person.
Okay.
It allowed me to mature really, really well. And it was there that I really developed the love for teaching because, as you know, when you're in college or university, at a certain level, especially if you're holding a certain GPA, the lecturers then come to you and ask you, would you be willing to do some tutoring?
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's how I really got started. Found that there were people who were constantly coming to me for help. Could you explain this to me? I don't understand this. That as I did it more and more, I realized, hey, this is something that I could definitely do. I had people who used to come to my home and seek me out more or less for me to explain things,
concepts to them,
concepts that they did not get when the lecturer did it. That in itself, gave me this impetus that hey, maybe I could get involved in a career in education. Bishop Michael Eldon, I was working at the Sugar Corporation back home as a chemist, and it was a very good job. But of course, in terms of the finances, it didn't really allow me to do what I wanted to do. And so Bishop Michael Eldon, that opportunity came up through a friend of mine. She introduced me, and it was a home run since I've been, I've not taught at any other school since I've come to the Bahamas, so we're going on 17 years now.
Wow, this is good, Mr. One. I'm glad you taught me. I've benefited in a lot of ways. A lot of ways from you teaching me. And I would say the same thing, even in university, I tutored as well. When I first started tutoring at Taylor University, where I tutored general chemistry and organic chemistry. And of course, I was paid. But I loved tutoring so much that even in graduate school, I tutored for free. Wow. I tutored some students for free. Even with my busy schedule, I tutored some students for free. And
that's when you know that it's a part of you.
That
you don't necessarily look for the remuneration.
But
you recognize that this is something that somebody needs and you have. I always remember the scripture says, freely have you received. In a lot of cases you've received a lot, some cases we had to pay for it, of course. But I think of it like this. There are some people who have poured into me to make me who I am. And so it's just it's just that kind of reciprocal nature.
Yeah, I agree.
Getting back into it and pouring into somebody else's,
it's better to give than to receive.
Definitely, man.
Yep. Definitely. So what have been your most actually, how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? So how do you maintain balance, Mr. Bond? You know you're busy, you're teaching a lot of students, you also have a personal life.
I tell you,
balance.
I tell you, well, the thing about it is that the students sometimes how they behave is sometimes they think that all that you do is teach.
Yeah.
They think that when they go home in the evening, you take a bath right in school, and you sleep there in the night, and you're ready to go again early.
Oh man, that's funny. Eat breakfast at the school. You live at the school.
Have breakfast and everything, but I do have a life outside of school, and I work really hard at trying to maintain that balance, because I believe that balance is the key for you. Getting ahead in any area, you must be balanced.
I agree.
You must learn to walk that fine line of balance. So for me, I'm involved in church. I have responsibilities of church, and so that is one of the one area that sometimes I feel like I'm overwhelmed with work at school. There's an outlet there.
I agree.
I also love fishing.
Okay.
I haven't gotten a chance to do a lot of that lately.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have rods and stuff, and so whenever it's getting tough and it's getting too much for me, I find myself somewhere on a beach, or in a canal, and I'm fishing, and for me it's therapeutic.
I agree. Yeah.
Yes, I'm able to relax my mind, get fresh perspective, be able to be rejuvenated. So those are some of the things that I do. Also, when at high school I was an avid sportsman.
Okay.
But of course I can't play those sports now.
Oh yeah, that's
a lot of them. I watch a lot of them. I love watching basketball, cricket. Soccer. When the Soccer World Cup was just the other day, so I watched that. I watched a lot of those games. I even watch golf. My wife doesn't understand it, but
okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, you have outlets.
Yes, they are. You must have outlets.
I agree. Yeah, for me, it's me also watching tennis as well as playing some tennis.
Yes, I know that you played, right?
I played tennis a lot in high school.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely having balance. Like one of my former guests, one of my colleagues from Georgia Tech, Mr. Sharif Ali, he told me that he approaches it from the perspective of balance in different compartments. If you view life in compartments, whether it be social, faith, work, having balance throughout those compartments, so that if you skew to one area, you can kind of adjust, and because it's a constant adjusting, it's a constant adapting.
Yes, it's a push and pull here. Yes, always. Definitely. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. So, what would you say has complemented your success as a teacher? Would you say it's the mentors you've had, the study that you do, the prep that you do, your lesson plans, how you approach teaching the student, your teaching philosophy? What would you say has complemented to you being successful as a teacher?
All right. For me, one of the most important things that you could do is create a rapport with your students.
Okay.
Yeah, so creating rapport. So for me, I want to create an environment that is oftentimes relaxed, but it's respectful.
Okay.
Students, this teaching learning environment is something that is a dynamic, we joke and we laugh. I always tell a student came back to me the other day after a couple of years of graduating and said, Mr. Bone, how come you're still here? I said, I've always found a way to laugh.
Wow.
I've always found a way to laugh because, it's sometimes work can be tough.
Yeah,
sometimes
I agree.
Everything that you have to do can wear down on you. But for me, I always look for an opportunity that I can find, something to laugh at, something to make a little joke about, and so that's one of the things I want the students to understand, that the environment that we create in class must be one where they're not afraid to make mistakes.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not afraid to express themselves.
Yeah.
You go into some classes and they don't want this, it's like a censorship. So the teacher doesn't want the student to say anything. I'd be the first to tell my students, I don't know everything.
Yeah.
Especially in this digital age. I don't
Same
know
here.
Understand? And sometimes somebody could bring something to the table that I've never even considered, never even looked at, never even, had the ability or the opportunity to look at. And so I embrace those things. You know, I want them to think critically.
Yeah.
You know? So those are the things. I think the other thing is I listen.
Okay.
I show empathy.
Okay.
I think those are the things that help me to become successful as a teacher, because people who I don't even teach find their way into my classroom.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
They find a way. And so those are the kind. I think sometimes we look for the
grandiose,
technical, and the traditional. But I think teaching there's a human aspect that you can never overlook.
I agree.
You understand? When the students are able, I always remember somebody telling me, he says, if the students trust you and like you, they're able to learn from you a whole lot better. You understand? And
I agree.
So that's one of those, you know, that's always been my watchword, you know, create that environment where students feel safe. Students feel like they could come and they could say, Mr. Bourne, this is what is happening. This is what is going on at home. This is why I can't give you your homework. This is, you know, of course, they're the ones who will try to use that to get around you. But there are often genuine cases with children who are struggling with some difficult situations, and
I agree.
You have to be able to understand, somewhat what they're dealing with, and be able to help them through those, you know, navigate those areas in their lives, and that's where teaching becomes more than just the curriculum. It becomes teaching, them for life and giving them the life skills that they could use to navigate. You know, so I think that those are the things that I mentioned. Those are the things that I found most impactful for me as a teacher. Yes, I create. Yes, I teach. Yes, people come and they write, yeah, Mr. Bourne is a good teacher, whatever. But for me, all of those things, those compliments stem from the fact of the kind of person that I am and how I'm able to help them get over these hurdles.
I agree.
Help them to, blossom.
I agree.
Students, you know.
Yeah, that's good, Mr. Bourne. So I have a quick question. How do you go about teaching students with different abilities? Because you teach a classroom with students who have differing abilities.
Yes.
How do you go about it? Is it like you tailor your instruction to them, or do you tailor how you assess them, or is it a complement of all of those things?
Man, sometimes you as a teacher, you have to come up with the whole gamut.
Okay.
Meaning that there are times when you are able to pull them aside. You know, the other members of the class can move forward, or they are doing something, or when you develop your lessons, you have some component. This person might be not so good at chemistry, but they're good at acting, or they're good at whatever. And so you always try to see if there's some way you could bring in that kind of, spark to your lesson, that they get an opportunity to act, pulling students out, and sometimes just get into the bottom of where they're struggling.
Yeah, I agree. Really go through.
Yes, and sometimes you'd realize that you pull them out, and sometimes the thing that they were struggling to have to understand in a classroom setting, they're able to understand it in 10, 15 minutes. Because what? They're now it's only you and them. They're not afraid of sounding, oh, hey, this that I said might sound stupid, or this that I say might embarrass me. So they're able to kind of open up themselves. Yeah. And, from there, you're able to deal with the situation a whole lot more. But of course, when you look at data, teaching styles and all of that, you recognize that you cannot just bring one thing all the time. You got to give students an opportunity to express themselves in various ways. And so whatever it is, sometimes it's, you find that somebody's failing your test, but you give them a brochure to create, and they are excellent at that.
Yeah.
Or, the digital skills are off the chains, and so you try to use those things now to help to motivate them and, help them to see that, hey, I could do it. I might just do it in a different form. But I could definitely do it.
Yeah, so as you teach, you reach the person where they are with their gifting, with their skill, and make sure that the concept is learned. That's good, Mr. Vaughn. That's very good. So how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your classroom, in your environment? How do you maintain vision and teamwork?
Yeah, man. Well, one of the things that is of prime importance is the input of your students and my colleagues. Okay. So I'm always open to what somebody has to say. Sometimes, we could be these egotistical individuals that think that I could do this all by myself. I've been doing it. I'm an only child from my mother, and so for a lot of my life I lived alone. And so sometimes, I have to shake myself out of that, hey, I'm not an island.
I agree.
Myself. I have to, I embrace, what somebody else is saying. And so I'm happy for, teaching partners. We share resources, we share ideas, we share strategies, the ones that work and the ones that don't work.
I agree.
We bounce ideas off of each other, and it's the other thing that I do is I do my own, I do self-evaluations.
Okay.
How am I, did I really do the best that I could in this area? Did I really teach this like I could? Or is this the best that I could have done? Collaborations. Don't be afraid to pull people in. And with me saying that, I haven't forgotten you, sir. So I know that we are, we are at the busy point of school, but I will definitely
reach out to me.
Take you up on your offer to come in and to share with my students, because
definitely
what you have is you have a wealth of knowledge to offer.
Thank you.
And I want the students to be exposed to some of the thoughts and the things that go on in your mind and how you present things and set things up. So
yeah, man, you're very kind. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Thank you. Yeah. So I have two questions, two scenarios before we start to wrap up. Two scenarios. Yes. How do you deal with the lack of resources? Because we're on Grand Bahama Island. How do you deal on one of the best schools in the island? So how do you deal with the lack of resources when you encounter that? What do you do? How do you approach it?
That is one of the most difficult things that I have had to deal with. Just things that are sometimes that you think that every science lab should have and it doesn't have it. It always pains me whenever, students come and ask me, you explore a concept and they said, hey, could we look at that? Or could we do that? And you said, you know what? Unfortunately, we don't have that. That's one of the most difficult things for me to say to my students. And so sometimes what we have to do is we have to get creative. I came from Guyana. And in Guyana, we are resourceful people. And so sometimes we have to come up with different, it might not be the same experiment, but it is a similar experiment that the concept is still there. They're still able to, deal with that. Or it might be something that we don't have the particular chemical, but we could use something, a household chemical, something that you could use, So those are some of the things that, you really have to, and you have to stay on top of your game to know what is available and what is not, what you could bring to the classroom. Sometimes, unfortunately, we've had to put our hands in our own pockets and get things. Sometimes we've had to approach parents, to help us out with some of the materials. But those are some of the things that, I remember at one time, PharmaChem, one of the other local organizations, they were just compiling a list of things that they wanted to, get into our labs. Unfortunately, I think that we had Dorian and COVID and all of that, and that kind of petered out. But from getting people from the outside, the business community, to help.
Public-private partnership.
Yes, you could also. So those are some of the things that I do. Get the parents involved where necessary, because once a parent knows that this is something that's going to enhance the education of their child, and they could afford it, they will get on board.
Yeah.
If it's something that I could make or I could facilitate, I do it.
I agree.
So those are some of the areas that we get around that, and I can't leave this one out. UB has been a tremendous help.
Yeah.
Because they've offered, after talking to
the relative faculty,
relative faculty members and so on, those people that use my room, they've always given me the go ahead, use whatever you need, and so we've been able to utilize some of the things that they've had to help enhance what we want to present to our students. And so that is something that is, definitely has been a plus for us there. But we still are dealing with chronic shortage.
Welcome to the New Chemist Podcast. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify, and a variety of other platforms. Here on the New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as community, research, careers, and COVID-19. We're happy you're listening. My guest today is Mr. Ricardo DeVoe, the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education in the Bahamas. Thanks again for joining me. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. An accomplished scholar and public servant, Mr. Ricardo DeVoe is a 1985 graduate of the R.M. Bailey Senior High School, a 1990 graduate of Bethune-Cookman College with a Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology with honors, and a 1992 graduate of Nova Southeastern University with a Masters of Science degree in Human Services with a specialization in Human Resource Management. In May 2009, he delivered the commencement address at Bethune-Cookman University and was awarded the Honorary Doctorate of Humane Letters. He's been employed with the Bahamas government since 1992, and he is currently stationed at the Ministry of Education as Deputy Permanent Secretary, responsible for the technical education and labor relations. He is the former chairman of the school board for R.M. Bailey Senior High School, former chairman for Greenville Preparatory Academy, and a member of the National Tripartite Council. He is the former student body president at Bethune-Cookman University and resident student body president at Nova Southeastern University. He's won numerous awards and has numerous accomplishments, and he was instrumental in the establishment of the Bahamas Primary School Student of the Year Awards Program, a premier awards program in the Bahamas. It is good to have him on as a guest. Please welcome Mr. Ricardo DeVoe.
Thank you, Mr. DeVoe, for joining me today. It is a pleasure, a privilege, an honor to have the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education on this podcast today. Thank you again.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So, what have been your long-standing interest in the field of public service?
I started as a public service servant 29 years ago, and there were many reasons, people joined the public service. One is economic opportunity, the chance to work on something that they're passionate about, and most persons join the public service because of job security. But for me, honestly, I felt like for the past 29 years, I've been a part of a group of individuals who are determined to change the profile of the public servant, raising the profile of who the public servant is, and also giving the example that the best and brightest individuals still want to work for the government, people who are committed to making a difference. And I know for me, I joined the public service because I want to give back to my country. I want to give back. So that has been my long-standing interest in the field of public service, giving back.
Giving back. So reciprocity, basically what you receive, you want to give back in return. So how do you see yourself doing that? Do you feel like you're doing that now?
Well, I am. In the public service, we have. I started in 1992 once I came back from grad school, And it's interesting because persons usually think, well, okay, you're working at, like I'm working at the Ministry of Education now. However, I started working at the Ministry of, I started with the Ministry of Education in 1992. I've been working there since 92 to 98. And then I went on a rotation where I worked at the Ministry of Finance I was on a rotation for 15 months, Ministry of Finance for 5 months, Ministry of Public Works for 5 months. Then I worked in the actual cabinet office for 5 months. They had, we were up and coming public servants, so they wanted to give us a feel of how the public service was. And then I got seconded to the Royal Bahamas Police Force to work in the Human Resources Department for 2 years. And then after that, I went to the Ministry of Housing, where I worked for about four years. And then I went to Ministry of Youth, where I assisted in starting a small business program called Self-Starter, where we assisted young entrepreneurs to get funding to start their own business. And then after that, I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 1 year. And from 2013 to September of this year, I was at the Ministry of Labor, where again, working in public service in the field of assisting in labor relations. And in September of this year, I got transferred back to the Ministry of Education. So it's almost like I'm back home, where I started 29 years ago. But every position that I've had in the public service is all about giving back, about assisting, about me growing as an individual.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Yeah, I think it's very important for us to not only achieve things, but be able to help others to achieve as well. So yes. in terms of your in terms of your career thus far, you have served as Deputy Permanent Secretary, Assistant Secretary in the Cabinet Office, as you mentioned, in the Ministry of Youth. But also, one thing that stands out is you were active in student government. So where would you say this leadership capacity or desire, where would you say that came from? How was that developed?
Well, interesting. In both of my college, my undergrad and grad, I was student body president. And so my love for service began even, I guess, in high school, because I was a part of junior achievement. So I was president of my junior achievement company. When I went to college, I was on student government from my sophomore year. So service has always been a part of what I enjoy doing. So I believe coming to the public service and serving was just another form of being able to be comfortable and excited about giving back to my community, giving back to my country.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general?
That's interesting. I think many years ago, I don't know if you would hear it, but people would say that, well, the public servants don't attract the best and the brightest. And so I have said for me that the public service, what has caught my attention, I guess, with the public service is that public service, and that's why I say that the career in public service is something that you have to want to give back. Because in the public service, and we think about the private sector, in the private sector is usually that you're accountable to who? Your shareholders, you're accountable to those persons who, and it's all about a profit driven. But when you work for the public service, you aren't afforded that luxury. You are now working to make taxpayers, so who are your customers, they're the ones who are demanding. And so we don't have no shareholders that we say we have to make a profit. So my bigger picture of working in the career in public service, meaning that I'm going to be obligated to these taxpayers, that I'm going to give the best quality service that I'm supposed to give. I'm going to give back and ensure that whatever section that I'm in, that I'm going to be a part of those change agents that are making the government look good. No, so that's I look at that as, for me, the bigger picture.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's you're striving for excellence within your field, within your craft.
Yes.
So you maximize the resources that are available to you as a public servant. So
Yes.
yeah, I completely agree. And with that same intention to give back, that's one of the reasons why I started this podcast. That's one of the reasons why I have decided to start writing books as well. As a chemistry graduate student, I've published a book already, and I'm working on some more books. I'm trying to tailor a book right now for BGCSE chemistry students at this moment.
Wow. Let me tell you, can I be a little honest about you? I mean, when I met you as a 6th grade student, I would always remember the portfolio that you presented.
Okay.
The student of the year. Okay. You were about 10 or 11, and you were dressed up. And I remember everyone talking about you. You were dressed up in a high chair, in a suit and tie.
Okay.
And that was the opening picture of your portfolio. And I always remember what the words of the judges were. It was like, this young man has already changed his mindset. We can't wait to see where he will be in years to come. And it's interesting that I look at you today, and I look at that same young man in that portfolio. And if you go back to your portfolio, you would see you were that young man in that chair, in that high chair with that tie, shirt and tie, doing great things, my brother. Doing great things.
Thank you. Yeah, God is good. God is good. And I'm thankful for my parents and people like you who saw potential in me to invest in that potential and to give back to me. So yeah, thank you so much. So how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of education? Currently, we encounter some challenges in the Bahamas. Yeah, we are encountering some challenges. I think everyone's aware of that. So how are we being adaptive or creative? What new technologies, new strategies are we implementing to improve it?
Well, I guess one of the things that we have in the last 19-20 months, especially in the field of education, we have really truly been, as the Ministry of Education, suffering because, this pandemic has created a headache for all of us. And in fact, just in the last 4 weeks, the Ministry of Education has been in a lot of meetings. In fact, we just had a town hall meeting on Thursday with our minister, the Honorable Glennisana Martin, is that, we have had the virtual platform in education, and there have been some challenges because unlike, students who are probably in the private schools, who parents are investing, we have a lot of kids who are not being properly or have not been coming on. So we are having to find creative ways of how we're going to get these kids back to the level where at least trying to catch them up. Well, we have now had to, in January, start this hybrid model of kids going back to school, because we are giving kids the tools, we're giving them the technology needed. However, we're still seeing, we're seeing about, at least they're saying about 40% of the kids who have not been on since this virtual began. And so that's a problem for us.
Yeah, that's
and so we are really honestly trying to see how we're going to get these kids back into some school. And of course, prior to the pandemic, we had kids who were falling behind in the system. So 20 months, we are working and praying and hoping, because the United Nations has said that if we don't correct this problem soon, we will lose a generation, and we can't afford to lose that. And so the Ministry of Education is doing all it can to ensure that we don't lose a generation here in the Bahamas. We can't afford to do it.
Yeah, we can't afford to do that. And I'll say this, I'm a person of faith, so I believe things can change.
Yes. So we are too. And that's what the minister said last week. She says, we are praying that this is not the case. So we are praying.
Yeah,
we are believing.
Faith and strategy. Faith and strategy. So, and along with that same line, I'll drop one more update. I'm also working towards a specific tailored grant to help support labs back home in the Bahamas. If the grant is approved.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm working towards that as well. So, because at the same time, I agree and I acknowledge that government plays a major role in changing things, but we, the people, have to play a role as well.
Yes.
To complement the changing the dynamic as well. So, yeah, that's what I'm working on as well. So, how have you sort of found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? How did you know which environment was for you at that particular season and time?
Well, it's interesting because I've been an individual who have been prayerful about decisions and things that I will do in my life. And interesting enough, it is so weird because I've been in the season. I was at the Ministry of Labor for 7 years, and I knew that it was really time for me to move on. And so I started saying, well, Lord, where is my next season? And so I started asking for directions. I did not know that I would end up back at the Ministry of Education. I thought that was a shock when I got a call to say that I'm being transferred to education. And it was in July of this year that I got the call, and I end up going back to education in September. But then I realized God is directing my life, and so if He's directing me, there's something why I went back to education. And of course, I guess we will talk about the impactful program that I have. That's not a government-funded program. That's something that's private. Mm-hmm. However, I think that God saw, well, hey, He's doing something in education, impacting education in his private life. Let me see how I can send him to do that work in addition to being at the Ministry of Education. And so I think it's being something looked at complementary. Honestly, I was like, no, I don't want to go to education and they get confused that this program that I had that's private is a part of education, but I'm believing God that He directs us part, and He directed me to go back to education. Yeah. So I'm just there.
And as someone on the outside, I think there's a continuous trend in that you've always been working in the field of education.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's a continuous trend. Yes. So along the lines of talking about the COVID-19 pandemic and science education or education in general, would you say that visualizing in terms of what are the desired goals on the other side of this adversity, specifying what we can do now and collaborating, would you say those three aspects are critical to us implementing change to the next phase of this educational system?
Well, there's no if, ands, or but. I think that the last 20 months, has taught us that what we were doing isn't really working properly. And so we now have to start to strategically think about how we are going to implement these changes in the field of education to improve, to make sure that we don't lose any of our students. And so definitely, if the last 20 months didn't teach us anything, then we would have failed as leaders. We would have failed as individuals who are responsible for making sure that the next level or the next set of persons are not disadvantaged because we did not plan, we did not see, we did not foresee.
So I just have one more question along these lines, and then we'll transition to something else. Another question I have is, would you say that taking ownership of your learning allowed for certain students to be more successful in the public school system, in that teaching themselves or finding a way to learn the material themselves with the facilitation of a teacher enabled success for student outcomes?
Well, I think part of it have to be one. It has to be a collaborative effort between parent and teachers. So I think the tripod, the government, the parent, and also the student, parent and student, because part of it, David, is that we know that students who attend private schools, their parents are usually more involved. But we find out that the students who attend the public school, their parents aren't as involved, or sometimes they can't be. But we need to find some way that we will actually connect all of these dots to determining that, hey, you have to be involved in your child's life. And I sort of have a perspective on that because I attended a private school, and I know that I don't talk about this aspect of my life much, but I attended a private school and I got kicked out of my private school because I got 3 Fs, 2 Ds. I'd already repeated the 8th grade, and so by the 10th grade I got kicked out of the private school I attended. My parents sought to enroll me in another private school, 2 other private schools, and that didn't work. So I had to attend a public school. But my parents did not give up on me when I went into that public school. They continued to work. I had a guidance counselor by the name of Zoe Powell. I had a teacher by the name of Sharon Poitier, and a teacher by the late Chuck Mackey, who pushed me and who knew that I was a broken child, and they realized that I needed intervention. And so with my parents, Edward and Beverly DeVoe, and those good teachers, I am who I am today. Broken, but making a contribution now.
That's a good story, and that's a good narrative. And I think, if we could extrapolate the interventions from those case studies, from those particular scenarios, I think we can implement some more changes. So how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? How do you maintain balance, Mr. DeVoe?
Well, let me tell you, I have an awesome wife, Pamela, and 2 amazing daughters who are partners with me in the work that I do, whatever I do. And I've also set a principle, and this may sound crazy, but I said I would save the world from Monday to Thursday, but I'm saving my family Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And that doesn't mean that on Mondays I don't deal with family, but I'm actively involved in my community, and but I'm also actively involved in my children's life. No school play, no school dance. I am not there because I want my children to also know I can't be saving the whole world and not saving them. And so what you would notice that, I find my wife and I she do the school drop off, I do the pickup, and I have always enjoyed doing the pickup because I usually find that time to talk to my daughters to find out what's going on. Well, one is in college now, and the other is in grade 7. But I enjoyed that time that I spent with them. So that was always a part of the balance. So although I was working hard, I was like, guess what? I'm still saving. I don't plan nothing on Friday nights. So there's no parties, no nothing. I'm always my daughters are going to whatever they want to do on Friday nights, and Saturday are their days. Like just the Saturday. On Saturday day, my fraternity had a bell ringing for the Salvation Army. But that night, I took my daughters to get something to eat, my wife and daughters for something to eat. Then we went looking at the Christmas lights, and because I'm trying to create moments, that night. I'm just trying to create moments. So that's how come I have a balanced life. Because it's very important to have a balanced life.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And what you talk about, if you phrase it differently, you talked about strategies and priorities, basically. I've spoken to professors from MIT, Harvard, Georgia Tech, and a variety of other places, and there are some common trends. Most of them when I ask them about balance, they speak about their spouses, one, and they also speak about their family. So having priorities does complement the balance. So how do you maintain vision and teamwork in your environment? How are you able to keep the team moving, team going forward?
Well, first of all, we were trying to connect for a while, and it was because just a few months ago, the government implemented a leadership training program for 9 months they have selected about 40 public servants to put us through this course where we are dealing with ethics in government, where we're doing teamwork, where we're doing productivity. And it's so interesting because they have brought about 40 like-minded, I guess for them, the government is saying, well, okay, these are a group of part of our the leaders, the movers, the shakers, the ones who are going to be transformative. And it's so interesting is that we are feeding off one another, because then we realize that, hey, we are going to be a part of the individuals who are going to make a difference in the public service. And so maintaining vision and teamwork in that environment, we are feeding off one another. And although we are from respective ministries, we find that there's some common threads of things that we need to do, some things that we need to, how we are going to implement the public service. We know that we have to change the mindset of the public servant, because if we don't, we know one thing, that the public service will not survive. And so for us, we want to be able to be a part of the individuals who are going to be the mentors, the individuals who are going to be the creative ones, to show that, hey, we are going to do what we need to do to make putting persons in the right mindset, allowing persons to see what it takes to make the public service run and to fulfill our respective roles in the public service. So I think it's all about that, and then recognizing that we are team members.
I agree.
Team members.
Yeah, and I was listening to a discussion by a opinion leader, thought leader, whatever you want to phrase her as, pastor as well. And she stated, what's one thing that you can change right now that could change everything? You could change the way you think. You could change, you could decide to change the way you think about the situation.
Yes.
So yeah, that's good. Mindset is important. So making these questions even more specific, why did you choose psychology as a field to major in? Why psychology?
It's interesting. When I went to school, my best friend was a marketing major, and so I didn't know what I wanted to do. And so my first semester in college, I selected marketing as a major. However, I knew that I wanted to work in a field that deals with working with people. And so I took a psychology class and I fell in love with it. And so I started thinking about what kind of careers you can get with a degrees in psychology. And I am so embarrassed to tell you how this one ended up, but I loved psychology. And it was a how I'd say a mind-blowing experience. It was and so in my freshman year, I decided, let me look at some of the majors, and I ended up doing after that course, the second course, and I saw psychology being the greatest area for me. And so got into it, and I decided that I would pursue a PhD in psychology.
Okay.
But I didn't. Let me tell you what happened. I graduated from college at the age of 22, and I was like, oh man, 5 more years in school. I'll be 28. I'll be single, no kids. Do I want to spend the rest 5 years in school? The biggest mistake for me, and that's why I encourage young people to go after your dreams, because on my 28th birthday, I sat there and I was like, wow, I'm single, no kids, and I should have pursued my PhD. But what I did was, I still was in love with psychology. And so when I went to grad school, I decided to pick an area that I can work with my psychology, and I loved human resources. And so that's why I ended up doing human resources at the graduate level. But it's all about helping people.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Mr. Doe. I would say this, getting a PhD is good. I'm in grad school now. Yes, it's nice and fine and dandy. But the reality of the situation is having employable skills, having the capacity to change situations, to implement strategies, to work well in the environment, I think those translate equally as well as having a degree. A degree does provide job security. A PhD does provide a lot of opportunity and leverage and social mobility and all those other things. And research shows that. But my thing is, you can have a PhD and still not have the skills that you need for that particular niche.
Yes.
You can have a PhD in, so for example, you can have a PhD in some specific type of mass spectrometry, which is a chemistry technique. And you need to work in a particular area in the biological area. The jobs are available in the biological realm. So how do you connect those two? If you didn't get the employable skills, you have to do some more training then.
Yes.
Even with the PhD. So I think it depends on your field. So if you had to characterize what makes a successful public servant, what would you say? If someone sees Mr. DeVoe, listen to this episode, a Bahamian, American, whoever the case, because these go all around the world. So if someone listens to this episode and wants to be a public servant, a servant leader, what would you say makes a successful servant leader?
Well, first of all, we all know that public servants work for the government and are there the citizens who make up working for them. But we want to know that we work for the elected government, not the political party. And so it's not, so when we come to work to the for the public service, we are not here to work because of the politics. We're here to deliver a service for the government. We are here to inform and give policy making decisions. We are here to give the best evidence-based advice to our leaders, and has nothing to do about politics. It's making sure that we're giving ethical, we're making sure we're giving integrity in our development, in our thoughts. We're also ensuring that one of the things about it is that I always say public servants are loyal to the government, not to whoever is in, but ensuring that, again, giving impartial advice, objective advice. So the public servant knows that, hey, I am working for the country, and it's all about putting my country first. And so I believe that's what we look at for a successful, for ideal public servant.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You work and you respect the office, the institution, the procedures. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. So what ways can people contribute to the Bahamian Ministry of Education or Department of Education at this time? How can people contribute? If someone wants to say, I see the issue, or I see the Bahamian people struggling with this, how can Bahamians or others contribute to the Department?
Well, first of all, I would love to see, David, is that one, our young people who are going and obtaining additional qualifications and knowledge, that they will return one day to come back to assist to build up our country, because all of the knowledge that persons are receiving, we also need to build up the Bahamas. So I'm hoping that we would see those individuals. Like I have a daughter, as I said, she did her bachelor's in elementary education. She's pursuing her master's in special ed. And so I'm hoping that she would return back to the Bahamas knowing that she has a contribution to make. And I'm hoping that the Bahamas also will be ensuring that they are going to make the environment attractive enough for our young people to return home and to make their contribution, because we cannot be too afraid. And this is where we have problems. Our young people are getting the qualifications, but they're afraid to give them the advancement they need because they say, well, they're too young. And so I'm hoping that we change our mindset too, because you can't expect our young people to go off and be trained and you're not willing to embrace them because you feel that they're too young. And so that's a problem in the Bahamas.
Yeah, I completely agree that there's a mindset shift that has to change. There's a mindset shift that has to take place in that, a fresh perspective can be good.
Yes.
Yeah. Novelty and naivety don't always go hand in hand. Yeah. So just because someone's young doesn't mean that they don't have the capacity to make a substantial change.
Yes.
And so I completely agree with that. So Do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue the field you are currently working in?
Well, my advice to them is that one, you be open mind. You change that mindset. I want you to also to be mindful of what it is that you want to do. I'm so sorry but for me, David, everything that I do, it's all about what legacy Ricardo DeVoe is going to make, whether it's in private, public. What is going to be the legacy? What is going to be something that I'm going to give to someone else? It's all about mentoring. I believe that I am placed on earth to make someone else better than I was, or to make their road better than I was. So it's helping someone else, mentoring somebody else in this road called life. And so I'm here to offer myself so that the person who comes after me doesn't have it as hard as I did.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, if I could help somebody as I travel along,
yes,
my living will not be in vain. And you know, another thing is, I spoke with a professor from Harvard University, Harvard and MIT. This is a co-director of the Health Sciences and Technology School. His name is Dr. Emery Brown. And one of the things he said, and this is not a novel, but this is important. He said, if you could be nice to someone, why not do it? If you can just be nice to someone, you're never too important to help someone or to reach out to someone. So I think that's very important. You're never too important.
Never.
Because you know, God and Jesus Christ reached out to us.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're never too important. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received?
Wow. One is that as I said earlier, having plunked out of high school, I remember having my teachers and my parents tell me that yes, I can. And so I think made that phrase so powerful. But I remember my parents telling me, Ricardo, you can move beyond this point. I although you failed, I'm not giving up on you. You are my child. You are my student, and you can do it, and you will do it. And so that's why for me, David, whenever I meet young people, I actually give them the tool of telling them, yes, they can. Yes, you can become whoever you want to become. Write it down, study it, review it, and make it happen.
I completely agree. Write the vision, make it plain so that they run nothing. Wait for it. It'll surely come to pass.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, you know, I completely agree with that. And, you know, the thing I've come to understand is, yes, we recognize faith has its role in like religious circles, but faith also has a role in our vocational lives.
Yes, it does.
It has a substantial role. So, you know, and I think as we conclude, one thing that's important is, I think some things we can take away from this conversation is don't be persistent, persevere, don't give up, you know, things are challenging, but, you know, hold fast to faith and hold fast to the people that are around you. And I think one of the things that we have come to understand is children, especially even in scientific circles, pediatric population is known that they have the capacity to be resilient. So things can change.
Yes,
things can change. You just have to put in the work and trust God with the process.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. DeVoe. This is a really good
Thank you, David.
Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. Welcome to The New Chemists. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Spotify and Google Podcasts. Here on The New Chemists, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest this morning is His Excellency Sidney Colley, the Bahamian Ambassador to the United States and Permanent Representative to the OAS Embassy and Permanent Mission of the Bahamas. Thanks for joining me this morning. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. His Excellency Sidney Colley, the Bahamian Ambassador to the United States and Permanent Representative to the OAS Embassy and Permanent Mission of the Bahamas, is an accomplished scholar, lawyer, minister, and author. Ambassador Colley was appointed Ambassador to the United States of America, Permanent Representative to the Organization of American States, and non-resident ambassador to Mexico, Colombia, and Malaysia on October 1st, 2017. He presented his credentials to the OAS on the 15th of November, 2017, and to the President of the United States of America on the 29th of November, 2017. Please welcome His Excellency Sidney Colley. Good morning, Mr. Colley. Thank you again for joining me. How are you today?
Very well. Thanks for having me.
Good. So let's get started. What have been your long-standing interests in the field of the development or national development of the Bahamas?
Well, it seems like you are asking for a little antecedent. My original plan was to become a teacher.
Okay.
Which I did. I attended the San Salvador Teachers College, which eventually morphed into the University College of Bahamas and University of Bahamas, and obtained a teacher diploma from that institution in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, and taught throughout the Family Islands for many years.
Okay.
Before I obtained a scholarship from the government to attend the University of Miami to pursue education. So I did a bachelor's and a master's in education, returned to the Bahamas where I work at many schools in the secondary education division and became a high school principal. But didn't stay in education very long. I stayed for additional 5 years. And then in 1984, I left and went to law school and have been practiced law for about 30 years. As a Family Island boy, our options in the 60s and the 70s were limited. But my father was a police officer for 35 years. My mother was a postal worker. And they gave public service for their entire life. And it was the natural role model for many of us, 7 children to follow, all of whom entered the public service, either at the police force, the defense force, teaching and law and government. Or other areas of the public service. So it is, it has always been a part of my immediate family to give service to the country. And so I serve as a teacher and a principal. I serve in the parliament as a senator and as a member of parliament and as a cabinet minister. I'm now on my second stint as an ambassador. I served previously as the ambassador to CARICOM and Latin American states, and for the last 3 years as the ambassador of the Bahamas to the United States and the permanent representative to the Organization of American States. And so my life, working life outside of college, has been public service. And I would count my 30 plus years as a practicing attorney, 15 of which was spent in family law and criminal law, and about 17 years was spent in corporate commercial practice and land law. And even as a business owner and a practicing attorney, I regard my service as service to the country. So you can say it's been a life of service to the Bahamas.
Okay. It's very commendable. It's very good. Your Excellency, how do you maintain a view of the bigger picture in your political and legal and educational careers? And how have you maintained the bigger picture in life in general, amidst all that's going on, whether you face challenges or obstacles? How have you maintained view of the bigger picture?
Well, that's a good question. It's another wide-ranging question. But I will begin by saying you have to know who you are. And at some point in your early life, either as a teenager or in your early 20s, you ought to fashion in your mind, which I did, what course you want to take. You know, Robert Frost says the road not taken. And so you go down this path and there are many options, but you must decide when you reach the juncture which road you're gonna take. And I decided on public service. Well, there's been a combination of public service, including politics and law. And so that's how it began. But you must also have a religious base. I am an ordained minister. I'm not sure you knew that. And I got my early spiritual and religious grounding back in Betsy Bay, Maguana as a boy, where I was made to learn how to play the organ, played the organ in church, and became involved in church life. And even though I roam far and wide, visiting virtually every continent in the world, and spent a lot of time in universities where your faith is challenged and the instruction is sometimes, the educational instruction is sometimes makes you question your faith. I have remained grounded. And so my wide-ranging perspective is one of spiritual grounding and knowing at an early age what I wanted to do. And despite many obstacles, not diverting from the course that I set out for myself. And so at this stage in my life, as I look back, I can say with very little doubt that I'm happy with the path I chose and the work, the body of work which I've done for my lifetime.
That's very good. As well, as we continue, how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of politics, law, or national development in the Bahamas? How would you say you've been adaptive or creative in any way as you work throughout your career?
Well, with regards to politics, it's an evolving, inexact profession. And at different stage of my political career, I made contributions based on where I found myself. based on where the country found itself, and based on the socio-economic issues prevailing in the country at those times. I serve as a constituency chairman in the Carmichael constituency for 7 years. I serve as a vice chairman in the political party, the Free National Movement, for many years. And then in 1992, I was appointed to the Senate, where I served for 5 years. I was elected deputy leader of the Free National Movement in opposition when we lost, and chairman of the Free National Movement when we won under my chairmanship. And so when it comes, and of course I serve in the cabinet as a minister and serve in the parliament as a member of parliament. So it is fair to say that when you add it all up, I have been in the right place at the right time and was prudent enough to seize the opportunities that were available to make a contribution and a life-fulfilling obligation that I put upon myself. That's the politics. With regard to the law, it is fair to say I sauntered into the law out of necessity. I left teaching when my young family started to grow.
Okay.
I was the breadwinner, and the salary was very small. So my family grew very quickly. I had 4 children within the space of 8 years.
Okay.
And the salary couldn't cut it.
Okay.
So I made a great sacrifice to go to law school, and was successful after 4 years. I was called to the bar, and but that did not stop me from teaching. I continued to teach at the University of the Bahamas as a part-time lecturer while I studied law, while I practiced law during the day. And so, and of course, I remain grounded and involved in my church life. So that's the sort of mosaic of the picture.
Okay, that's good. So amidst all of your responsibilities and accomplishments, how have you maintained a balanced life?
A balanced life?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's... having regard to what I said previously, if you are grounded,
yes, sir,
in whatever area that you determine is for you, and you're comfortable with your space, and you are satisfied that the contributions you are making in the different avenues of life, it brings satisfaction to you, and you feel that you're making a valuable contribution. And the feedback that you are getting from others tell you that you are impacting lives and making a difference. Then you continue. There's no need to fix it if it isn't broken.
Okay.
And so if the niche which you have cut out or crafted for yourself is achieving the objectives achieving the objectives you wish for yourself, for your family, for your community, and for your country, is moving in the right direction, then you are being creative, you are being productive, and you are making a difference.
Okay, that's good. As well as in your political career and in your legal career, how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment?
Well, anyone you speak to,
yes, sir,
who knows me well, will tell you that I am a good team player.
Okay.
I am a team player, and I've regarded myself as a consensus builder. As a matter of fact, a previous colleague of mine in the MBA, I did a master's in business as well. As you know, if you look at my resume, I spent a lot of time in school.
Yes,
So one of my MBA students met me the other day, a colleague, and says, "We remember you in those tutorial groups." There was a particular course in data analytics that was dealing with quite a lot of numbers and formulas.
Okay.
And there was always a big fight in the tutorials, a small group. And she reminded me, she said, "You were the one who was always the peacemaker, always trying to bring consensus." And I remind myself, I didn't remember because those classes were many years ago, 30 years. But it reminds me that over the years in politics, in my practice of the law, I have been a consensus builder. As a matter of fact, when I used to practice family law and did quite a lot of divorces, I always tried to persuade my client, whether that client was the petitioner, the person applying for the divorce, or the respondent, the person who was on the other side. I always tried to persuade them not to go through the divorce, to look for ways to save the marriage. And a lawyer's job, for the most part, is to represent his client and to get what his clients want. And many of my lawyer colleagues said to me, "You are, instead of making money, you are trying not to make money by trying to settle this. You're not a social worker." But that has been the story of my life. If you can settle matters peacefully and amicably, it's always better to do that. Because at the end of the day, while no person gets what they want, everybody winds up with a win-win situation. So, all in all, in politics, in my family, in the practice of the law, even as a teacher and an administrator, that has been my modus operandi.
Okay. So, in terms of your legal career, why did you choose law as a field to major in?
Actually, I didn't major in law when I went. I came to law as a mature student. I entered legal training at the age of 84.
Oh, okay.
And I entered Teachers College at the age of 17.
Wow.
So a good 17, 18 years of my life was what I majored in. I majored in education, and I even did a master's in business. Before I decided to go into law, and I've already told you the reason why I went into law. I went into law because the income in education was not cutting it. And I admire men, or obviously women, many women take control of the educational system, and they are the majority of the educators in the Bahamas, and I'm discovering, even here in the United States, the majority of educators are women. But I admire men in particular who stay in the education system despite the financial and other challenges, because the education system, particularly for teenage boys, need the role model of men in the system. And I'm not taking anything away from women, because without them, there would be no system. But that brings a balance. And so sometimes in reflection, I asked myself, what kind of a difference and how much of a difference could I have made had I stayed 100% in the education system? But that's water under the bridge. I took the road that I took, and I'm satisfied with my contributions.
Yes, I would say you're making a substantial contribution. Also, do you have any advice for those wanting to pursue the field you are currently working in?
Yes. I'm working now as a diplomat. As I've indicated, I am the Bahamas ambassador to the United States of America, situated in Washington, D.C., and the permanent representative of the Organization of American States. So I have a bilateral function and a multilateral function. The Organization of the American States, OAS, is an assembly of 34 independent countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, including the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And it's a body similar to the United Nations that deal with hemispheric issues. And of course, the job I do as the ambassador to the United States and the non-resident ambassador to Mexico and Colombia is on a bilateral basis, where I look out for the interest and benefits of the Bahamas in the United States, with the United States government and Capitol Hill, with the White House, and the various agencies of the government. And the same thing with Mexico and Colombia. In order to reach the level of an ambassador where I am, which is a very senior position, persons entering a career can aspire to that position, but ought to choose a path which will lead to that position. And many career Foreign Service officers who work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, starting out as a cadet and then moving through the various levels of the Foreign Service, are working someday to aspire to be an ambassador. For persons who are not in the Foreign Service or not in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or maybe not even in government, like myself, who came from the private sector, and many ambassadors from the private sector and from politics, must have a rich and rewarding life, must stay out of trouble, because when I was nominated to become an ambassador to the United States, I was vetted by the Bahamas government and also by the United States government and all of its agencies. And so to be serving in this position, you must have a rich life, a varied life with certain accomplishments, and you must reach a certain level of maturity and knowledge. But this is the end of the road. The beginning of the road comes with the choices one makes at the very beginning of one's career. And so if one decides that he or she wants to pursue diplomacy and international relations, of course, when you go to college, you would select a major, a discipline, which will propel you in that direction. And in the liberal arts colleges, there are many choices. Or if you choose, like I did, to select education or some other discipline, just perform in that area in your ordinary life. to the best of your ability, giving it all you can, and continue to excel. And in due course, opportunities will present themselves.
And the final question, Mr. Colley, I have for you is, what has been, if you were to sum it up in short, what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received?
Well, when I was getting on that mail boat in Betsy Bay, Maguana in 1968,
okay,
go off to the San Salvador Teachers College at the age of 17, my grandmother stood on the rock and waved to me and said, "Take the name of Jesus with you, wheresoever you go." Of course, the night before, my grandfather and my father and mother gave me my final charge. Don't forget your home teaching. Don't forget your modest upbringing. Don't forget the commitment that you've made to yourself, to your God, and to your country. And if you follow those home teachings, those have been my guiding light, and there have been many other advice given to me along the way. Too many, some of which I have followed, some of which I have not. But the ones given to me by Moses Colley, my deceased grandfather, and Anna Colley, and my Edith Colley, my deceased mother, and Stanley Colley, my deceased father, all deceased, are what sustained me and have sustained me throughout my career. Those advice are the same advice which I've given my children.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Colley.
You are very welcome.
It's been a pleasure interviewing you.
And if I may say, I want to wish you, as a young Bahamian in the diaspora, in another area of your academic and hopefully business career, wishing you all the best. I know you have a bright future. This is not the first time I've chatted with you. I am impressed with your standing and wishing you all the best and Godspeed.
Thank you.
Okay, Isaiah Swan, it is so good to have you as a guest today. So Isaiah Swan is
Thank you for having me.
Yes, Isaiah Swan is a student in the Medical Sciences Training Program and Cell and Developmental Biology Graduate Program at the University of Virginia. Originally from Marietta, Georgia, Isaiah completed a degree in neuroscience at the University of Texas at Dallas and a postgraduate at the Warren Center for Neuroscience Drug Discovery at Vanderbilt before arriving at UVA in 2021. Broadly, he is interested in neurology and expanding our understanding of basic cellular processes in neurons, such as how elements of the neuronal cytoskeleton contribute to axon pathfinding and proper synapse formation. While passionate about research in medicine, he believes it's important to lead a fulfilled life outside of work. Swan enjoys spending his free time sampling local restaurants with friends, making music, watching reality TV shows, and exercising. So wow, I have Isaiah Swan, MD-PhD student and one of the student representatives on the NCAA Board of Governors. This is definitely an honor and a treat. So as we get started, what have been your long-standing interest in the field of science?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of as long as I can remember, I've been very interested in knowing how things work. And I think for me, that ended up really kind of manifesting in middle school when I started going off to summer camps. And it was a science-specific summer camp. And I really wanted to know, like, what is neuroscience? How is science done in the brain, in the spinal cord, in the nerves around the body? How does that work? And from a very young age, I was very interested in these questions, and that's kind of followed me obviously to this point. And so I would say my long-standing interests are, for the most part, really in neuroscience, and how do neurons actually function? How do they find their correct synaptic partners? Like, how do they make their connections? How are they injured in different disease states? So for me, I grew up kind of with a number of neurological diseases in my proximity, with different family members having those things, and I wanted to know kind of how that works. And as I got older and studied in these classes, I really started to realize that for the most part, we don't really have a super great handle on the origin of a lot of these diseases. And so that's kind of my interest, just broadly, is understanding how these disease processes work, and then eventually I'd like to kind of
help the treatment,
contribute to treatments.
Yeah, that's good. So the words they use, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the MD-PhD student, I'm the PharmD student. So the word they use is, in terms of origin, is etiology, correct? And then in terms of unknown etiology, is idiopathic. So I did my master's thesis on cardiolipin and its role in neurodegenerative diseases. I'll be happy to discuss that as we progress throughout this. So how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How do you keep perspective when you encounter challenges?
Yeah, absolutely. And that can be very difficult. And it was something that was really difficult for me, especially as I, entered the final stages of undergrad, and then also during my first year of medical school. It was really difficult for me to kind of see that big picture, because I was so bogged down with classes and learning various processes, like where do T cells come from, like that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, immunology is very, 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 very vast. Yeah.
Right. And so for me, it was so difficult, to look up and look around me. I'm blessed to have a really great family that, even when I was having a very difficult time, just kind of reaching out to them, and just taking time away from my studies to call them, they would be reaching out to me. And I think that, that's one critical way that I really kind of helped, maintain that bigger view, because they're my why, right? Like they're why I do what I do, why fundamentally I'm interested in these diseases. And so for me, reaching out to family, talking to them especially whenever I'm going through something difficult, that's sort of how I kind of maintain that kind of bigger picture, view.
Yeah, so relationships, I completely agree with that, because I think I would even venture to say that reaching out to family members and friends and close relatives is a part of self-care. And I think self-care is very important, because no one else is going to care for you per se. You have to care for you as best as you know how. So how have you been adaptive and creative in the field of science? You talk about your passion for neurology. So what particular diseases strike your interest? Are you along the path of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, Barr syndrome, ALS, others, or MS, or are you along the path?
And what I mean by that is there are a lot of basic cellular processes that go awry due to factors that, for the most part, we don't really understand very well. And I'm interested in understanding those factors in all these different diseases, whether that be Parkinson's disease, Huntington disease, which has a genetic component, right? Multiple sclerosis, right? All of these things. And so I think, generally I'm very interested in all of these kind of neurodegenerative diseses, but I'm also interested, I'm also very interested in concussion. So I think you mentioned that I have a role on the NCAA Board of Governors, which is one of the, if not the highest governing body in the association. And I've been trying to figure out ways, to kind of synergize my love for sport with, my passion for research. And I've been thinking a lot about, how to do that on the medical side and on the research side. And one thing that is huge in sports right now, especially, is concussion and traumatic brain injury. And it turns out that that intersects very nicely with what I study, which are intermediate filaments in neurons, and sort of how those processes might be affected and contribute to pathologies following a traumatic brain injury, or could contribute to recovery following traumatic brain injury. So that's sort of my kind of broad interest in the field of neuroscience and neurology. And I also think that kind of helps me to stay really adaptive and also creative, is really just looking at the different areas of my life and seeing where I can find common ground to help kind of synergize in those areas and help kind of push the field forward wherever I can.
Wow, this is all. I feel like I'm being inspired as I talk to you. This is good. So, what have been your most effective and impactful ideas to date? What ideas would you say you have contributed to, or you have helped to create or start? What would you say? Is one idea or some ideas that you think have been effective and impactful, or that you've been told about, even when it comes to your learning in medical school?
Yeah, I think one thing, and I don't know that this might be kind of a tangential answer to the question, because I wouldn't necessarily say that I've had a really hugely impactful idea yet in science, but one thing that I always like hearing from my classmates in med school and in different research classes is that I ask kind of good questions, or questions that make people think about stuff. And I do appreciate that. I appreciate hearing that, because I think it's important that that we all think about sort of the why underlying a lot of the information that we learn, if that makes sense. Kind of questioning all of the things that we hear about and that we learn in a classroom on a slide. I think it's just important to kind of sit back and ask those questions. And so that's kind of, I would say that's one way that I've been kind of impactful, or have had kind of impactful ideas, just by asking questions. But obviously I'm very early on in my career.
So am I.
And so I wouldn't necessarily say that I've had a crazy impactful idea, although I'm chasing down kind of some leads right now as far as my research goes that could be impactful if it works out. But obviously it's way too early to know. So
yeah, that was encouraging. I don't know what your project is on. So what's your project on?
Yeah. So currently I study intermediate filaments in neurons, and intermediate filaments are named that way because they fall in size between actin or microfilaments and microtubules, which are kind of the larger filaments that everybody really seems to care about. And the interesting property that sets intermediate filaments apart from actin and microtubules is that they have a plethora of genes dedicated to their formation, and owing to these various genes, there are multiple isoforms that really each cell will express, multiple isoforms, multiple different versions of these proteins that different cells will express. And we don't exactly know why, but we do know that they do something. And so that's kind of where my project falls. And it's figuring out of the intermediate filament proteins that are expressed in neurons, which ones are present when during development of the neuron, and also what are they doing. And obviously that's a huge question, but that's what I'm trying to answer through my work currently.
That's very interesting, dude. The power of differentiation, eh? Power of cell differentiation.
Yeah.
How different cells have different responsibilities, so the proteins function in different ways, even if they may come from the same gene, or they may be powerhouses. So, how do you find the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? You are a very outgoing young person, and I thought it was very commendable to see the progress that you're making. So how do you find the right environment for yourself? Yeah,
thank you. So I think, to kind of rewind, my very first experience in research was in the Weinshanker lab at Emory University in 2015. 2015 at Emory, and I was a high school student doing summer research, and it was amazing. But I had a really great mentor. And I think that made all the difference for me, like he really fostered a very, just a great environment that was very supportive, allowed me to fail, but fail forward, take lessons from the failures that I made. And so kind of, starting with that experience, moving forward, the various different labs that I joined, I tried to look for, where were there solid mentors who would allow me to, as you said, fail forward, and ultimately, be successful in studying what I want to study and learning how to do good science, because that's the stage that I'm at right now, right? Is learning how to do good science. And so for me, I was a little fortunate because owing to some of my kind of undergrad, basically owing to my schedule, I had to, do summer kind of internships away from my university, and have sort of shorter research experiences. And because of that, I got to experience so many different lab cultures. And so, from each of those experiences, I just grabbed the little parts that I liked, and I carried that with me and looked for a lab that had something like that. And I've been very blessed to end up in a lab, the Winkler lab here at the University of Virginia, that is just incredibly supportive, has fantastic people, and ultimately allows me to thrive in many different ways.
Yeah, that must be really important because I feel like I'm being motivated to continue with what I'm doing. So yeah, this is good. So how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? A better way to put this would be, how do you maintain work-life integration? You have a lot of responsibilities on your plate. I think it's commendable that you're doing well, but how do you maintain work-life integration?
Yeah, I think that's a tough one. I feel like I have ebbs and flows where I feel very, very balanced, and then there are other times where I feel like I have no balance at all, and I have like no control over my schedule, and it can be tough. I think I think it's very much. I think a huge kind of piece when things are working for me is that I feel like I have control over my time, as far as when I am doing something, I don't allow myself to get interrupted by my various other responsibilities, right? I'm putting all of my attention into that one thing until it's done. And then I'm shifting my priority to something else. And I'm doing that task, and then I'm done. And then, of course, the biggest thing is really just making sure that you're giving yourself enough rest, right? I think that's key for balance, whether that's sleep or just generally taking breaks and time off to do things that kind of energize you and feed you. So I think, when things are working for me, those are kind of the keys. But, I think I'd be lying to you if I said that I feel like I have a super balanced life.
Okay, Isaiah. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received?
Yeah, I think kind of going back to something I alluded to earlier, I always wondered, how people were so good at multitasking, because I would always struggle with that. And, one thing that one of my mentors told me was that, people who are good at multitasking aren't necessarily multitasking, right? They've just gotten very good at shifting priorities. And that was huge for me, because that's why I stopped trying to do everything at the same time, and why I decided, I really need to be mentally present for this one task, and then I'll take a break, then I'll be mentally present for this next task, and so on and so forth. And I think that that's a huge piece of advice that I found very beneficial. And then another piece of advice I got was actually, back when I was an undergrad, I was at an NCAA meeting, I was at a conference, and I was talking with someone. I don't remember exactly what his role was, but I think he might have been an athletic director. I don't remember exactly, but I remember talking to him, and he was doing all these different things around the association, had all these different roles, and I was so impressed. And I just remember, I remember telling him kind of the situation I was in, where I wanted to do, more with the association, but I was kind of unsure of whether that was allowed, or I was not really sure of, as far as my class schedule, like just forward. Whenever I felt kind of anxiety about an opportunity that was coming up, I would just say yes, and I would do it. And obviously you need to take care of your mental and your physical health, and if this is going to interfere with those things, then don't do them. But if you're ever worried about whether you can handle a task, I think you should just jump in, and you shouldn't be afraid to kind of take that step, because the odds are very, very high that you'll be successful in whatever you do, or at least you'll learn something from that experience. That was kind of a huge thing for me, just saying yes to things, to more things, accepting more responsibility as they come up. I think that's huge.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Isaiah, because this is the thing. Of course, like you said, you want to put caveats on this, in that you make sure you manage yourself, your wellness, your mental health, your academic potential and progress. You want to make sure you manage all those factors. But it's very important for you to not get caught up in the paralysis of analysis, or get caught up in your fear of the what if, to the point where you don't act and take on responsibilities and opportunities that could really serve your benefit. So case in point, even the podcast, starting a podcast, there's so many questions that roam in your mind. Do I want to do this? Do I have the time to do this? Will I be able to get guests? There are lots of doubts and questions and things that you are concerned or curious about that roam in your mind. But at one point you have to step out, do it, and it becomes an act of faith and an act of hope, in that you are pursuing this so that you're able to help people. But this is very important. It's very important for you to act and not just get caught in the what if, or the potential, things that could happen. So, as we conclude, what advice would you give to someone who looks at Isaiah and says, or they are almost lost for words of what you're doing? MD-PhD plus, as far as the NCAA board of governors and student academics. What would you say to someone who looks at your path and trajectory so far and says, I want to be like you, I want to do what you're doing?
But it is very rewarding, and I definitely think it's worth it for me. Just the way that I look at these degrees is I see an MD as allowing me to use the current tools available, like the best possible tools available right now, to treat and to heal people. And I view a PhD as being involved in the creation of knowledge and the development of tools for the future that can be used to treat disease and to help people. And I would say that anybody that is interested in both of those phases, look into an MD PhD, and consider pursuing it. I think it's worth it. I think for the people who already know that they want to enter the field, I think demonstrating and this is free game for application season, but demonstrating a commitment to research is huge. Demonstrating a passion for answering questions that people might not have even thought of yet, or questions that seem super kind of far reaching. I think that's kind of a critical thing. But I would say jump in with confidence. After all, it's such a path that can grind you down. If you don't, I would advise that you develop that system and feed and nurture that system. But having those support systems are really going to help you to thrive when you're dealing with the adversities of medical school and of kind of grad school. I think that's generally the advice that I would give. And I'll also just say good luck.
Okay, yeah, dude. But anyway, Isaiah, thank you so much for joining me today. It is so good, and it was so good to have you on as a guest. Thanks, Janae, for joining me today. It's so good to have you on, Janae. It's a good time to have Janae on as a guest on this podcast. So welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and a variety of other platforms. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is a science of change, as well as careers, community research, and COVID-19. We're so happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Janae Burrows, an MBBS candidate at the University of the West Indies. Thanks for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. So me and Janae go way back, like way back, like all the way back to high school. I mean, that's a long time ago. That's like 7 years ago or 8 years ago now. Eight. Yeah. So, I mean, Janae is currently studying medicine. She's done a BA at Liberty University. And she's a really intelligent young lady, and it's really good to have her on. She's a leader in her own age, stage, and right. So it's definitely a pleasure and an honor to have Janae on this podcast. So Janae, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
Well, David, first, thank you for letting me be here. It's a pleasure. I would say that my long-standing interests, one being in the fact that I am studying medicine and I am 1 year out from my MBBS degree, and I'll finally be a doctor fully. My long-standing interest is just to advocate for patients and to give them the tools that they need to create healthier lifestyle and healthier livings, to decrease hospitalizations, and so that they can live a good life. More importantly, though, in the field of medicine, I think that my long-standing interests also have to do with mentoring and mentorship with pre-medical students as well as medical students, because I truly believe in diversity in medicine. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the statistics, there are only about 5% of Black physicians in the world. And that number itself is astounding. And I feel like there are a lot of unrepresented minorities in medicine. Mm-hmm. And what drives me is being able to mentor those behind, because I know that for me, I didn't really get the mentorship that I think that I needed through my journey. So okay, those are my interests.
Okay, that's interesting as you said. So mentoring and also diversity. So that's good. That's good. And decreasing hospitalizations. So I'll just offer that same question. What I'll ask you is, how were you able to overcome the barrier in which you didn't have access to a lot of mentoring? How did you overcome that? How did you get through that?
Well, a lot of that had to do with confidence in myself and just overcoming the barriers that people placed on me. And I will never forget, there have been speed bumps along the road. Like, for instance, when I was in college at Liberty University, I was two person. So during the third year, fourth year, you're deciding what you want to do. You're applying to schools if you want to do like a postgraduate education. And I had asked my advisor what he thought about me applying to medical school. I wanted some guidance on how to go about it. And basically he told me that he didn't think I should apply for medicine. Wow. I think he had told me, he gave me a different suggestion of what he thought I should do. And I also remember my organic chemistry teacher. Now, organic chemistry was, it was tough. And the professor that I had, he was also very tough. But I asked him for a letter of recommendation because I did think that I displayed, good aptitude, skills, right? And he basically told me, he said, I think you should, I wouldn't write you a letter of recommendation to go to medical school, but I think maybe you should do nursing or something.
Wow.
And
look at you now, almost finished with your MBBS. Take that.
Yes. And at every level, I think that there are persons who are going to try to discourage you and dissuade you from doing what you want to do. But for me, I realized that I had to take control of my future and what I wanted to do and carve out those paths for myself, even if others weren't willing to help me do that. So those are some of the ways that I've overcome that.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting you bring that up. And we'll discuss more about that in the podcast. But, you know, I've listened, just a quick note on that. You know, I've listened to some leaders mention in their discussions or in their speeches how they were trying to apply to some Ivy League school, and someone looked at them and told them they were not cut out for that. And come to find out, they attended 2 different Ivy League institutions, Princeton and Harvard, and they've done really well. So yeah, you can't let people chart your course. You chart your own course.
Yes.
So
I find that just like another note is that sometimes those persons who tell you no and who try to shut the door in your face, that just gives you the fuel that you need to continue going.
You have to reappropriate that. Reappropriate that and use that as fuel. Some people coin that off, describe it as the "I'll show you" response. In that, you said I can't do it, so I'm gonna show you that you're not the last word on my destiny. So how do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How do you keep perspective, Janae? Especially speak about the time in which you were like dealing with COVID and all this other good stuff or bad stuff, however you want to phrase that.
So honestly, it's difficult sometimes to keep perspective. I will say that. And during my time studying, like you said, COVID, but even before COVID, after my first year of medical school, I was back home in the Bahamas, and I was supposed to leave, actually. I was scheduled to leave, but I stayed behind for like a family wedding and something. And that's when Dorian hit. And I was stuck in the storm. And I think the fear surrounding that in and of itself was just out of the norm, because that was my first major hurricane at home. And, you know, the hurricane stood still for like 2 days.
72 hours.
And after the hurricane, it was just devastating destruction. I was happy at the time to be home with my family, because I thought about what would I have done if I was in school at that time. But I was just thinking, like, you know, I'm supposed to go back and leave my family in a time of crisis. And I actually had to, so I helped out. I tried to do some volunteering before I left, but I had to take basically a refugee flight out to Nassau. And then I had to go back to school. And I think that year itself was a lot of tragedy. I lost one of my cousins as well in a tragic accident. And along the way, I think it made me realize that medicine kind of takes some things from you, the journey itself, because you're away from family. There are big life-changing events that are happening when you're studying for this thing that you're supposed to be dedicating your life to, but you're missing moments. And so I had to look at it in a different perspective, in that this will pass, and that this is just a stop that I need for the rest of my life. So it's difficult keeping perspective, because when you're in the midst of it, even in COVID, when you're in the midst of COVID, it's like, you know, this is something terrible. But for me, COVID allowed me to come back home and be with my family for a little while. And I hadn't been able to do that for so long. So it's keeping the perspective in that, yes, bad things do happen, or things are occurring, and it may not be something that you enjoy or that you like, but realizing that everything is working for your good. That's how I have to look at it, that everything is aligning itself for the better, for a bigger purpose.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And you know, it's interesting that you bring that up. Because you know, for academic paths, whether it be postgraduate or even undergraduate, many times you are missing things as you prepare or as you go through those journeys. You're missing things, but this is, and you just have to acknowledge that. But I think that's a part of the sacrifice that you make because of the reward you want on the latter end of the journey. So just for example, you could think about the grocery store. There's a sacrifice that you have to make when you go to the grocery store. You could be doing something else, but you know you need groceries to cook and to eat. So So how have you been adaptive and creative in the fields of science? Where would you say you have been creative? Where has Janae's creativity come about?
So I'm always trying to think of things that I can do differently or change or make things better. In terms of creative, one thing that it has been my little creative outlet is I started a blog back in 2019. So this would have been right after the hurricane. I had started a blog. I always wanted to do it because, like I said, I'm interested in mentorship and inspiring the younger generation, paying it forward. And so I had started a blog where I document my journey through medicine. And that's a way that I basically have a little creative outlet, but I still get the opportunity to share my passions of medicine, food, whatever it is. It's the checkuplog.com. And that's something that I am neglecting actually, just because of the stress of school and everything else. But that's one way that I've been creative.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to have a blog. You know, I've seen a lot of people on YouTube who do the exact same thing. So people could follow along with you as you're going through it and make it more enjoyable. I think not just for the person themselves, but also for the people who are watching you and cheering you on. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, so how did you seek or find the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? How did you seek it, or how have you complemented to the environment being a place where you can thrive?
So, that's such an interesting question. So in some instances, it wasn't really a choice in terms of seeking out, like for instance, school. I know for college, I didn't really choose where I went to college, but I think regardless of the environment, I've always tried to find individuals or clubs that I can grow and, mature in, where I can be surrounded with people who are at the same intellectual level, who can inspire me and encourage me to do better. So in college, I actually created the Caribbean Student Union at the Caribbean Student Association at Liberty. And so that was one way that I was able to find, people that I could, be inspired and be around them. Now here in medical school, one way that I have kind of been able to find the environment to grow is through community service. So I'm the student representative for the American College of Physicians with internal medicine at my university. And so one thing that we like to do is community outreach events. And most notably, one of the things that we recently did, we went to a Haitian church in the community, and they wanted us to do a clinic there because a lot of the members don't go to the clinic due to various reasons, whether they're scared of immigration or they don't think that they'll be treated fairly. So we did a clinic there, and we were able to serve almost 100 persons and give them their checkups, their blood glucose, screen for hypertension and diabetes and all those stuff, and just counsel them with health. So that's something that I'm also passionate about, and that's something that fuels me. And so finding, those individuals who are willing to come out and service the community in that way has been very important to me. And also, so that's just some of the ways that I've been able to surround myself with people who can help me to thrive in those environments.
Okay, yeah, that's good. You're the student representative for the American College of Physicians in terms of internal medicine. That's good, Janae, man. That's good. So what have been your most effective and impactful ideas to date? What would you say what idea that you're using now, or what strategy that you're using now has got you this far in terms of being a medical school candidate at the University of the West Indies? What strategy, what time management strategy, what technique, what study approach, what's helped you get this far?
I would say that there's two things, probably. The first one is to always be adaptable.
Okay.
And whether that's in my study methods, whether that's in, in the hospital, just learning how to interact with different people, you want to be adaptable because there are various different personalities that you will encounter at the hospital. There are so many different things that you will encounter just anywhere in the world. And so I think being adaptable has helped me to get so far. Also discipline, but just being adaptable, as well as just continuing to never stop learning. So obviously I'm in medical school, so there's just a lot of information that I have to learn. But I think in life in general, being able to be willing to continue learning and to continue unlearning things that are not serving you. So I'm actually reading this very good book right now called Think Again. And it basically talks about the ability to unlearn things that are not getting you ahead and be willing to learn new things. So there are some things that we learn as children or that our parents teach us that they learn from their parents. But in this current generation, some of those things just won't cut it, So you have to be willing to kind of shed those things and learn new things. And in medicine, of course, I'm just always reading and I'm always trying to build on the knowledge that I have because it'll serve me. And it's honestly so surprising how many times I'll remember something or I'll be able to think of a concept that I can't remember, but I read it maybe 5 years ago. And so those are the two things: basic adaptability and being able to learn new things.
Yeah, that's good. So I could relate to that too. In terms of, when I was in organic chemistry, one of the things I would do, I had a favorite show on Discovery Channel called Gold Rush. And I used one of the characters to come up with a mnemonic for one of the regioselective rules. So in terms of Hoffman's rule or Zeiss's rules, for example, there was a character named Todd Hoffman. So tert butoxide T, Hoffman, tert butoxide facilitates Hoffman's rule, or results, the products follow Hoffman's rule when you use it. So outside this, I can relate to that a lot. So Janae, how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? So how do you keep your priorities in check? How do you stay level during all of this?
It's very difficult, David. It's so difficult. I think that I'm honestly always juggling something. Okay. And I recently saw this quote. I shared this little thing on social media, and it basically said, I'm trying to juggle things financially, but I'm always also trying to get enough sleep. And I'm trying to keep on top of my work, and I'm also trying to spend time with my family. So it's a constant push and pull. And I don't think that I have perfected it. And I think as I've gotten older, I've realized that you will never truly find a balance, but it's just realizing that certain seasons in your life require a different balance. So right now for me, I am finishing up medical school, and more of my time is required to just finish and prepare for the next step. But also I try to balance it by spending time with my family, and I'm blessed that now I'm back in the Bahamas, and so I'm able to spend a lot more time with my nieces and see my family a little bit more often. And so where my cup is being poured out at work, I'm able to come home and get my cup filled up again. And so I think that is a balance that has been working for me. Like I'm not reading as much as I want to read. I still don't get to catch up on my Netflix shows like I want to, but I am satisfied that, the push and pull is working for me right now. And so, it's a balance, but I have not reached that equilibrium as yet, but it's working for me.
That's good. I like what you said. Different seasons of your life require a different set of priorities that you have to work through. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. So how have you been successful as a student? How did you get into UE? Like UE is a good school in the Caribbean. How did you get into UE? And how have you gotten this far? Like, how were you able to stay in this long for UE to be close to finishing? So how did you get through? What if you were to break down your success thus far to date in UE and at Liberty? What would you say has complemented tremendously? Will it be networking, time management, study skills, your friends, the clubs you are part of? What has complemented to your success?
So I will say probably the number one thing is discipline.
Discipline, okay.
Yeah, so I've always been a very disciplined person, but just continuing to keep that discipline, and I don't know, it's a discipline thing, I would say. Even to get into UE, you know, I did well in my pre-medical courses, and a lot of the applications too were looking at, you know, community service outreach and letters of recommendation, all that stuff. So I was always involved in community service at Liberty. And even back home, like when I would come home, I would do community service things. And so I think that kind of helped in getting into UE. I had applied to 2 of the schools, but I wanted to go to Jamaica because, I mean, I think that, you know, the Jamaica campus is the best one.
Jamaica. Yeah.
And so when I got in, I was honestly, I will say, when I had applied, I was very nervous and I didn't think that I was going to get in. Okay. I think it was more of an imposter syndrome thing where I didn't think I was going to get in, and I was waiting for them to reply to me. And I honestly had like a little midlife crisis and thinking, you know, if I don't get in, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? Like David, honestly, I spoke to my parents and I was like, I don't know if I should apply to dentistry school. Like, do I really want to be a doctor? Like, and they had to basically say, Janae, you've done everything that you can. You have applied. You've worked hard. Just leave it up to God. Yeah. And yeah, like there's a whole other story about like my whole UE application thing. But when I got the letter that said that I got in, I was ecstatic. Now, staying in UE, I don't think that it's as hard as
getting in.
No, I just don't think it's as hard as people make it seem. Like, yes, medical school is tough. But I will say with anything, it's a constant building on what you've learned the prior year and continuing to build and being able to continue reading. Like, UWE's motto is read for your degree, and they mean you will read. So I think I can't all contribute it to myself, though. I will say having a good set of friends who are able to study with you and go over questions, like that's vital. Surrounding yourself with the right people, I think that's incredibly important, as well as networking. That also is a factor. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to being disciplined and having a goal in mind. And I've always been a very goal-oriented person, and looking at the future, like, you know, this is what I want to do. I'm going to do that by any means necessary. So if I need to put in the work, I will put in the work. And I think that is what's kept me going so far. And just realizing how close I am to finishing, because time has flown by and I'm so close. And so it's like, I'm not gonna give up now. It's like, I'm almost there.
There you go. I can't give up now. That's good. This is good. I feel like I'm getting inspired. I have to re-listen to this. Just that one snippet. That is good. That is good. So how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment? How do you keep the collaborative spirit going with your friends and stuff like that? What do you do in med school to keep it going?
So one of the things that my friends and I do, we try to, it depends on like whatever rotation we're on, but we definitely try to go over questions, you know, when we're coming up to the exam. And we're always trying to bounce ideas off of each other, because at the end of the day, there might be something that I'm strong in where my other friend isn't strong in. And I can explain that to her, and vice versa. I may not understand something and they may understand it and they can explain it to me. And so it's just being collaborative with each other, and I realized that collaboration is better than competition. You know, all of us have the same goal in mind. We all just want to graduate, and at the end of the day, you know, having that team mentality, it's not just about helps to translate to even with your patients, you know. It's because when you finish medical school and you're working on the wards, you're working with a team, and so you have to have the adaptability to work as a team player. And I think you know, having those study groups with my friends and having, you know, being able to text each other and ask, okay, so what do you think about this, and sharing stories about sharing like case reports of
case
patients,
studies, high level thinking, case studies,
like, so that helps a lot with everything. So that's how I've maintained teamwork.
And also, one of the things I found, some of the most progressive or really advancing clinics, they're multidisciplinary. They have a variety of people, a plethora of specialties working together to solve the cases, and different perspectives. When you have a high degree of expertise, though the perspectives may be different, when they are good in their craft, that complements to solving the issue, or at least ameliorating the condition. So yeah, that's good. So why did you choose MBBS as opposed to dentistry or any other path? What made you choose medicine? Why medicine?
From I was 6, I think, maybe 5 or 6, I always wanted to be a doctor. I think it might have been partly due to the fact that my uncle, Dr. Hayward Cooper, was a obstetric gynecologist, and so I don't know if that kind of contributed to it, but I always knew that I wanted to be a doctor. And going through school, I think it was just something that I gravitated towards. I always loved the sciences. You know, me and you were in physics and chem and all of that.
Every class together.
And even in college, it was just something that I enjoyed. But in terms of choosing between dentistry and like medicine, I don't really like teeth, and I don't think I could spend my days looking in mouths. But just having that patient interaction with someone and being able to, you know, fix something for them, to make someone better than you left them, you know. Someone and there's something wrong, and you're able to aid in
the
fixing
solution
that
process.
I think that is what really drove me towards medicine. Now, MBBS versus MD in the US, it just made financial sense to me, to be home and to have a cheaper tuition. It made a lot of sense to me.
That's good.
Yeah. So after I finish, you know, I will have to do some additional training, and who knows if I'll go to the US. But, you know, MBBS just felt it was the best choice for me.
Yeah, and it's, I think it's an established fact, some of the best doctors in the Bahamas have passed through UE.
Yes.
The best. One of the former prime ministers, as well as one of the leading obstetrician gynecologists in Grand Bahama, they passed through UE. So the fact that the evidence,
evidence is clear.
The evidence is clear. Opinions might vary, but when you base your decisions and opinions on the facts are clear. Yes. Some good doctors come out of UE, so that's a fact. So do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue what you're currently working on? What is the advice to someone who sees this and says, wow, Janae is really doing a good job. How can I do what Janae is doing? What would be your advice to them? I want to go to medical school. I'm in the Bahamas or I'm in the Caribbean, and I want to go to UE. What's your advice to them?
My advice is to not give up. If it's something that you want to do, continue to pursue it, and pursue it with all your might. And doors will open for you when you are persistent. Continue striving, whatever thing you can do. If you say to yourself, I want to go to medical school, study for those exams, whether that's the MCAT, get your exams in order, whether you need to do another degree to kind of make your application better. Surround yourself with people who are doing what you want to do. So whether that means you're volunteering with doctors in their clinic, whether you're shadowing them, getting any type of experience that can aid you in your application for medical school, do that. Never stop learning. and never give up. That's all I would say. Never give up. If it's something that you really, really want to do, and people come up, message me all the time and they ask the same question, and I'm just telling them, continue pressing on, continue pressing on. There will be doors that will open for you, but don't give up.
Yeah, it's important to have vision in mind, to be persistent and to persevere. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice that you have received, Janae, as we conclude? What has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received from your parents, from a teacher, or whatever the case may be? What's been some of the most beneficial advice? What replays in your mind when you have hard days, or what keeps you going?
So recently, I will say, my parents give me advice all the time, and they give some of the greatest advice. But one of the best advice that I've received recently, and that I've just been implementing recently, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, but one of the best advice is that always ask, always shoot your shot, and for me, as I am transitioning, about to graduate and figuring out what I'm going to do
for residency.
Yes, it's never be afraid to ask someone. Shoot your shot. If you want something, go after something and ask. Don't be afraid of no, because people will tell you no a bunch of times, but all you need is one yes. All you need is one yes. And so for me, that's been working. I have just been shooting my shot. I've been asking for help. I've been, seeking out these mentors and not being afraid of hearing the word no, because when you hear the word yes, that one yes can change your life. And I think that applies to so many things in life. And it's like, the Bible tells you to ask, to knock. And you have to be confident and do that. And I have found that a lot of people in this world, they've gotten to where they've gotten, not because they're qualified. Now, I'm not saying that people aren't qualified, but a lot of people have gotten to where they've gotten because they've not been afraid to ask.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to be afraid. You have to not be afraid to ask, because closed mouths do not get fed.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Yeah. And just as we conclude, I'll just say these words were credited to Mother Teresa. People are often unreasonable, irrational, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some unfaithful friends and some genuine enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and sincere, people may deceive you. Be honest and sincere anyway. What you spend years creating, others could destroy overnight. Create anyway. If you find sincerity, serenity, and happiness, some may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today will often be forgotten. Do good anyway. Give the best you have, and it will never be enough. Give your best anyway. In the final analysis, it is between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. Thank you, Janae, so much for joining me today. It was so good to have you on. Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. It's hard to find creative ways to keep the kids busy and screen-free while stretching their brains, especially these days. Mel Science does all the legwork for you, so you can spend more quality time tackling projects together, and they won't even know they're learning. With Mel Science, there's something for every kid. We've just received some awesome Mel chemistry sets, but also There is Mel Kids, Mel Physics, Mel Med, and Mel STEM sets. And they are all for different age groups. We can't wait to get started with the kit we have received. Get 60% off your first box of any of the subscriptions by using the promo code CHEMIST for the first month for any of Mel Science's subscriptions. But it will only be active for 1 month. You can find the link in the episode description. Welcome to the New Chemist Podcast. We're glad you listened. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many other platforms, including Odyssey. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Chadwin Hanna. Thanks for joining me today. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Chadwin is a good colleague of mine. We went to high school together. He was the former head boy before I was the head boy in 2014. He was the head boy in 2013. Chadwin is a graduate of Kettering University, where he majored in mechanical engineering with a specialty in bioengineering applications. He also has a minor in biochemistry. He comes from a diverse cultural background, having received his secondary education in Freeport, the Bahamas, at the great Bishop Michael Eldon School, and pursued his post-secondary studies in the USA. He is determined to use his knowledge of engineering and the human body to leave a lasting impact on the world of medicine, and most importantly, the lives of people for whom this industry exists. Like I said earlier, Chadwin's a good colleague and a good friend of mine. It is a pleasure and an honor to have such a bright young man on this podcast today. Thank you so much, Chadwin, for joining me today. It's so good to have you on as a guest. Well, me and Chadwin go way back to high school, all the way back to high school. And he was a former head boy before me, and I was the head boy after him. And we also knew each other from just being in science together. So, Chadwin, as we begin, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
So, thanks for having me on the podcast. Great that we could connect like this. But science, like you said, from high school, we were kind of always interested in science together, you know. From as early as I can remember, I think I had a desire to be a physician. And that just like led into this interest that I had in science, whether it was biology, chemistry. It's like, I want to be a doctor, and medicine is very cool to me. So I just gravitated to all the fields of science. Eventually that led to me going to do my bachelor's and become a mechanical engineer. And that led me down a whole other path into the medical device industry and really understanding how things work, being an innovator. And now I find myself right back in medical school, where what I wanted to do from, like I said, as far as I can remember. So it's always been science, man.
That's very good. That's very good. So my question to you is, I want to hit on like immediately. How do you maintain view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? So when you face challenges and obstacles, which I'm sure you have, how do you maintain view of the bigger picture and keep your goal in focus?
I think a big thing for me is knowing what my goal is, right? And if you don't have a clear picture of your goal before you set out on your journey, then it's even that much harder to keep it in sight. You don't know what you're looking at. Okay. For me, before I went to undergrad, I knew like, hey, I want to be a neurosurgeon. And I knew, I didn't necessarily know the path that I would take to get there, but I knew like, hey, this is what I want to do. That path took me, like I said, through Kettering University. I studied mechanical engineering, did a minor in biochemistry. When I graduated from Kettering, I ended up in Miami working for Johnson & Johnson as an R&D engineer, making neurovascular devices for stroke treatment, which was an offset of what I eventually want to do as a physician, but I was able to look at it from a completely different perspective as an engineer.
Okay.
So I think with the bigger goal in mind that, hey, I want to be a neurosurgeon, right? Like I was taking a step back and making the devices that neurosurgeons use, so that later on in my career, like this will make me an even better neurosurgeon because I know how to make the tools and I know how to use them.
Yeah.
So I think it's just keeping the vision in mind and not necessarily getting caught up in the past, right? I know a lot of undergrads going into medical school, they get kind of stressed when it comes to gap years and understanding like, hey, like I need to get to medical school ASAP. I don't want a gap year, or I just want one gap year. I took 4 gap years. That wasn't like planned. That wasn't in the plan, right? But I got into something. I loved what I was doing, and I was learning, and I was in an environment where I could really like grow and flourish. And it was something that I thought I needed to do before going to med school, and I love it. I think it made me a better person, but always have the bigger goal in mind. Like I said, keep it on your head, and everything that you do should be in progress of that goal. Everything.
Yeah, I completely agree. Precision.
Yeah.
You hit around the target, you come closer and closer to the ultimate precision. So how have you been adaptive and creative in the fields of science? In what way? You served as an R&D engineer. Are you currently still serving as an R&D engineer?
Yeah, so I'm currently still spending a few hours working with my R&D colleagues at J&J.
Okay,
which
good.
has been a blessing, right? It's also, it's time balance. I'm in medical school. I'm in an MD PhD program. And I'm still doing some work in the field. I mean, it's great for me because I get to use 2 different sides of my brain, studying all this medicine, like really science side, but I'm also still doing some engineering, which is great. But I think to answer your question, I just kind of take it day by day, you know? Like every day looks a little different.
Okay.
And you just kind of gotta be, for me, I take it day by day so as to not stress myself out with the like enormity of the tasks that there are to face, right? Knowing, like I said, keeping the big goal and picture is great. Keep it in mind, keep it in focus, but at the same time, it's hard to look at that all the time. It's hard to look at this huge, grandiose thing. Sometimes you just got to take it apart and look at it section by section. That's what I try to do, day by day. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So, because I've heard several things. You have to be pragmatic. There's a quote that says, if you want to eat an elephant, eat it one bite at a time. And also, when it comes to anatomy, unless you're doing gross anatomy, most times you look at anatomy like one system at a time, one part of the body at a time, so you can really understand what's going on. So yeah, I completely agree with you. So how do you seek or find the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? What led you to Johnson & Johnson? How did you get there? And also what led you to UF? And how did you get there as an MD PhD candidate?
Cool. I think a big thing for me, I'll tell a story in a minute, but I think the biggest thing is the people, man. In order to learn, I think 2 things have to be true. 1, you have to be in a mental space and understand that you want to learn. So you have to have the desire to learn. And 2, you have to be in an environment that fosters your learning, right? If both of those things aren't there, then learning isn't going to happen. It isn't something that just happens. You can't just sit in the classroom and learn if you don't want to be there. You're not going to learn. You also can't just sit in the classroom, even if you want to learn and the environment isn't great, you're not going to learn.
And you need to have the capability as well.
Right. You got to have the capability. So for me, one of the big things I look at is the environment. Like, is this a space where I can grow, where I can learn, and where the people are going to help me to foster my growth and my learning? So for me, while I was in school, I was co-oping for a company called Ethicon Endosurgery, which was also part of Johnson & Johnson at the time. That's when I first got into the medical device industry. I was making laparoscopic devices. I was like doing R&D, engineering work, research and design as a sophomore in college.
Okay, good.
It was great, right? So right there, I was working with a group of people that really trusted my ability, trusted the things that I was doing, and allowed me and gave me the space to grow, learn, make mistakes, right? But also make my thoughts and my opinions be heard, which I think is
very important.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's extremely important. It's like one, to be heard and seen, right? So I stayed at Ethicon for a while. I actually did 4 different rotations there because, like I said, the environment was amazing, and I just love working for J&J as a company, the credo of the company, what it stands for, and I understood like, hey, I'm doing engineering because I want to help people, and I'm doing it in the medical device field.
Okay.
And this is gonna benefit my career later. So after I graduated, I wanted to stay with J&J. Unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to go back to Ethicon. So I was looking, which ended up being great for me in the long term. I found this company in Miami called Cerenovis, and they designed neurovascular devices. It was a J&J company. I applied and I got like an interview in like a week. They told me to fly down there. I flew down there, and the environment was like, it was electric. I walk in the lab, there's engineers working. They have doctors visiting very often. People are bouncing information back and forth. People are asking me what I think about things that are going on, and I'm just there for an interview. So I'm like, this is an environment that would be great for me. That's kind of why I ended up there.
Sounds good.
Because, like I said, it's all the people, the environment, people able to foster your growth and your learning. Yeah, and that's also why I ended up at UF. UF, when I was looking at MD PhD programs, I really wanted something that's collaborative, where physicians are working with researchers, where like people are on the cutting edge of science. There's a lot of clinical studies going on. People are actually actively trying to make a difference in the field, and UF was the fit for me.
Good, good. Having a strong sense of agency and also having the capacity to jump from one S-curve to the next. So as you learn and plateau, you learn, gain the skills, plateau, become comfortable in the environment, and you jump to another one where you're jumping S-curve to S-curve. That's good. It's very good.
Yeah.
So what have been your most effective and impactful ideas to date? What have you complemented to in terms of, so let me make this more practical. So you worked at J&J. Yeah, you worked at J&J.
Yeah.
How did you add your flair to the environment? What complemented you adding your flair?
That's a good question. I'm always me. And I think that's great. I found that for me as an engineer, I'm an innovator, and I love to be efficient.
How did you do that?
I had just kind of like what I said about the goal, having a big goal and breaking it into chunks.
Granularities.
Like, if I see a task, I have to break it into smaller pieces. I have to. I had a mentor at Ethicon that called me an optimizer, because anytime she'll give me a problem, I'll be like, there has to be an easier way to do this. Like that, there has to be an easier way to do it. And that's how I face problems daily. If something is going on, I'm like, wait, there has to be an easier way to do this. There has to be a more efficient way to do it. If it's a process,
the hill to climb, eh?
Right. If there's a process, let's say in manufacturing, I'm like, wait, only one person can do this. How can we optimize it so that multiple people can do it? How can we get it done quicker? And you asked, how do I add my flair in that environment? I think that one of the most important things, especially in regards to innovation, whether it's science or industry, is just having diversity of thought and diversity of everything. Diversity is so important. Me, of course, I was the only, at the time, I was the only Black R&D engineer working in that office in Miami, which is great. And I was like the youngest person working there as well as an R&D engineer. Of course, I was the only person from the Bahamas. So all these different factors of diversity just influenced the way that I was thinking completely differently from everyone else, right? I think that is so important. So if I'm forming a team, I'm always thinking about, like, where can I grab diversity from? Who's thinking differently than I am? I don't want a bunch of Chadwins on my team, even though I think I'm great. I don't want a bunch. I don't want a bunch.
Nothing wrong with that,
B's.
bro. I feel the same way.
I want. I want like as many different people as possible. So, and I work with people who really care about what I have to say.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
I think that's like a part of respect, and also trust. Trust in that, like, I know what I'm talking about when I say something.
Yeah,
it's hard to find. You could work forever and like don't find a group of people that trust you.
Yeah, that's true. And so several things come up. One, you have to build your voice. And you build your voice through having a good grasp of your field and having good acumen and good knowledge and good skills that are relevant to the area of expertise or the area that you're working in. So that's one thing that comes up. Trust. I've heard people say the success of an organization goes or is one of the factors that complements the success is trust. And the speed of trust in the environment influences the path and trajectory of the organization. That's that. 2. And then 3, what you said brought up a key point. Being yourself, we could all try to be someone else. But at the end of the day, the best person we can be, and I think this is an established fact, is yourself. There's something unique in your personhood that complements you being able to do that well. So that's good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
So how do you maintain a balanced life given all your responsibilities and accomplishments? Are you balanced, Chadwin?
I try to be, man.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So how do you manage it? How do you manage your time? How do you manage your workload? That's a practical way to do this. To answer this question.
So for me, currently, like being in an MD-PhD program, when I started, I mean, obviously I was living in Miami. I had a lot of free time, working in industry. As soon as I got off of work, I was off work and I really took time to have like mental space to myself. So being out of school for 4 years, coming back into what I know is a really intense program, I'm not sacrificing my own mental health. I'm just not. Like, I understand that medical school is hard. And some people would say like, oh, like I'm being arrogant or I'm being cocky because I'm not sacrificing my mental health, but I'm just not. So, because a lot of people do, because a lot of people feel like that's the only way that you can make it in medical school. You have to be up and study for 12 hours every day or 14 hours. If you're not studying on the weekends, then what are you doing? But I think that everyone has to find their niche and understand what they need to do in order to succeed. And for me, what I've found like in this environment is that people compare themselves to others. Like, I need to be studying this much, or I need to be studying in this way, and don't really take the time to find what works for them. So a big thing for me is like I said, I wasn't in school for like 4 years. So coming into it, I really tried to figure out like what's gonna work for me. Am I gonna go to class? So I started to go to class every day. Like, is this gonna work for me? And then some days I would sit home and watch lectures from the computer. I'm like, this doesn't work for me. I need to be in class every day. This is active learning that I'm doing. I have an exam every 2 weeks. I'm like, how am I gonna study for this? Am I gonna study every night? No, that's kind of stressful for me. Let me develop a schedule, develop a plan, and like I know when I'm gonna go through this material. That's been really helpful for me.
It's good, dude.
Like I said, I've been planning. I have time for myself in my planner, which I think is extremely important. If you don't make the time for your own mental health, then it won't exist.
Wow. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So, dude, I completely agree with you. You know, mental health is so important. 1, 2, you made the joke of if you're not sacrificing your mental health, and you said some people might say it's arrogant or cocky. Dude, you know, at the end of the day, people will say what they have to say. You have to live with you. So I don't pay it no mind. But people's opinions have merit, but it doesn't float or sink your boat, eh? So the reality is, this is the thing that I think, or what you said is so important. You said people compare themselves a lot in that environment. My thing is, this is the question I raised for instances like that. If academic merit is comparative in the absolute sense, what happens when the things you're comparing are gone? Does the merit still exist? You have to have some type of you have to have some individual merit in that you are trying to be a better you. That's another way to put that. You're trying to be a better person
just better version of you every single day. So that's good.
Yeah.
How have you
I think
maintained?
you got to show up as you every day, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. My thing is, if the only time you could have merit is when you compare, what's the point? How have you maintained vision and teamwork in the environment?
Like I said earlier, I think, especially in engineering, it's like teamwork is like you can't do anything by yourself. I learned that a long time ago. It's the same, and I can't name one thing where you can actually do something alone. You can't. Medicine is like that. Science is like that. And I already explained about having diverse minds and people from different backgrounds on your team. What I think it really is understanding how to work well as a team, right? So you can bring all these different people together, but if you don't have a structure of like, how do we flow together? What are the responsibilities of each person? How do these people work together and be as efficient as possible to deal with the task at hand? Then that's a problem. So really, when it's like teamwork is the lifestyle. It's like nothing exists but teamwork. I think I spent a lot of time in my teams really trying to be as efficient as possible, using each person's skills, expertise to like really promote and like bring the task at hand to fruition, you know?
Yeah, I completely agree.
I try to show up as like the best person that I can within that team as well, right? Because I'm there for a reason. So, like, what do you need me to do? How can I use my expertise to make this happen?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, dude. It's very important. So, do you have any advice to those wanting to pursue the field you're currently working in? What's your advice to people listening?
My advice is just, especially for those applying to MD PhD programs, it's extremely difficult to get it.
Yeah.
An MD program, it's hard. It's getting harder to become a doctor. Like I'm talking to professors and they're like, it's just hard. It's hard. I've talked to professors and they're like, I don't know if I would get into medical school today. Like, kudos to you guys. And I think in generations coming, it's just going to be harder and harder. So for me, this is actually, I applied to MD PhD program twice. I didn't get accepted in the last cycle. I got accepted in this cycle. And the fact that I reapplied shows the one thing that I would give people advice to. It's like, know what you want to do and keep on doing it. Yeah. You can't let failures stop you from like achieving your goals. You can't. You have to be persistent.
Yeah, bro.
You have to have some level of grit because it is hard.
You have to be stubborn.
You have to be stubborn because people are gonna try to stop you.
Like, you will have obstacles.
People will drop walls in front of you to stop you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But see, the thing with that, I acknowledge that. But this is how I approach things like that. You could throw the obstacles in my path. At the end of the day, you're not sovereign. My faith perspective kicks in for that. So yeah, it's just an obstacle. It's just a hill to climb. So what has been some of the most beneficial advice you have received? What's some good advice you've gotten from your parents or teachers, professors? What's helped you get through hard times? What goes through your mind when someone drops a wall in your path?
It's like my dad would always tell me, like, to not ever let anyone stop you from achieving your goals. Yeah, and that like reverberates in my head daily. Okay. Like, I will never let anyone tell me that I cannot do something.
Oh yeah.
Right? I mean, of course, work within the guise of like what's capable. Like, is this realistic? Can you set realistic goals for yourself? Yes. And if I think it's realistic versus if you think it's realistic, then we have a clash, right? I'm never gonna let you prove me wrong, unless it is something that's not realistic. And that in that regard, you have to know when to humble yourself as well.
It is important. Right? Yeah, it's very important.
You have to know when, like, am I overreaching? And you have to give space for someone to actually come in and tell you, hey, like, maybe you are doing a little bit too much. Let me explain why, right? Which takes a lot which takes a lot, because I just said I won't let anyone ever come in my way of doing something that I want to do. But at the same time, there's a balance, and I don't know everything. I just don't.
Neither do I, and that's okay.
I just don't.
Just keep learning. It's a growth. Beneficial. Sorry if I cut you off, but the beneficial mindset, I think, is a growth mindset. It's healthy, especially in these spaces. So, as you were saying, you said it's a balance, right?
Yeah, it's a balance. What I was gonna say is, like, you might have a wall in front of you, and you might want to climb that wall, or you might want to go through that wall, but someone knows what's on the other side of the wall, and they're like, wait, maybe you want to plan a little bit before you just go ahead and jump. Like, you got to be able to listen to that person.
Yeah, you have to be teachable. I completely agree. You have to be teachable. You have to give space for the right influences to have influence in your life. That's good. So, man, Chabin, thank you so much for joining me today. It was so good to have you on as a guest. Thanks for listening. We're glad you were able to tune into this podcast. Once again, this is The New Chemist, where we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as the other sciences, careers, community, research, and COVID-19. Thanks again for listening. Note, the views on this podcast represent those of my guests and I. Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest today is Kuna Fortingo. Thanks for joining me today. It is good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. Kuna Fortingo is a second-year medical student raised in Lawrenceville, Georgia. She attended Georgia Tech and majored in biochemistry and minored in biology in Spanish. There, she began to work firsthand with both the Georgia Tech and Atlanta community, and from here, her passion for community involvement and engagement was reignited. Prior to entering medical school, she took a gap year and mainly worked as an ER medical scribe and tutor. In fall 2019, she matriculated to the Medical College of Georgia at Augusta University. Some of her executive boards for the Student National Medical Association, Welcome to The New Chemist. We're glad you're listening. Feel free to download this podcast on Spotify and Google Podcasts. Here on The New Chemist, we discuss chemistry, which simply put is the science of change, as well as careers, community, research, and COVID-19. We're happy you're tuning in. My guest this morning is His Excellency Sidney Colley, the Bahamian Ambassador to the United States and Permanent Representative to the OAS Embassy and Permanent Mission of the Bahamas. Thanks for joining me this morning. It is so good to hear from you. Just briefly, I'll inform my audience about you. His Excellency Sidney Colley, the Bahamian Ambassador to the United States and Permanent Representative to the OAS Embassy and Permanent Mission of the Bahamas, is an accomplished scholar, lawyer, minister, and author. Ambassador Colley was appointed Ambassador to the United States of America, Permanent Representative to the Organization of American States, and non-resident ambassador to Mexico, Colombia, and Malaysia
on October 1st, 2017. He presented his credentials to the OAS on the 15th of November, 2017, and to the President of the United States of America on the 29th of November, 2017. Please welcome His Excellency Sidney Collins. Thank you, Dr. Colley, for joining me today. It is good to see you.
Thank you, David, for having me. It's good to be with you today.
Yes. So, what have been your long-standing interests in the field of science?
Well, so since a young age, I wanted to become a doctor. And I knew early on that to do that, I had to develop an interest in science. When I started in primary school, it became a natural thing for me. And so I just love science. Science to me basically provides a path to solutions. And so for me, I'm solution oriented. I always like to say, sure, you can bring me a problem, but make sure it's accompanied by a solution. So it seeks to teach or inform us of how things work. And, human progress throughout history has largely been as a result of scientific advancement. So indeed, science has been sort of a part of me since a very, very young age. And a lot of the way I even live my life is a lot like science. And so indeed, and that is to be solution oriented.
Okay, that's good. So how have you been adaptive or creative in the field of science? Where would you say that has been the case?
So, one of the things that I love is that you describe chemistry as the science of change, because indeed change is the only constant in our lives. So, we live in a fast changing world vis-a-vis COVID and all the changes that have been occurring with COVID. I mean, just in terms of the way we have to live our lives, what people call the new norm. So we have to be able to adapt to or get used to change, quote unquote. And to do this, especially as scientists, we have to keep an open mind, first of all, and we have to know that there are many ways to achieve our goals, all right? So there's more than one way to get to where we want to go. So some people think, to become a doctor, I have to do this or I have to do that. And, indeed, we have to be able to adapt to what's changing around us, changing criteria, the way people live, the way our outlook is on life. I think we have to be adaptive. So that's very important to me as well.
That's good. So what have been some of your most effective and impactful ideas to date? If you had to give a summation, or if you had to give a few of your impactful ideas, what would you say has been most impactful?
So first of all, just to let you know that anything that I've done that has been impactful or effective, it has really been because of my outlook, my upbringing, and my foundation, which is a foundation based on my relationship with God. And so indeed, in terms of some of the things that I consider to be important achievements or milestones or impact that would cause impact in other people's lives has been things like, so first of all, just when I decided to make the move to return to the Bahamas, to live here, to become a doctor, to really be of use to my country. I think that was something that I felt was a good decision and hopefully had a great impact. Also too, just in what I'm doing right now, I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Doctors Hospital, and we are doing a lot in this fight and this pandemic. It's a very humbling experience to be able to affect change and to be able to know that some of the changes that we're making and some of the things that we are doing indeed is being helpful in terms of mitigating against some of the awful effects of this COVID-19 disease and the coronavirus. So for me, just my life in terms of my work is for me very impactful for me because it's humbling to be in this position. I'm a member of the Emergency Operations Committee for the country, the National Committee, and that group of people is doing an awesome job in terms of keeping our country safe. So those are just a few of the things that I could say.
Okay, that's good. That's very good. Why did you choose medicine as a field to do your doctoral studies in? Why did you choose medicine to do? Why medicine?
Medicine chose me.
Okay, that's good.
Medicine chose me because indeed, when I was 6 years old, I went to the doctor. I grew up in Freeport, Grand Bahama.
Okay.
And I was a student at the Lewis Yard Primary School.
Okay.
And I went to the what was at the time the Anconi Clinic. And at that time in that just post-independence, there was still a lot of expatriate workers in the country. So I saw a female doctor.
Okay.
And was a Caucasian female doctor. And I was very impressed. She took very good care of me. She was my doctor for a number of years. And I decided at that time that I'm going to be what I thought at the time was the first Bahamian, Black Bahamian female doctor. Well, nobody told me that there were a couple before me. So, and thankfully that there were a few before me that did blaze the trail to allow me to get to this point. And then as I moved towards that field, it became a passion for me. It became more of a passion than a profession. And like I said, it chose me.
Okay, that's good. That's very good. It's very interesting. So how do you maintain a view of the bigger picture in your career and in your life in general? How do you maintain view of that?
Well, the big picture.
Even amidst challenges and obstacles, how do you maintain view of that?
So that's not always easy. As a physician, it's very easy to be very detailed oriented, which is a good thing, because that is the way we take care of our patients in a detailed oriented way. However, as a leader, it's very important for us to be as open-minded and see the big picture as much as possible. So, like I said, it's easy to get sidetracked with the small details in life, especially when those details are negative in effect.
Yes.
So, yes. So, but big picture thinking is it's the ability to envision, all right? And it's the ability to envision even when there are obstacles, that you see opportunities, even when you envision when there are obstacles. And so it's a way of looking at the broader scope, to looking at the way things ought to work.
Oh, yeah.
And really envisioning the path that you need to take to get to the goal that you have. So this is why, especially as somebody who's interested in being a leader, that it's very important to be able to see the big picture and to keep that perspective is to just stay focused and stay on the path that you need to stay on.
Okay, that's good. That's very good. So, moving right along, how have you sought or found the right environment for you to thrive scientifically and intellectually? How did you find it?
Well, I think that you have to many times create that environment for yourself.
Okay.
Because it is not always going to just come to you.
Okay.
Sometimes you get thrown into a situation that you did not plan for. But even in that situation, it is important for you to be able to thrive. And being able to create the environment that works for you, that is an environment that will help you to grow, all right, will give you all the nourishment that you need. Many times we're tasked to create that for ourselves.
Wow, that's powerful. That's very good. So how do you, given all your responsibilities and accomplishments, how have you maintained, or how do you maintain a balanced life?
Well, that's the magician in me.
Okay.
So essentially, work-life balance is always an interesting phenomenon, and it's different for every person, I think. But for me, to have a foundation and to have a grounding is what allows me to be able to balance my life. And as I told you, my foundation and my grounding is my relationship with God. And that has allowed me to be able to then from there, be able to prioritize things in my life in a broad way. It's been able to show me, as you spoke about, the bigger picture. And that allows me to be able to then try to strike a balance. Maybe it doesn't work every single day. Sometimes there are things that take priority over what I thought should be my priority. But to be guided by the guidance that I get from that relationship with God is important for me. And that's what helps me to know when it is that I'm getting out of sync as well.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So also, how have you maintained vision and teamwork in your environment? How have you done that?
Well, that's also could be tricky at times because you're working with different individuals. Everybody has a different personality. But when we're talking about teamwork and when you're talking about people working together, the important thing is that we have the same goal. And like I said before, maybe, yes, there may be different ways to get to those goals. But once we're on the same path and we have that same vision in mind, so the vision is one vision and the paths can be a little bit divergent, but we always need to converge on a path that takes us to exactly where we're all going together. Also, too, to create a culture in the team or in the people that you lead, creating a culture that would foster individuality, but yet cohesiveness. And that could be, once again, a balancing act. And the way you overcome that is by definitely allowing everybody to be able to show their talents, to be able to use their talent in an effective way. But once again, maintaining our eye on the prize.
Okay, that's good. So as we conclude, I have a question. What keeps you optimistic in your fight against COVID-19? What keeps you optimistic?
Once again, it is my relationship with God, definitely, because I know He is the one who is in charge of this fight. And then also, too, the people that we serve and the way they are responding and the what we see happening, the improvement in the numbers that we may not be seeing right this minute in the Bahamas, but we know that it is coming. And the fact that we know that that, you know, in the end, once we are once again all on one accord and we have the same goal, I know that we are going to overcome this.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much, Dr. Colley. It has been a pleasure. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me, David.
Okay, welcome to the new Student Pharmacist Podcast Experience. It's so glad to have you listening in today. Our guest today is Aaron Lavardi, a colleague and good friend of mine for the past 16 years. Aaron is currently a professional basketball player playing in France. It is so great to have you with me today. So just before we begin, I'll give a brief overview of your career thus far. So Aaron did his bachelor's degree in kinesiology, and also he started playing professional basketball in Denmark, and now he's in France. So it's so good to have him on as a guest today. Aaron, it's good to have you, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure being here. First and foremost, I want to thank you for having me on here. Like you said, we've been good friends since high school, and you've helped me a lot through high school and through life. And so I just appreciate being on here and diving into what we have to get into today. So
yeah, dude, this is exciting. So what inspired you to pursue a career in professional basketball, especially in France?
Well, from a young age, I've always been into sports. It didn't matter what sport I played. I always loved playing sports. And I remember in high school, like going from 10th to 11th grade, I grew extremely tall. And I decided to start playing basketball. And I always wanted to be a professional athlete in any sport that I was good at. And I wanted it to be basketball. So I pursued that from high school, and now I'm here. So yeah, I think it was just a dream of mine.
Good,
always.
Good. So would you say you're living your dream?
Yeah, I think I am. So
yeah, man, that's powerful. It's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So amidst the rigorous world of professional sports, how do you maintain a balanced perspective on your career, professional, athletic life, and your personal life?
Well, I feel like it's just always being consistent, having the same people around, having the same like routine every day, and then just being able to make time for certain things like hanging out with friends or talking to my family and just talking to my girlfriend and all that type of stuff. So it's just about making time for others and prioritizing your time correctly. So I think that's what helps me, especially I like I said earlier, how I stick to a routine. So every day pretty much I'm working on my craft, whether it's doing drill work like with a basketball, or I'm in the weight room and I'm doing specific exercises that help me on the basketball court, not necessarily just going in there to like be big and bulk up, but just help me with basketball movements and basketball motion. And I'm just able to be consistent with it, doing it every day, time in and time out. That's the part of being a professional, is being consistent and doing everything every day. No matter if you're not in the mood to do it that day, you have to keep doing it. So
yeah, you're right. So how do you motivate yourself to keep doing it?
You motivate it's not necessarily having motivation, it's more discipline. You're not going to be motivated every day, but you can strive to be disciplined. So those days when you're not motivated, you're like, yeah, I have to do this. And then once you get it out of the way, you're like, oh, okay, well, I did it now, and that I've just gotten better from that day. So it's just being disciplined, not necessarily motivation all the time.
Well, that's good, dude. That's very good. That's very good, because you make the point that it's not just about being motivated to do something, but being disciplined enough to consistently do it.
Right. Right.
That's a very powerful concept. We'll get more into that as we progress in the conversation. So finding the right team and environment is crucial. How did you identify and thrive in the ideal setting for your athletic development and success?
Well, I've been blessed. I've been blessed to be in good situations in Europe. It's not you. I don't know if you hear, but I know from me being in the basketball world, I hear a lot of situations in Europe where guys aren't in good situations, like they don't get paid on time, and the coaching staffs aren't like good, and they don't really look out for the players. So I've always been in good situations. And I got to give a shout out to my agent too, James Blackburn. He always puts me in good situations so where I can thrive and I can feel comfortable enough to be able to perform my best. So I feel like that helps as well.
So would you say it's your staff? Would you say it's your team? What do you say is contributing to you being able to find the right environments?
It's both. It's both my team, my staff. I've had great teammates as well. I've had great staffs as well. Help me through my career and stuff like that, and giving me the right advice going forward and moving forward. So it's been both.
Okay. So could you highlight some of your most memorable and influential contributions to the sport of basketball?
Well, recently I just played with the Bahamas national team.
Okay.
I feel as though that's a big contribution for me, representing my country.
Yes.
I know every athlete from their country always wants to represent their country in some way or some form, and wear the colors of their flag proudly. So I think that's one of my biggest contributions is being able to play for the national team and give us some success because we won a game this past window against Puerto Rico. So I feel as though.
So you're currently playing with the national team?
Yeah, we just played in February. We just played in February against Puerto Rico, and we won a game and lost a game. So yeah.
Oh wow, dude, this is good, man. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
You're playing along with some big names like DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah. He wasn't there, but Kai Jones?
Yeah, I know Kai Jones. Of course I know
Jones.
Buddy.
Yeah, Kai Jones was there. Buddy wasn't there and Ayton wasn't there, but Kai Jones was there as well. Yeah.
I'm very proud, man. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So
Thank
juggling various commitments and accomplishments can be daunting. How do you manage to lead a well-rounded life while pursuing your basketball career? So I want you to be practical for me, so people could take away some snippets or ideas or either feedback, whatever works, so that they can apply to their own personal life. How are you able to manage what you're doing and stay stable and also stay successful? What practical things do you use? Calendars? Do you have an assistant, a personal assistant? How are you able to do this?
No, I do it by myself. I always have a schedule for me. Like I plan my day out from the beginning of the day. I'm like once I wake up in the morning, and it's all about being consistent as well. For those who want to pursue a career, you always have to be consistent, no matter what it is. So for me, it's always being consistent with what I do on a daily basis. So in the morning, I get up, eat breakfast at the same time. I go to the gym at the same time. Then we have practice. Then I do my workouts at the same time. Try to keep it the same. And then after that, I eat. And then we got another practice later on that day. So then I'm in practice again. And then I make sure to get all my recovery and stuff after the second practice, whether that's stretching, whether that's icing, whether that's a massage. But that's just for me. That's just in the athletic world. And so I try to just implement that. For those who listen and for those who want to be consistent, I just try to implement that in whatever you do and try to take that and just be consistent with your life. And I promise you it'll help for sure.
I agree. Being consistent helps you make significant progress. In fact, I think it helps you make accelerated progress sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, you progress beyond beyond the norm for your age bracket.
Right.
That norm. I think you
right. And once you stay consistent, is like after a certain time, it's not like a chore anymore. Like it's habit after that. So it's easier. It's much easier once you keep going and going. It's much easier as you go along. So.
Yeah, you're right. It becomes a matter of execution, where your success or your achievement becomes a matter of execution, not really a hill to climb. Just a matter of following through. Just like how you play tennis, you follow through with your friend to hit the net. You follow through with your routine. Yeah. Right. Yeah, man. So do you feel like BME has prepared you well for where you are right now in terms of managing stress or Okay.
Of course, I think everything what I've been through has prepared me for this. Coming from where we come, it ain't easy to get out of there. Yeah.
All right, coming from Freeport, it's not easy.
Yeah.
I'm in DC, in France. It's not easy to come from a small island nation and come to these places and to thrive in these places.
Right, you as yourself would know. You've been all over as well. You've been all over in the States and stuff too, so like it ain't easy. But All that prepared. Yeah, all of that prepared me for it.
Yeah, God is good. Yeah, man. So, what? My question to you is, what? Can you share some of your pivotal moments or decisions that have significantly shaped your trajectory as a basketball player?
That's a good question. Some of the most pivotal decisions I think is for me going to Milligan College in Tennessee.
So elaborate on that.
That was a pivotal decision for me. So, I started playing basketball late, and
I remember you used to swim a lot.
Yeah, I used to swim. Right.
But
And
you were
I told you
you were one fast swimmer.
Yeah, and then when I grew taller, that's when I started playing basketball, like that year. So, I started taking it serious when I was like 16, 17. And so that's late. That's late for if you want to do that. Yeah. So, like around when I was 18, I was at what is known as UB, but University of the Bahamas. But now back then it was College of the Bahamas.
I know, right?
So I was at College of the Bahamas because I didn't get a scholarship straight out of high school to play basketball.
Yeah.
And I was just going to school at that moment, and every day, like after school coming from COB, I'd just go to the YMCA and work out, shoot in the gym, go to the gym, go to the weight room and stuff. And like I got the opportunity to go to Milligan College because of this coach. He coached high school in Tennessee, but he always came down to the Bahamas for a camp. And he always used to like look at the kids at the camp, and if they were like showed any type of, like they could play basketball further on in college, he would like tell schools in the States about them, and they would bring those kids over and they would try out for the school. And so he saw me, rest in peace. His name is Coach Dale Burns. He died a couple years back from cancer, rest in peace. He'll always be in my heart. But he saw me and he was like, yeah, he's talented. Like he could play at the next level. And he told Milligan College, the coach there, about me. I came up, I tried out, they loved me, and they gave me a scholarship. And I just worked from there. I kept working. I never stopped working. My first year, I didn't play at all. And every day I'd just be in the gym working because I wanted to play.
Dude, that's good, man. Best. Good. You remind me of.
Yeah.
Good. This is good. Keep going. I'm listening. Keep going.
Yeah. And so like my first year I didn't play, and then my second and third year, because I spent 3 years there, I played and I won the Play of the Year in the conference, and that propelled my career to play overseas, to where my agent saw me and he said, yeah, now you could play overseas. Like you have the ability to be able to produce professionally. And so I feel like Milligan was a pivotal point in my career, being able to propel my career.
Powerful story, because you said first you talked about how, and this is a common thing, and I'm glad you brought this up. This is a common thing for people from the Bahamas. Sometimes you start off wanting to pursue school and you don't get the scholarship the first year.
Right, exactly.
The high school, you don't get the scholarship. Sometimes that happens. So as we start to wrap up, how did you manage that? How did you manage that, and how did you manage not playing in your first year? What strategies did you have to employ? Was it a faith perspective?
It was just just staying faith, like, believing in God and believing He had me in my best interest, and just staying faithful and trusting the process, just trusting going to the gym, and then one day, it'll work out for me. And that's the message. That's the message I have for a lot of kids, especially from back home, is that, it's hard to get seen back home, but that doesn't mean that you should stop working, and that doesn't mean that you should give up, because you never know. You never know. I didn't know that was going to happen that day. But I was ready. I was ready for it because I stayed prepared.
Yes, you stayed prepared for the opportunity. Same thing with me. I think about some of the mentors I've been able to interface with or have as a mentor for me. Like, I just like to think about, there's not really a well planned out process to really meet up with these people, but you just stay prepared. So when you encounter them being prepared.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. That's good, man. Aaron. So as we wrap up, what's some advice you would like to share with people from the Bahamas, or also people who are considering professional athletic careers, what advice would you share with them? Or what has been some advice that you have received that you would like to share?
Well, for kids from the Bahamas, what I'd like to share for them is put yourselves out there. You know, don't be scared. Don't be scared to be confident in yourself and to let people hear your voice. Because like we said, you know, it's a small island. You know, it's not a lot of publicity around there, so it could be hard to get your name out. So just keep working, and then when the time comes, be confident in yourself and be ready to show them that, hey, I can do this, and I can do this just as much as people from the States, like bigger countries like that. Yeah, so I feel as though that's my advice to a lot of Bahamians out there, no matter what, not necessarily just sports, in anything you want to pursue.
Confident. Yes, I agree.
Right.
Be confident.
Anything you want to
Completely
pursue.
right. Just be confident, and it's not hubris, but confidence in your practice, in your hard work, in your skill.
Right.
It's the thing, you know, the point you made, I can function as well, just as any person from a developed first world country. Case in point, with the podcast is globally ranked in so many different places. You know, as the podcast, you are making strides on the global scale. So yeah, this is mine. But thanks again, Aaron, for joining me today. You know, this is really a treat.
Thanks for listening to the podcast series The New Student Pharmacist, where we discuss chemistry and pharmacy, as well as leaders in pharmacy careers, community, and chemistry and pharmacy research. We encourage you to support the work we are doing and follow us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts by subscribing for free. We are so glad that you were able to tune in today. Note: the views on the podcast represent those of my guest, and I take care and all the best.